Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The rain came down in sheets that night, turning the street outside into a river of debris and grime, and Maya Restrepo stood at the window of her fourth-floor apartment watching it all, with the hollow feeling she'd carried for weeks now. The water pooled in the broken sidewalk cracks, overflowed the storm drains, hammered the fire escape until the metal sang with it. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass and tried to remember the last time she'd slept through the night without waking at 3 a.m. to spiral through every mistake she'd made that day, that week, that year. The laundry basket sat on her couch like an accusation. She'd been meaning to do the wash for 4 days now, watching the pile grow, watching herself not do it, and then punishing herself for the paralysis. The same clothes she'd worn to work Tuesday were still balled up in there, smelling faintly sour. She could have done it Wednesday, could have done it Thursday, but Wednesday she'd spent 2 hours scrolling through her ex's social media, even though they'd been broken up for 7 months. And Thursday she'd sat on the edge of her bed reorganizing her phone's home screen for 45 minutes instead of addressing anything real. Now it was Friday night, 11:30, and the basement laundry room would be empty. She'd have her pick of machines. No waiting, no small talk with neighbours, no explaining why her eyes looked like she'd been crying, which she had, though she couldn't say exactly why. Just the usual weight of everything, the usual sense that she was falling behind on some invisible timeline everyone else seemed to understand. Maya lifted the basket with both arms, feeling the familiar strain in her lower back, the dull ache that had been there since she'd spent an entire Sunday lying in bed, watching cooking shows she'd never attempt. The apartment door clicked shut behind her, and she stepped into the hallway where the lights hummed their endless fluorescent song. The carpet was that industrial grey that showed every stain, and tonight it smelled like wet dog even though pets weren't allowed in the building. Someone had tracked water up from the entrance, leaving dark footprints that led past her door and disappeared around the corner. The stairwell door groaned when she pushed it open. The elevator had been broken for 3 weeks. The landlord kept saying Tuesday for sure, it'll be fixed Tuesday. And Maya had stopped believing in Tuesdays. She started down, her footsteps echoing in the concrete shaft, and with each step the temperature dropped. By the second-floor landing she could see her breath. By the first floor the cold had worked its way into her bones, making her shoulders hunch. The door to the basement was at the bottom, painted a peeling institutional green, and when she pulled it open, the smell hit her like a physical thing. Damp paper, rust, something warm and mechanical like blood mixed with motor oil. The fluorescent lights down here were older, their casings yellowed with decades of dust, and they made her skin look corpse pale, made the shadows in the corners seem darker than they should be. The laundry room was at the end of a short hallway, past the storage cages where tenants kept their forgotten furniture, and the boiler room that clanged and hissed at odd intervals. Maya walked slowly, her sneakers squeaking on the concrete, and tried not to look at the storage cages because something about them always made her think of prison cells, of being locked away with nothing but your worst belongings. The laundry room had 6 washers and 6 dryers, all of them ancient machines that shuddered and screamed when they hit the spin cycle. The floor was cracked linoleum, water-stained in patterns that looked almost deliberate, and the walls were painted cinder block that sweated condensation. But what Maya noticed first, what she always noticed, were the clocks. 2 of them hung on the far wall, both institutional round faces with black hands and white backgrounds. The one on the left read 11:47, the one on the right read 11:43. They'd been wrong for as long as Maya had lived here, 2 years now, always running behind but never agreeing on how far behind they were. She'd mentioned it to the superintendent once, a grey-haired man named Vernon who smelled like cigarettes and defeat, and he'd just shrugged and said, "Basement time's different. Nobody really knows what time it is down here anyway." She'd laughed it off then. Now, setting her basket on the folding table, she found herself staring at the clocks and feeling something crawl up her spine. They were both ticking, she could hear them, but the ticks didn't match. One was slightly faster than the other, and the offset rhythm made her teeth itch. Maya turned away and started sorting her clothes into the nearest washer, separating darks from lights even though she knew she'd end up washing them together anyway. The Fluorescent tubes overhead buzzed steadily, and somewhere in the building's guts pipes clanged as someone else flushed a toilet or ran a shower. Normal sounds. Ordinary sounds. She dumped in detergent, the blue liquid sloshing, and fed quarters into the machine until it grudgingly accepted her offering and rumbled to life. The water began to fill the drum, and Maya leaned against the folding table, pulling out her phone. No messages. She opened Instagram, scrolled past pictures of people she barely knew having better Friday nights, closed it. Opened it again 30 seconds later. The washer drummed into its first cycle, and the sound was almost soothing, almost enough to drown out the thoughts that had been circling her head all day. She should have gotten that report done earlier, should have spoken up in the meeting instead of sitting there like a coward, should have eaten something other than gas station coffee and a protein bar, should have called her mother back, should have been better, faster, more competent, more alive. The thoughts were so familiar they felt like grooves worn into her brain, a track she couldn't jump free of. Maya closed her eyes and counted backwards from 10, a technique her therapist had taught her before Maya stopped being able to afford therapy. 10, 9, 8, 7, and the lights flickered. Not a normal flicker, not the quick brownout of an overtaxed circuit. This was slower, a dimming that took 2 full seconds, turning the room grey and shadowed, and then a brightening that took just as long. The washer kept running, but in the dimness its drum sounded different, more hollow, like it was washing clothes in a much larger space. Maya's eyes snapped open. The lights were steady again, bright and buzzing, and everything looked normal. She laughed at herself, a short, sharp sound that echoed off the cinder block, and bent to check on the wash. The round glass door of the washer showed her clothes tumbling in soapy water, and, for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, she saw her own reflection in the glass. The reflection moved wrong. Maya froze, her hand still on the washer's metal frame. She stayed perfectly still, not breathing, and slowly straightened up. The reflection in the glass straightened up too, but there was a lag, a delay of maybe half a second, like watching a video with the audio slightly out of sync. She lifted her right hand. The reflection lifted its right hand a beat later. "Fuck," Maya whispered, and stepped back from the washer. The reflection stepped back. At the same time, this time, she was imagining it. Had to be. The lighting down here was terrible, and she was exhausted, and her brain was probably just misfiring. She rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands, pressed until she saw phosphonies, and when she opened them again, the washer glass showed only wet clothes churning through water. The lights dimmed again. Slow, steady, like something breathing, and in the dimness, Maya heard it. A second tick beneath the first. The 2 clocks on the wall were still going, their normal tick-tock rhythm marking out seconds that didn't quite agree, but underneath that sound was something else. A thinner tick, slightly slower, offset from the others like a third heartbeat in a room with only one person. Maya's skin prickled. She turned to look at the clocks, both hands reaching for something to hold on to, and saw that the one on the left now read 11:49, while the one on the right read 11:44. They were getting further apart. "Old building," Maya said out loud, her voice too loud in the small room. Old clocks. Old everything. Nothing weird about it. But the second tick continued, patient and thin, and the lights were still pulsing in that slow rhythm that made her think of breathing. The washer chugged into its spin cycle, water draining, drum beginning to rotate faster, and Maya realized her own breathing had started to match the lights, in when they dimmed, out when they brightened, in, out, in, out. She forced herself to breathe normally and crossed to the dryers, putting distance between herself and the washer, between herself and whatever the hell she thought she'd seen in its glass. The dryers were older than the washers, powder blue enamel with chrome trim, and they smelled like scorched lint and other people's fabric softener. Maya opened the nearest one and peered inside, seeing only the drum's interior, the metal ribs designed to tumble clothes dry. Behind her, something creaked. Not the washer, not the pipes. This was the sound of weight shifting, of old joints bending, of something that had been still deciding to move. Maya spun around, her heart suddenly hammering, and saw nothing. Just the laundry room, just the machines and the folding table and the clocks and the buzzing lights. But the air felt different now, thicker, warmer, even though she could still see her breath, like the room had filled with invisible humidity, the kind that made your clothes stick to your skin and your thoughts slow down. Maya wiped sweat from her forehead and was shocked to find her hand came away wet. She wasn't hot, she was cold. So why was she sweating? The washer buzzed, signalling the end of its cycle. Maya approached it carefully, watching the glass door for any sign of her delayed reflection, but it showed only what it should show: wet clothes, still, waiting to be moved. She pulled the door open, and the smell of detergent rolled out, clean and chemical. Normal. Everything was normal. She grabbed a handful of clothes and turned to the dryer, and that's when she saw it in the corner of her vision. A shape. Tall. Too tall for the low ceiling. Standing in the doorway that led to the boiler room. Maya's head whipped around, clothes dripping in her hands, but the doorway was empty. Just darkness beyond, and the distant sound of the boiler's rumbling heart. She stared at the darkness, and the darkness stared back, and for a long moment neither of them moved. "Hello?" Her voice cracked. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the tick-tick-tick of the clocks. All three of them now, the normal two and the thin one underneath, and the washer's drum settling into stillness, and somewhere deep in the building's bones that creaking sound again. Maya's hands shook as she shoved the wet clothes into the dryer. She wasn't going to run. She wasn't going to panic. She was a grown woman doing her fucking laundry, and if the basement was creepy, well, basements were supposed to be creepy. That was their entire job. Be creepy. Store forgotten things. Smell like mildew and regret. She fed quarters into the dryer, her fingers fumbling, dropping one that rolled across the floor and disappeared under a washer. Forget it. She'd lost enough quarters to this place over the years that one more didn't matter. The dryer rumbled to life, heat beginning to build, and Maya stepped back to the folding table, crossing her arms over her chest. The lights pulsed again. Dim, bright, dim, bright. Slower than before, more deliberate. And in the dimness, the shape in the doorway was there again. Maya saw it clearly this time, though her brain struggled to make sense of what she was seeing. It was tall, at least 7 feet, but hunched, folded, like it was trying to fit into a space designed for smaller things. The limbs were too long, arms that hung past where knees should be, and the body was narrow, so narrow it looked like it had been stretched on some terrible rack. The head was tilted at an angle that made Maya's neck hurt in sympathy, and though she couldn't make out a face in the darkness, she had the overwhelming sense that it was looking at her, studying her, counting something. When the lights brightened, the shape was gone. Just darkness. Just the boiler room's open mouth. Maya's breath came in short, sharp gasps. Her vision was starting to tunnel, black spots eating at the edges, and she recognized the signs of a panic attack. She'd had enough of them to know. She bent forward, hands on her knees, and tried to breathe slowly. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. The dryer tumbled. The clocks ticked, and underneath it all that third tick kept going, thin and patient as a spider's legs. When Maya straightened up, her vision had cleared, but the room looked different. Older. The linoleum showed cracks she hadn't noticed before, the kind of wear that took decades, not years. The paint on the cinder block walls was peeling in long strips, revealing layers underneath, cream, pale green, institutional grey, as if the room had been repainted over and over, each generation trying to cover up what had been there before, and the clocks were worse. The left one read 11:52, the right one read 11:41, 11 minutes apart now, when they'd only been 4 minutes apart when she came down. Time was breaking in the basement, fragmenting, like a mirror struck by a hammer, and Maya didn't know which reflection was real. She looked at her phone, 11:51, closer to the left clock. Or maybe the clocks were adjusting to her phone. Or maybe time was just a suggestion down here, something the basement offered but didn't enforce. "Okay," Maya said out loud, because hearing her own voice helped. "Okay, the dryer takes 45 minutes. I can wait 45 minutes. I've waited longer for dumber things." But even as she said it, she felt the minute stretch. Felt it become elastic, taffy-like, the seconds pulling apart like they were stuck in honey. She looked at her phone again. Still 11:51. She counted to 60 in her head, The old elementary school trick. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, all the way to 60 Mississippi. Looked at her phone again. 11:51. No, Maya whispered. No, that's not possible. The lights pulsed. The third tick continued, and from the boiler room came a sound that Maya's brain absolutely refused to process as anything other than breathing. Not the mechanical wheeze of forced air through ducts, not the expansion and contraction of heated metal. Actual breathing. In, out, matching the lights, matching the rhythm that Maya's own lungs were being pulled into. She tried to walk to the door, to leave, to fuck the laundry and fuck the deposit on the quarters and fuck everything. She was getting out of here. But her legs wouldn't move. Not paralysed, not frozen, just unwilling. Like they'd made a separate decision from her brain and decided that staying was better than going, even though every nerve in her body was screaming run, 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 run. Maya gripped the edge of the folding table, the metal biting into her palms, and forced herself to think. There was something here, obviously. Something wrong with the basement, wrong with the room, wrong with time itself. But she'd lived here for 2 years and done laundry dozens of times, and nothing like this had ever happened before. So what was different? What had changed? She ran through her day. Work had been normal. Shitty, but normal. She'd come home, avoided her responsibilities, felt bad about it, felt bad about feeling bad. The usual spiral, and then she'd come down here and... The reflection. The delayed reflection in the washer glass. Maya turned to look at the washer. The drum was still, empty now, its door hanging open like a mouth. Slowly, carefully, she approached it and looked at the glass. Her reflection looked back, and this time there was no delay. They moved together, synchronized. 2 versions of the same tired woman with the same dark circles under her eyes. But when Maya started to turn away, the reflection didn't. She froze, eyes locked on the glass, and watched as her reflection continued to stare forward. It smiled, a small, sad smile that Maya wasn't making with her own face, and then it mouthed words. Not enough time. Maya stumbled backward, hit the dryer, felt the heat of it against her spine. The reflection in the washer glass returned to normal, mirroring her shock, her terror, her confusion. But Maya had seen it, had seen her own face say something she hadn't said, warn her of something she didn't understand. The lights dimmed again, and this time they stayed dim longer. In the grey half-darkness, Maya saw the shape in the doorway more clearly. It had moved closer, no longer in the boiler room but in the laundry room itself, standing beside the furthest washer. The body was skeletal, she could see that now, bones visible through skin that looked like old parchment. The limbs were jointed wrong, bent at angles that didn't match human anatomy, and the hands... God, the hands were the worst. They were just fingers, no palms, just long articulated fingers that ended in points like the hands of a clock. The head tilted further, that awful angle, and Maya saw the face, or what passed for a face. It was a clock face, smooth and white, and circular, with no features except for the numbers arranged around the edge, and 2 hands slowly rotating in the centre, where eyes should be. The hands pointed to different times, one at 11:53, one at 11:40, and they moved independently, each keeping their own terrible count. When the lights brightened, the figure was gone again, but Maya could still feel it. Could feel it watching from somewhere close, counting the seconds of her life, measuring the time she'd wasted. "What do you want?" Maya's voice was barely a whisper. "What the fuck do you want from me?" The answer came not in words, but in sensation. Suddenly Maya was back in her apartment, back on Wednesday night, sitting on her bed with her phone in her hand, scrolling through her ex's Instagram. She could feel the exact quality of her self-loathing, the specific flavour of the poison she'd been drinking. There was Derek at a party, his arm around someone new, someone prettier, someone who probably didn't spend half her time in a dissociative fog. And Maya had studied every pixel of that photo, had zoomed in on the woman's face, had read through all 83 comments looking for clues about who she was and whether Derek loved her more than he'd ever loved Maya. 2 hours. She'd spent 2 hours doing that. 2 hours she could have used for anything else. Sleep, a walk, calling a friend, reading a book, literally anything. But instead she'd performed her own little autopsy on a relationship that was already 7 months dead, cutting into the same wounds over and over to see if they still bled. The memory released her, and Maya was back in the basement gasping. She understood now, or thought she did. This thing, Marrowclock, that's what Vernon had called it once when he'd been drinking, sitting on the front stoop and talking about the building's history. It fed on wasted time, on regret, on the specific kind of suffering that came from knowing you'd squandered your own life in small, unmemorable ways. "I'm sorry," Maya said, and she wasn't sure who she was apologizing to. The creature, herself, the universe. "I'm sorry I wasted it. I'm sorry I keep wasting it." The third tick grew louder. The dryer kept tumbling, but when Maya looked at it, she saw the same shirt pass by the door 3 times in a row. The same shirt in the exact same position, as if time was looping, repeating, the same 10 seconds playing over and over. She looked at her phone. 11:51. She looked at the clocks. Left. 11:54. Right. 11:39. She looked at her phone again. 11:51. "No," Maya said, louder now. "No, that's not. I need more." She stopped. The words had almost come out. I need more time. They'd been right there, ready to spill from her lips, and some instinct made her bite them back. Some memory of a conversation she'd half heard in the hallway. 2 of the older tenants talking about the basement, about the laundry room, about what you were supposed to do if you heard a second tick, beneath the first. Set down your basket, stop moving, and forgive yourself for the day. Maya's laundry basket sat empty on the folding table where she'd left it. She reached for it with shaking hands and then stopped. That wasn't the real basket, was it? The real one was full of clothes that were still in the dryer, still tumbling through the same 10 seconds forever. But there was a basket here, and maybe that was enough. Maybe it was the gesture that mattered. She picked it up, held it, and then, slowly, deliberately, she set it down on the floor. The light stopped pulsing. For just a moment everything went perfectly still. Even the third tick seemed to pause, holding its breath. Maya stood in the centre of the laundry room and tried to forgive herself. It was harder than it should have been. She'd spent so many years practicing the opposite, refining her self-punishment into an art form, that the forgiveness felt foreign, awkward, like trying to write with her non-dominant hand. I forgive myself for Wednesday night, she thought. For the Instagram stalking, for the spiral. I was lonely and hurting and I didn't know how else to cope. The third tick didn't stop, but it softened, became less insistent. I forgive myself for Thursday, for the phone organising, for not doing the dishes, for being paralysed instead of productive. The lights stabilised, still dim but no longer pulsing. The dryer's rhythm normalised, clothes tumbling in a continuous flow rather than a loop. I forgive myself for today, for the meeting, for the report, for being human and scared and imperfect. Maya's throat tightened. Tears burned at the corners of her eyes. Because the hardest part wasn't forgiving the specific failures. The hardest part was forgiving herself for being the kind of person who failed in the first place, for having a brain that sabotaged her, for not being naturally good at life the way some people seemed to be. She closed her eyes and kept going, because the third tick was still there, still waiting, still counting. I forgive myself for not being who I thought I'd be by now, for the career that didn't happen, for the relationship that failed, for being 32 and still feeling like I'm waiting for my real life to start. The air in the room shifted, warmed. The smell of damp paper and rust began to fade, replaced by something cleaner, the scent of detergent, of hot metal from the dryer. I forgive myself for being here, in this moment, terrified in a basement. I forgive myself for not having my shit together. I forgive myself for being exactly as broken and scared as I am. And then, because she couldn't help it, because it was the truest thing she knew, I forgive myself for wasting time. I forgive myself for not knowing how to stop. I forgive myself for being afraid that this is all I'll ever be. The third tick stopped. Maya opened her eyes. The lights were steady now, bright and buzzing in their normal way. The clocks on the wall read 11:56 and 11:54 only 2 minutes apart, and as she watched, the slower one jumped forward a minute, bringing them even closer to agreement. The dryer hummed through its normal cycle, and when Maya checked her phone, it read 11:57. Time had started moving again, properly, normally. She looked toward the boiler room doorway and saw nothing but darkness and distant pipes. No skeletal figure, no clock face watching her. Whatever had been there was gone, or at least had retreated, satisfied with her offering of self-forgiveness. Maya let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Her legs felt weak, and she sat down on the floor, back against the folding table, and just breathed for a while. The dryer tumbled. The clocks ticked. Only 2 ticks now, not 3. And slowly, minute by minute, the basement returned to being just a basement. When the dryer finally buzzed, signalling the end of its cycle, Maya almost laughed. She'd survived. She'd faced down whatever the hell Marrowclock was, and she'd survived. She pulled herself to her feet, opened the dryer and began folding her clothes. They were warm and clean and smelled like fabric softener, and the simple domestic normalcy of it all made her want to cry with relief. She was halfway through folding when she heard footsteps on the stairs. Maya tensed, but it was just another tenant, a young guy from the 2nd floor she'd seen around but never talked to. He nodded at her as he entered, carrying his own laundry basket, and headed for a washer on the far end of the room. "Clocks are weird tonight," he said conversationally, loading his clothes. "They're usually off, but not this off." Maya looked up. The left clock read 11:58. The right clock read 11:59, almost synchronized, almost normal. "Yeah," she said. "Weird." The guy shrugged and fed quarters into his machine. Maya finished folding, packed her clean clothes into her basket and headed for the door. She paused at the threshold and looked back. The guy was on his phone, oblivious, while his washer began to fill. The lights were steady. The clocks ticked normally. Everything was fine. But Maya knew better now. Knew that the basement was waiting. That Marrowclock was patient. That it would wait for the next person who came down here carrying the weight of their wasted hours, their spirals of regret, their desperate wish for time they could never get back. She climbed the stairs slowly, the basket heavy in her arms, and with each step up she felt the temperature rise. By the 1st floor she could no longer see her breath. By the 2nd floor the hallway lights seemed warm and welcoming. By the 3rd floor she was almost convinced she'd imagined the whole thing. But when she reached her apartment and set the basket down, when she checked her phone one last time before bed, she saw that it was 12:03 a.m. She'd been in the basement for over 30 minutes. The dryer cycle was 45 minutes, and yet somehow, impossibly, her clothes were done, and she was back in her apartment. Time in the basement really was different. Vernon had been right. Maya brushed her teeth, changed into pyjamas and crawled into bed. She pulled up Instagram on her phone, saw a notification that Derek had posted something new, and her finger hovered over it. 2 months ago she would have clicked. 2 weeks ago she would have clicked. 2 days ago she would have clicked. Tonight she deleted the app. It wasn't much. It wasn't a cure for everything that was broken in her life, but it was something. A small choice. A tiny act of mercy toward her future self. Maya set her phone on the nightstand, turned off the light, and closed her eyes. Sleep came easier than it had in weeks, pulling her down into darkness that felt safe instead of suffocating. And for the first time in months she didn't wake at 3 a.m. to spiral. But deep in the basement, where the clocks kept their imperfect time and the boiler breathed its mechanical breath, Marrowclock folded itself back into the space between the pipes and waited. It had fed well tonight. Not on Maya's time, but on her recognition of what she'd lost. On her understanding that she couldn't get it back. That was a different kind of nourishment, rarer and sweeter. The taste of someone choosing to stop bleeding. The creature's clock face head tilted, hands spinning to new positions, and it settled into wait. The building was old and full of people, and people, Marrowclock knew, were endlessly generous with their regrets. Someone would come eventually. Someone always did. Someone who would whisper those magic words, "I need more time," and then Marrowclock would give them exactly what they asked for. Forever. 3 weeks passed before Maya did laundry again. She let the basket pile up, wearing the same 3 outfits on rotation, buying emergency underwear from the drugstore, anything to avoid going back to the basement. But eventually she ran out of options and excuses, and on a Tuesday night she found herself standing outside the basement door with her overstuffed basket and a heart that wouldn't stop racing. The hallway lights buzzed their familiar buzz. The door groaned its familiar groan, and when Maya descended the stairs, Each step felt like walking backward through her own timeline, back to that Friday night when time had broken and she'd almost broken with it. The basement was quiet, empty. The fluorescent lights cast their sickly glow over everything, and the smell was the same: damp paper, rust, machine heat. Maya walked slowly to the laundry room, her sneakers squeaking on concrete, and tried not to look at the storage cages or the boiler room door. The clocks on the wall read 9:17 and 9:15, only 2 minutes apart. Normal, or as normal as they ever got. Maya loaded her clothes into a washer, sorted them properly this time, darks with darks, lights with lights. She added detergent, fed in quarters, and started the cycle. The machine rumbled to life, and she stood watching it for a moment, studying the glass door for any sign of her reflection moving wrong. Nothing. Just clothes tumbling through water. Just a normal wash cycle. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through Twitter, avoiding the trending topics that she knew would only make her angry, sticking to the art accounts and the weird science facts and the videos of dogs doing stupid things. Harmless content. Safe content. The kind of thing that wouldn't stick to her ribs and fester. The washer cycled through its rhythm, the light stayed steady, and Maya began to relax, began to think that maybe the whole thing had been a one-time occurrence, a glitch in reality that had closed up behind her like water. Then the lights flickered. Not a slow pulse, a quick brownout, there and gone in a fraction of a second. Maya's head snapped up. The clocks on the wall still read 9:17 and 9:15. Her phone said 9:18. Everything was fine, but Maya's skin prickled anyway. She turned, slowly scanning the room, and saw nothing unusual. Just washers and dryers and the folding table and the cracked linoleum floor. The boiler room doorway was dark and quiet. "You're being paranoid," she muttered to herself. "It's just a basement. Basements flicker. That's what they do." The lights flickered again, longer this time. In the moment of darkness, Maya heard breathing that wasn't her own. She backed toward the washer, her shoulders hitting the machine, and the metal was cold even through her shirt. The lights came back on, steady and bright, but Maya couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the room with her, watching, waiting. "I did what you wanted," she said to the empty air. "I forgave myself, I let go. What else do you want?" The answer came not in words, but in memory. Suddenly Maya was back in her apartment, back on Sunday afternoon, back in bed with her laptop open to a YouTube video about a cooking technique she'd never use. She'd spent 4 hours there. 4 hours watching other people cook, other people live, other people do the things she told herself she'd do someday but never actually did. And when the videos ended, she'd felt that familiar spike of self-loathing. Had looked at the clock and thought, "I just wasted my entire Sunday. I'm useless. I'm pathetic. I need to get my life together." The memory released her. Maya slumped against the washer, understanding flooding through her. It wasn't enough to forgive yourself once. The beast fed on patterns, on habits, on the deep grooves of self-punishment that you carved into yourself over years and years. You had to keep forgiving, had to make it a practice, not a one-time event. "Okay," Maya said quietly. "Okay, I get it." She closed her eyes and worked through the familiar exercise. "I forgive myself for Sunday, for the YouTube spiral, for choosing distraction over action. I was tired and overwhelmed and I needed the escape. The breathing sound faded slightly. I forgive myself for Monday, for snapping at my coworker, for eating lunch at my desk instead of taking a break, for all the small ways I made myself smaller." The light stopped flickering. I forgive myself for being here again, scared again, still not fixed, still working on it. When Maya opened her eyes, the room felt lighter, the air less thick. She checked the clocks, 9:19 and 9:18, getting closer, and her phone agreed, showing 9:20. Time was behaving. The washer buzzed. Maya transferred her clothes to the dryer, fed in quarters, and started it up. While it ran, she sat on the folding table and thought about the creature in the pipes, about what it meant that a building could have a parasite like that, something that fed on human suffering in such a specific way. Maybe every building had one. Maybe every place where people lived and hurt and made mistakes developed its own particular haunting. Maybe Marrowclock was just this building's version, the ghost of all the wasted hours that had accumulated, over decades, compressed into something hungry and real. Or maybe Maya was losing her mind. That was also possible. The dryer tumbled. The minutes passed. And when the cycle ended, Maya folded her clothes carefully, taking her time, refusing to rush. She packed everything into her basket, looked once more at the clocks, 9:52 and 9:51 almost in sync, and headed for the stairs. She made it 3 steps before she heard it. A voice, thin and distant, coming from the boiler room. "Help me." Maya froze. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to get the fuck out, to never come back. But the voice was so small, so lost, and it sounded young. It sounded scared. "Help me, please. I don't know how long I've been here." "Shit," Maya whispered. "Shit, shit, shit." She set her basket down and walked toward the boiler room doorway, every muscle in her body tensed for flight. The darkness beyond the doorway seemed absolute, swallowing the fluorescent light, and the air that breathed out from it was warm and smelled like copper. "Where are you?" Maya called into the darkness. "I don't know. I can't see. It's so dark and the clocks keep ticking and I just need more time. I just need—" "Don't say that," Maya's shout echoed off concrete. "Don't say you need more time. That's what it wants you to say." Silence from the darkness, then smaller. "What?" "The thing in here. Marrowclock. It feeds on wasted time and regret, and if you tell it you need more time, it traps you. You have to forgive yourself instead. You have to let go." "I can't," the voice said, and now Maya could hear the tears in it. "I can't forgive what I did. I wasted everything. I had so many chances and I threw them all away, and now I'm stuck here and I can't get out and I just need another chance. I just need—" "Stop," Maya said firmly. She took a step into the darkness, felt it close around her like cold water, and fought the urge to retreat. "Listen to me. What's your name?" "Thomas." A pause. "Tom. People called me Tom." "Okay, Tom, I'm Maya, and I need you to listen to me very carefully. You're in a time loop. The basement has you, and it's going to keep you forever unless you forgive yourself. I know it's hard. I know it feels impossible, but it's the only way out." "How do you know?" "Because it almost got me too, 3 weeks ago, and I only escaped by forgiving myself for all the time I'd wasted." Maya's eyes were adjusting to the darkness now, and she could see vague shapes, pipes, the hulking form of the boiler, and something else, something hunched in the corner, a shape that might have been human once but had been folded and compressed into something wrong. "Tom?" Maya's voice shook. "Can you see me?" "No, I can't see anything. It's been dark for so long. How long have I been here?" "I don't know. When did you come down?" "Friday night. I was doing laundry. Friday night around 11, and then the lights started flickering and I heard this ticking sound and I thought if I had more time I could fix everything, all my mistakes, and I said it out loud and then—" "How long ago was Friday?" "Last week, maybe. I don't know. Time doesn't work right down here. The clocks all say different things. What day is it now?" Maya's stomach turned twice. "It's Tuesday. Tuesday night." "This Tuesday? Like the Tuesday after last Friday?" "No, Tom. It's 3 weeks later. You've been down here for 3 weeks. The shape in the corner made a sound that was half sob, half laugh, completely broken. 3 weeks. Jesus Christ. My job, my apartment, my girlfriend must think I'm dead. "You need to forgive yourself," Maya said urgently. "Right now. Whatever you think you wasted, whatever mistakes you made, you have to let them go. It's the only way out." "I can't. You don't understand what I did. I had a scholarship, full ride to NYU. I was going to study engineering and I stopped going to class. I played video games instead. I let the whole thing fall apart because I couldn't handle the pressure, and my parents spent their whole lives working shit jobs so I could have that chance, and I threw it away. I threw it all away." The shape shifted, and Maya realized with horror that it was changing, growing longer, more angular. The bones were showing through the skin now, the flesh becoming transparent, and the head was beginning to flatten, to round out, to take on the smooth white surface of a clock face. "Tom, you're changing. You're becoming like it. You have to forgive yourself now." "How?" The voice was thinner now, more hollow. "How do I forgive something like that?" Maya thought of her own wastes, her own spirals, her own years of self-punishment. How many hours had she lost to Instagram stalking? How many days to lying in bed, paralysed by her own inadequacy? How many months to hating herself for not being better? "You start small," she said. "You forgive one thing, just one, the smallest thing you can manage, And then you forgive another and another. You don't have to forgive everything at once, you just have to start. What should I start with? I don't know. What feels smallest? A long pause. The shape in the corner was still changing, clock hands beginning to emerge from the head, fingers elongating into points. Time was running out. I forgive myself for sleeping through my alarm on October 3rd, Tom said finally. It was just one class. I could have caught up. It wasn't the end of the world. The transformation slowed. Didn't stop, but slowed. Good, Maya said. What else? I forgive myself for not telling my roommate I was struggling. He would have understood. He would have helped. The bones stopped showing through. The skin began to thicken again. Keep going. I forgive myself for being afraid, for not knowing how to ask for help, for thinking I had to be perfect or I was worthless. The shape was becoming more human now, contracting, folding back into something closer to its original form. I forgive myself for disappointing my parents. They love me. They would have forgiven me, I just never gave them the chance. Tom was crying now. Maya could hear it, great heaving sobs that echoed off the pipes. But he kept going, working through his litany of forgiveness, releasing himself from years of self-imposed imprisonment. I forgive myself for the scholarship. I forgive myself for the wasted potential. I forgive myself for being young and scared and not having all the answers. And then softer. I forgive myself for ending up here, for saying those words, for falling into the trap. The darkness in the boiler room began to lift, not all at once but gradually, like dawn coming up in slow motion. Maya could see more clearly now. The pipes, the boiler's bulk, and Tom sitting with his back against the wall, knees drawn up to his chest, looking gaunt and hollow-eyed, but undeniably human. He looked up at Maya and his eyes were wet with tears. Is it over? I don't know. Can you move? Tom pushed himself to his feet, stumbling. Maya reached out to steady him, and his hand was ice-cold in hers. He leaned heavily on her as they made their way out of the boiler room, back into the laundry room where the fluorescent lights seemed almost welcoming by comparison. The clocks on the wall read 10:03 and 10:02. Tom stared at them, then at his watch, which had stopped at 11:47. I lost 3 weeks, he said numbly. 3 fucking weeks. But you got out, Maya said. That's what matters. Did anyone else not get out? Maya thought of the shape she'd seen that first night. The skeletal figure with the clock face. The thing that had hunted her through the basement's twisted time. Had that been a person once? How many people had Marrowclock claimed over the years? I don't know, she said honestly. Maybe. Tom looked like he wanted to say something else, but he just shook his head and headed for the stairs. Maya watched him go, climbing slowly, one hand on the railing for support, and then she picked up her own laundry basket and followed. She didn't do laundry in the basement after that. Started going to the laundromat 3 blocks away instead, even though it was more expensive and meant hauling her basket through the city streets. She told herself it was more convenient, that the machines were better, that she liked the change of scenery. But really, she just couldn't face the basement again, couldn't risk another encounter with Marrowclock, couldn't trust herself to forgive fast enough if the creature came for her again. She saw Tom once more, about a month later, in the hallway. He looked better, had gained back some weight, though his eyes still had a haunted quality. They nodded at each other but didn't speak. What was there to say? They'd survived something together, something that most people wouldn't believe, and that shared experience sat between them like a wall. Maya kept working on the forgiveness thing, not just when she was scared, not just when the pressure was on, but daily. A practice. Every night before bed, she'd run through the day's regrets and release them one by one. Some days it felt genuine. Some days it felt like going through the motions. But she kept doing it anyway because the alternative was going back to who she'd been before. And that woman, that version of Maya who'd spent 2 hours stalking her ex on Instagram, who'd lost days to spirals of self-loathing, who'd bled her life away in tiny cuts of wasted time. Maya didn't want to be her anymore. It was hard. Some days were harder than others. Some days she still lost hours to distraction, still felt the old familiar weight of self-punishment settling over her shoulders like a coat. But she was trying, and trying was enough. It had to be. 6 months after her encounter with Marrowclock, Maya moved to a different apartment. Not because of the basement, she told herself. Just because the new place was nicer, closer to work, had better. Light. All true things. Also true. The new building's laundry room was on the first floor, bright and clean, with windows that looked out onto the street, and the clocks on the wall were digital, synchronized to an atomic signal somewhere, never deviating by even a second. On her last night in the old building, Maya stood at her window and looked down at the street. It was raining again, the same patient drumming that had been there the night she'd first gone down to do laundry and found out what lived in the basement. She thought about Tom, about whether he'd moved out too, about whether anyone else would fall into Marrowclock's trap. She thought about all the people in all the buildings in all the cities who wasted their hours and hated themselves for it and wished desperately for more time. And she thought about the creature in the basement, patient and eternal, waiting for someone to whisper those magic words, waiting to give them exactly what they asked for. Maya pulled the curtains closed and finished packing. Tomorrow she'd be somewhere new, somewhere safer, somewhere where time moved normally and the clocks agreed on what now meant. But deep in the old building's bones, in the basement where the pipes breathed and the fluorescent lights hummed their eternal song, Marrowclock folded itself back into the spaces between things and settled in to wait. Someone would come, someone always did. And when they whispered, "I need more time," Marrowclock would be ready. The clocks ticked on, never quite agreeing, marking out hours that no one could get back. The basement breathed, the building settled, and somewhere in the darkness, something smiled, with a face made of clock hands, and waited for the next person who couldn't forgive themselves. The rain kept falling, the night wore on, and in apartments all over the building people lay in bed and thought about their wasted days, their lost chances, their squandered hours. Some of them forgave themselves, some didn't. And in the basement the clocks kept perfect time in their own imperfect way, counting down to the moment when someone else would descend those stairs with a basket full of laundry and a head full of regrets. Marrowclock was patient. It had all the time in the world. It had stolen enough of it to last forever. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down like fists against the row house, each gust driving water sideways into the narrow brick facade that Mara had called home for 8 months. The gutters had given up hours ago, overwhelmed, spilling their contents in thick sheets that obscured the streetlights and turned the pavement into a churning black mirror. Inside, the walls seemed to breathe with the storm, swelling, contracting, releasing small groans as the old structure settled and resettled under the weight of water and wind. Mara lay in bed, eyes open, watching the ceiling. Sleep had become impossible around midnight when the temperature dropped and the storm intensified. Now it was past 3, and she found herself cataloguing sounds, the tick of cooling pipes, the rattle of window frames, the particular creak of the floorboards in the hallway when the house shifted. She'd been packing for 2 weeks, preparing to leave the city, leave the job, leave the apartment where she'd spent too many nights alone, with thoughts that circled like vultures. Cardboard boxes lined the walls of her bedroom, half filled with clothes and books and kitchen items, each one labelled in her careful handwriting. Some boxes remained empty, waiting for the things she hadn't decided about yet, the photographs, the letters, the small objects that carried weight beyond their physical presence. The scratching started so quietly that at first Mara thought it was part of the rain's percussion against the roof. But it had a different quality, deliberate, focused, rhythmic. Not the frantic scrabbling of a trapped animal, or the random skitter of a mouse. This was organised, purposeful. It moved in short bursts above her bedroom ceiling, paused for exactly 3 seconds, then continued in a slightly different location. Mara sat up slowly, reaching for her phone on the nightstand. The screen's glow made the room feel smaller, more contained. She aimed the light toward the ceiling, watching the beam play across the water-stained plaster. The scratching stopped, not gradually, not fading away. It simply ceased the moment the light touched the ceiling, as if whatever made the sound had suddenly become aware of her attention. Mara held the phone steady, barely breathing, waiting. The silence stretched out, filled only by the storm's muffled roar outside. She counted to 30, then lowered the phone. The scratching resumed immediately. This time it was directly above her bed, and the pattern was unmistakable. 3 quick scratches, pause, 2 scratches, pause, 3 more. Mara's skin prickled. She threw off the blanket and stood, keeping the phone pointed at the ceiling. Again, instant silence. She moved the light away. The scratching returned, now moving toward the hallway. "Fuck this," Mara whispered, but her voice came out thin and uncertain. She'd avoided the attic since moving in. The landlord had mentioned it once. Storage space if you need it, but the hatch is a pain and there's nothing up there but dust, and Mara had nodded, not caring, not planning to stay long enough to need extra storage. But now the scratching was leading her there, moving along the hallway ceiling toward the spare bedroom where the attic access hatch sat in the closet ceiling like a dark mouth. Mara pulled on sweatpants and a hoodie, her hands shaking slightly. She told herself this was rational behaviour, investigating a noise, checking for roof damage, being a responsible tenant. But her body knew better. Her body was screaming at her to get back in bed, pull the covers over her head, pretend the scratching was just old house sounds amplified by the storm and her own sleeplessness. The hallway felt longer than usual, narrower. The scratching continued ahead of her, always just beyond where her phone light reached, drawing her forward. When she reached the spare bedroom, she paused in the doorway. This room had become a dumping ground for the things she didn't know what to do with. Boxes, marked maybe, trash bags full of clothes she'd been meaning to donate, the small desk where she used to write letters she never sent. The closet door stood ajar. Mara didn't remember leaving it open. She crossed the room, each step deliberate, and pulled the closet door wider. Inside, winter coats she never wore hung like witnesses. Above them, the attic hatch was a rectangle of darkness set into the ceiling. The scratching had stopped again, but this time Mara knew it wasn't because of the light. It was waiting. "This is stupid," she said aloud, trying to convince herself. "It's a fucking mouse, or rain getting in, or the house settling." But she reached up anyway, fingers finding the small metal ring recessed into the hatch. It took 3 hard pulls before the hatch broke free with a sound like tearing paper. The folding ladder descended in sections, creaking at each joint, until the bottom rung rested on the closet floor. Warm air drifted down, carrying the smell of wet dust and old wood and something else. Something organic and faintly rotten, like feathers left too long in water. Mara pointed her phone up into the darkness. The beam revealed rough wooden rafters, pink insulation between the joists, and the underside of the roof where water had left dark stains. Nothing moved, nothing made sound, but the smell grew stronger, and with it came a pressure against her eardrums, like the attic was its own weather system, with a different barometric reading than the rest of the house. She climbed. Each rung protested under her weight, and she had the irrational thought that the ladder might collapse and leave her stranded, unable to reach either up or down. But she kept going, pulling herself through the hatch opening into the attic proper. The space was larger than she had expected, running the full length of the row house. The ceiling sloped down sharply on both sides where the roof met the floor joists, creating a peaked chamber maybe 6 feet high at the centre. Mara stood slowly, holding her phone like a weapon, sweeping the light across the space. The first nest sat on a crossbeam about 10 feet away. It was too large for a sparrow's nest, maybe twice the size it should have been, constructed with the usual twigs and dried grass, but lined with things that made Mara's breath catch. She moved closer, phone light steady, until she could see clearly. Torn pieces of paper, some with writing on them, a strip of red fabric, what looked like a shoelace, a bottle cap. And there, pressed into the nest's interior wall, a photograph corner, just the corner, torn away from the rest of the image, but Mara recognised it. Recognised the angle, the colour saturation, the specific grain of the photo paper. She'd taken that picture 3 years ago. She'd torn it up 2 years ago. She'd thrown the pieces away 18 months ago. "No," Mara said, but the word came out strangled. She moved the phone light to the right and found another nest, then another. They were arranged along the rafters and crossbeams with an almost architectural precision, each one spaced exactly the same distance from its neighbours, creating a pattern that suggested intent rather than instinct. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. The phone light couldn't reach far enough to count them all, but everywhere she looked, more nests materialised out of the darkness, and each one was lined with pieces of her life. Mara's legs felt weak. She took a step forward, drawn by horrible fascination, and nearly tripped over a thick rafter. She caught herself, barely, and in the moment of imbalance saw something that made her stomach drop. On a wide shelf formed by 2 parallel beams, 7 nests sat in a perfect row, and in front of them, arranged like evidence before a judge, were objects she recognised with visceral certainty. A ticket stub from a concert she'd attended with her ex-girlfriend Sarah, the night before everything fell apart. A keychain from her first apartment, the one she'd shared with Marco, the one she'd left in the middle of the night without explanation. A name tag from her job at the call centre, the one where she'd been written up for crying in the bathroom during her shift. A strip of paper torn from a greeting card, the words, "I'm sorry, I," visible in her own handwriting, the rest ripped away. A single earring, silver and star-shaped, that had belonged to her mother. Mara's hands were shaking so badly now that the phone light jerked and danced across the attic. She forced herself to breathe, to think, to process what she was seeing. These weren't just random scraps, they were specific, they were chronological, and they were impossible. She'd thrown these things away at different times in different places, some in trash cans on street corners, some in dumpsters behind her old apartments, some burned in a fit of self-destructive rage on a beach bonfire. There was no way, no physical way, they could all be here, arranged like a museum, exhibit of her failures and regrets. Movement caught her eye, small, quick, at the edge of the light's reach. Mara jerked the phone upward and found them. Birds, dozens of them. Small sparrows perched along the rafters and draped electrical wiring, their bodies puffed against the attic's damp cold, their eyes catching the light like small black beads. They didn't move, didn't chirp, didn't even seem to breathe. They just watched her with that terrible stillness that birds sometimes have, that prehistoric quality that reminds you they're descended from monsters. "Jesus Christ," Mara whispered. The sound of her voice should have startled them, should have sent them fluttering against the rafters, squeaking and flapping. But they remained motionless, and in their stillness Mara heard something worse than noise. Absolute silence. The storm outside had become distant, muffled, as if the attic existed in a different acoustic space than the rest of the world. Even her own breathing sounded strange, too loud and too quiet at once. She took a step backward toward the hatch, but her foot caught on insulation and she stumbled. The phone flew from her hand, hit a rafter, and the impact killed the light. Darkness swallowed everything. Mara froze, hands extended in front of her, heart hammering against her ribs. She could hear herself now, gasping, whimpering slightly, every breath sharp with panic. She needed the light, needed to see, needed to orient herself back toward the hatch and get the fuck out of this space that smelled increasingly like rot and wet feathers and something else. Something underneath it all that reminded her of old libraries and funeral flowers. Her fingers found the phone. She grabbed it, pressed the power button, prayed it wasn't broken. The screen flickered, went dark, flickered again, then blazed to life. Mara pointed it upward immediately, expecting to find the sparrows closer, surrounding her, pecking at her face and eyes like something from Hitchcock. But they hadn't moved, still perched, still watching, still silent. Except now Mara could see what they were watching. The nests had rearranged themselves, or she'd gotten turned around in the dark, or something else had happened that her mind couldn't quite process. Because the nests were closer now, forming a tighter circle around the small clear space where she stood, and the objects arranged before each nest had multiplied, or become more visible, or had always been there and she'd somehow failed to notice. A torn photograph of her father, the image scissored into pieces but reassembled here like a crude jigsaw puzzle. A page from her journal, dated 4 months ago, the entry where she'd written about wanting to disappear. A strip of gauze with dried blood on it, from the time she'd cut her hand accidentally with a kitchen knife. A receipt from the pharmacy for the prescription she'd filled but never taken, the pill still sitting in her medicine cabinet. Mara's vision blurred. She was crying, she realised distantly, tears running hot down her cold cheeks, because she understood now, understood with terrible clarity what she was seeing. These weren't random scraps. They were evidence. They were the physical record of every moment she'd tried to forget, tried to bury, tried to convince herself didn't matter. The birds, or whatever presence commanded them, had collected every scrap of regret she'd tried to discard, every piece of shame she had attempted to throw away, and preserved them here in this dark gallery above her bed. I didn't mean to keep them, Mara said, her voice breaking. I threw them away. I let them go. But even as she spoke, she knew it was a lie. You couldn't throw away what you'd never truly released. You couldn't discard what you still carried in your chest, in your thoughts, in the endless midnight rehearsals of conversations you'd never had, and apologies you'd never made. The sparrows shifted, just slightly, just enough, to make their feathers rustle with a sound like paper being shuffled. Mara's skin crawled. She moved the phone light slowly across their ranks, and as the beam passed over each bird, its head tilted in perfect synchronization, tracking her movement with mechanical precision. And then she felt it. Not a touch, not a sound, not even a presence in the conventional sense, but a weight in the air between the rafters, a thickness that pressed against her skin and made the dust smell wet and sharp. It was like being watched by something massive from just beyond the edge of perception, not behind her, not in front of her, but somehow adjacent to physical space, existing in the gaps between solid things. Mara knew its name without being told. The knowledge rose in her mind fully formed, like something she'd always known but had chosen not to remember. Sparrowhush, the witness, the librarian of regret, the presence that taught birds what to gather and what to listen for. What do you want? Mara asked, and her voice came out smaller than she'd intended, almost childlike. The sparrows leaned forward. It was a subtle movement, barely noticeable, but performed in perfect unison by every single bird. They leaned forward on their perches, bodies tensing, eyes bright with anticipation, waiting, listening, hungry for something Mara hadn't yet given them. And then she remembered the legend, the story her grandmother had told her once years ago, about attic birds and borrowed words, about how some creatures fed not on flesh but on spoken regret, because spoken regret could be repeated, could be mimicked, could be preserved and played back through the vents and walls during storms, creating an endless echo of self-recrimination. Mara's hand went to her mouth, covering it instinctively. The sentence was right there, sitting on her tongue like something physical. I never meant to hurt anyone. The 3 words that defined her relationship with her own past. The phrase she'd said 1,000 times in her head, rehearsed in imaginary conversations, typed and deleted in emails and texts she'd never sent. But if she said it now, if she gave voice to that sentence in this place, before these witnesses, it would become theirs. The sparrows would learn it, would carry it, would whisper it through the walls and vents of her home every time it rained, until she couldn't escape the sound of her own regret spoken back to her in 100 tiny voices. "Fuck you," Mara said instead, the words hard and sharp. "I'm not giving you that." The sparrows didn't react, didn't move. But the pressure in the air intensified, and Mara felt Sparrowhush draw closer, not in distance but in attention, focusing on her with the weight of something ancient and patient and utterly without mercy. The nests seemed to pulse in her peripheral vision. Mara forced herself to look directly at them, to catalogue what she saw, to ground herself in the specific reality of this nightmare. Each nest was different in its construction, some made primarily of twigs, others of grass, a few that looked disturbingly like they'd been woven from human hair, but all shared the same quality of careful curation. They weren't just collections, they were exhibits, each one built around a central artifact, with supporting pieces arranged to tell a story. The nest closest to Mara held the torn pieces of a letter she'd written to Sarah 3 years ago, after the breakup, after the silence had stretched from days to weeks to months. She'd written it longhand on good paper at 3 in the morning while drunk on red wine and loneliness. The letter had been 8 pages long, single-spaced, an outpouring of apology and explanation and desperate bargaining. She'd sealed it in an envelope, addressed it, carried it to the mailbox on the corner, and then, at the last second, had torn it into pieces and stuffed them into the trash can bolted to the pole. Here were those pieces, reassembled but not repaired. The tears still visible, arranged in the nest so the words were mostly readable. "I know I hurt you, and I know sorry isn't enough, but I need you to understand that I was broken already, and I didn't know how to tell you that breaking things was the only way I knew how to feel anything, and I'm so sorry." Mara looked away, nausea rising in her throat. She couldn't read more, couldn't face the desperate pleading of her past self, the raw wound of that moment made physical and permanent. But everywhere she looked, there were more moments, more wounds, more failures. A nest built around Marco's copy of her apartment key, the one she'd left on his kitchen table the night she moved out while he was at work, too cowardly to face him, leaving only a 3-sentence note that explained nothing. A nest containing scraps of the birthday card her mother had given her 6 months before, dying, the one Mara had thrown away during a fight because the cheerful message felt like an accusation when her mother's cancer was already stealing her piece by piece. A nest woven through with threads from the shirt Mara had been wearing the night she'd slept with her best friend's boyfriend. The shirt she'd burned in the kitchen sink at 4 a.m, watching the smoke curl up and dissipate without taking her guilt with it. The attic was a courtroom. The nests were evidence. The sparrows were jury. And Sparrow Hush, that vast, patient presence pressing against the boundaries of the physical, was the judge waiting for her to condemn herself with her own testimony. "I don't owe you anything," Mara said, but her voice shook. "These are my mistakes, my regrets, mine. You don't get to keep them." The sparrows tilted their heads again, all in unison, and this time Mara heard something beneath the silence, a faint rustling that might have been feathers or might have been whispers, words forming in the spaces between breaths, not quite audible but present enough to make her skin crawl. She needed to get out, needed to climb back down that ladder and seal the hatch and pretend this hadn't happened. But even as the thought formed, Mara knew she couldn't do it. Couldn't leave all of this here, couldn't go back to her bed knowing that directly above her, separated by a thin layer of plaster and wood, was this gallery of shame. This museum of everything she'd tried to forget. The rule came to her then, rising from the same place the name Sparrow Hush had come from. Some deep reservoir of knowledge that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. If you found your own belongings in a nest, you could take only one item back. Only one. And in taking it, you had to silently forgive what it represented. Not excuse, not justify, but release. Let go of the endless internal replay, the constant rehearsal of how things could have been different, should have been different, would have been different if only you'd been better, smarter, kinder, stronger. Silent forgiveness. No. Words. No spoken regret. Because the moment you voiced the apology, the moment you said, "I never meant to," the sparrows would learn those words and make them their song. Mara approached the nearest nest slowly, phone light steady in her trembling hand. This one held a photograph, not torn, surprisingly intact, of her and Sarah at the beach. They were laughing, wind blown, Sarah's arm around Mara's shoulder, both of them squinting into the sun. It had been a good day, one of the last good days before Mara's depression had fully settled over her like a weighted blanket, smothering her ability to be present, to be genuine, to be the person Sarah deserved. Mara had deleted this photo from her phone, had removed the physical print from her bulletin board, had convinced herself it was better to erase the evidence of what she'd lost than to keep being reminded of it. But here it was, preserved, waiting. She reached toward it, fingers extending. The sparrows watched. The pressure in the air intensified. Mara's hand hovered over the photograph, and she could feel Sparrow Hush's attention like a physical thing, like being examined under a microscope, every thought and feeling exposed and categorized. "Not this one," Mara whispered. She pulled her hand back. The sparrows shifted restlessly, feathers rustling, but Mara moved to the next nest. This one held the name tag from the call centre, pinned to the nest's side like a butterfly in a collection. Below it, arranged carefully, were crumpled tissues from the bathroom where she'd hidden during breaks, crying because a customer had yelled at her and she'd felt like she was suffocating behind the script she had to read, the cheerful persona she had to project while her real self dissolved into nothing. Mara's throat tightened. She'd been so lost during that time, so deeply, profoundly lost. Working a job that hollowed her out 8 hours a day, going home to an empty apartment, eating frozen dinners alone, wondering if this was all there was, if this was what adult life meant, this slow erosion of hope and possibility, until you were just going through motions, waiting for nothing. "Not this one either," she said. She moved through the attic slowly, examining each nest, each artifact, each frozen moment of failure and shame. The sparrows tracked her progress, their stillness becoming strained, expectant. Mara could feel them waiting for her to choose, to take something, and make herself vulnerable in the taking. But every item felt too heavy. Every object carried too much weight. The earring that had been her mother's. How could she forgive herself for the fight? For the things she'd said, for the time she'd wasted being angry at someone who was already dying? The receipt for the prescription she'd never taken. How could she forgive the cowardice, the way she'd flirted with self-destruction, but never committed, too afraid to fully break, but too broken to fully heal? Mara stopped in front of a nest she almost hadn't noticed, tucked in a corner where two rafters met. It was smaller than the others, almost delicate, woven from fine twigs and what looked like dried grass. Nestled in its centre was a single item, a small rubber bracelet, the kind hospitals give you when you're admitted. It was pink, faded, with Mara Dennings printed in smudged black letters. Room number, date, attending physician. She'd been 23, just graduated college, just started her first real job, just begun what she thought was going to be her real life. And then one night the darkness had opened up inside her like a trapdoor, and she'd fallen through it, ended up in the ER at 3 a.m, telling a tired nurse that she didn't know if she wanted to be alive anymore. They'd kept her for 72 hours. Observation, evaluation. She'd lied her way through it. Yes, she had support systems. Yes, she had plans for the future. Yes, she understood the importance of following up with outpatient treatment. They'd given her referrals and sent her home. She'd thrown the bracelet away in the hospital parking lot, stuffing it into a trash can before getting in her car, as if destroying the evidence would erase what had happened. But here it was, preserved in a nest like a relic. Mara stared at it for a long time. The sparrows were so still now they might have been carved from wood. The pressure of Sparrowhush's attention was enormous, crushing, making each breath feel like work. But underneath the fear, underneath the shame, Mara felt something else stirring. Something that felt almost like clarity. She hadn't wanted to die, exactly. She just wanted to stop hurting. And in that moment in the hospital, scared and alone and so tired she could barely think, she'd made a choice. Not a good choice, maybe, not a brave choice, but a choice nonetheless. She'd chosen to lie, to pretend, to fake being okay long enough to get free, because staying in that place felt like giving up entirely. And then, she'd spent the next 5 years punishing herself for it. For lying, for not getting better, for not being strong enough to ask for help, for all the ways she'd continued to be broken and struggling and lost. Mara reached into the nest. Her fingers closed around the bracelet. It felt lighter than she expected, almost weightless, just a slip of rubber and plastic that had somehow accumulated so much meaning it had become heavy enough to drag her down for years. The sparrows leaned forward sharply, collectively, feathers bristling. Mara could hear their breathing now, quick, shallow, excited. They were waiting for the words, waiting for her to say it. I never meant to be this broken. I never meant to fail so completely. I never meant to disappoint everyone who believed in me. But Mara kept her mouth closed. She stood there in the dim attic holding the hospital bracelet and thought instead, I was 23. I was in pain. I did what I could to survive, and surviving even messily, even badly was enough. The forgiveness didn't come as a lightning bolt or a sudden warmth. It came as a small, quiet releasing of tension in her chest. A sense of the hook that had been lodged there for 5 years, finally loosening, not disappearing but becoming less sharp, less capable of tearing new wounds every time she moved wrong. Mara closed her fist around the bracelet and took a step backward, toward the hatch. The sparrows rustled. The pressure in the air shifted, becoming almost aggressive, pushing against her like a wind. Sparrowhush was close now. She could sense it directly above her, between the rafters, occupying the same physical space but displaced somehow, existing in a fold of reality where witness and witnessed collapsed into the same thing. I'm leaving now, Mara said quietly. I'm taking this one thing. Just this. And you don't get my voice. You don't get my words. You don't get to make me repeat my regrets back to myself. The sparrows opened their mouths, all of them, in perfect synchronization. Tiny beaks gaping wide, throats exposed, bodies tensing as if preparing to sing. But no sound emerged. They were waiting. hungry, desperate for her to speak the sentence that would feed them, that would give them substance enough to exist beyond this attic, to filter through the walls and vents and haunt her in every room, every rainstorm, every quiet night. Mara backed toward the hatch opening, phone lights still trained on the sparrows, waiting for them to attack, but they didn't move, couldn't move maybe without her permission, without her giving them what they wanted. Her heel found the edge of the hatch. She lowered herself carefully, one hand gripping the frame, the other clutching the bracelet so tightly the plastic bit into her palm. The sparrows remained motionless, mouths still open, eyes still bright with anticipation. "I forgive myself," Mara whispered, so quietly she could barely hear her own voice, but it wasn't the sentence they wanted. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't regret spoken aloud for them to consume and preserve and repeat. It was something else entirely, a declaration, not a plea. And in the moment she said it, Mara felt something shift in the attic's atmosphere. The pressure lessened slightly. The sparrows closed their mouths. Sparrow hush receded, pulling back like a tide, its attention diffusing. Mara descended the ladder quickly, the bracelet still tight in her fist. When her feet touched the closet floor, she reached up and grabbed the ladder, folding it back into the ceiling with shaking hands. The hatch closed with a solid thunk, sealing the darkness above. For a long moment Mara stood in the closet, breathing hard, listening. The storm continued outside. She could hear it clearly now, the rain hammering the roof, the gutters overflowing, the whole row house groaning under the assault. But the scratching had stopped. The attic was silent. Mara walked back to her bedroom on unsteady legs. She sat on the edge of her bed, phone discarded beside her, and slowly opened her fist. The hospital bracelet lay across her palm, the printed letters almost completely faded now. She studied it in the dim light, this artifact of her worst night, this evidence of her failure to be the person everyone expected her to be. It didn't hurt to look at it, not as much as she'd thought it would. The hook had loosened enough that she could hold the memory without being consumed by it. Mara set the bracelet on her nightstand next to her phone. Then she lay back down, pulling the blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. The rain continued. The house continued its symphony of small sounds. But from the attic, nothing. No scratching, no rustling, no whispered words filtering through the vents. She'd kept her mouth shut, kept her regrets silent, taken only what she could carry and forgiven what she could forgive, in her own way, on her own terms. Sleep came slowly, but it came. The moving truck arrived 3 days later in sunshine that felt almost aggressive after so much rain. Mara directed the movers efficiently, pointing to boxes, giving instructions, watching as her life was carried piece by piece down the narrow stairs and loaded into the vehicle. The landlord came by with paperwork, keys were exchanged, deposits discussed. By noon, Mara was standing in the empty apartment, looking at the bare walls and clean floors, feeling nothing in particular. She'd packed the hospital bracelet in her personal bag, the one she'd carry with her rather than load into the truck. It sat now against her hip as she walked through the rooms one last time, checking for anything forgotten. In the spare bedroom, she paused. The closet door was closed. She hadn't opened it since that night, hadn't even looked directly at it, as if avoiding the sight of the hatch above might somehow make the whole experience feel less real. But now, with the apartment empty and the lease ending, Mara found herself compelled to look. She opened the closet door. The hatch was exactly as she'd left it. Closed, latched, offering no indication of what lay above. She stood there for a moment, head tilted back, listening. Silence. Not the charged, pressured silence of that night. Just ordinary quiet, the absence of sound. Mara was about to close the door when she noticed something on the closet floor. A single feather, small and grey, lying perfectly centred in a square of sunlight from the window. She crouched, picked it up, held it between her fingers. It was just a feather, ordinary, probably blown in through some gap in the roof, fell through the attic hatch before she'd sealed it, ended up here by accident. Probably. Mara dropped the feather and stood. She closed the closet door firmly, left the bedroom, left the apartment, descended the stairs to where her car waited at the curb. The moving truck was already pulling away, carrying her belongings to a new city, a new apartment, a new attempt at building a life that didn't feel like slowly drowning. As Mara drove away from the row house, she glanced in the rearview mirror once. The building looked ordinary in daylight. Just another narrow brick facade in a long row of identical structures, windows reflecting sky, gutters clean now that the rain had stopped. There was no indication of what lived in its attic, what waited there in the darkness, collecting scraps and teaching birds to listen for regret. But Mara knew, and knowing changed something, changed the way she carried her past, the way she thought about the things she'd tried to throw away. You couldn't discard what you'd never truly released, but you could choose not to feed it. Could choose silence over confession. Could choose to forgive without speaking the words that would make your shame into something the world could echo back at you. The hospital bracelet sat in her bag. She would keep it, she decided. Not hidden away, not thrown in another trash can, not burned or buried or destroyed. She would keep it as evidence not of her failure, but of her survival. Because surviving, even messily, even badly, was enough. The city fell away behind her. The road opened up ahead, and in her chest, where the hook had lodged for 5 years, there was space now. Not emptiness, just space. Room to breathe. Room to build something new that wasn't entirely defined by everything she'd tried to forget. The new apartment was smaller, cheaper, in a part of the city where rain didn't come as often. Mara unpacked slowly, taking her time, deciding what to keep and what to finally let go of. Some boxes remained sealed for weeks. Others she opened and immediately regretted, finding things she'd forgotten she owned, photographs and letters and small objects that carried too much weight. But she didn't throw them away, not immediately, not in panic. Instead, she created a new ritual. When she found something that hurt to look at, she would hold it for exactly 1 minute, just hold it. Feel its weight. Remember what it represented, and then decide, keep or release, not in shame or desperation but with intention. Most things she released, but some she kept. The hospital bracelet stayed on her bedside table. Next to it, after a few weeks, she added a photograph, the one of her and Sarah at the beach, the one she'd seen in the attic nest. She'd found it in a box marked Photos, Misc, had held it for its minute, had felt the old ache of loss and regret, and then had decided this moment had been real. This happiness, however temporary, had existed. She deserved to remember it. The first time it rained in the new apartment, Mara lay awake listening. The building was newer, better insulated. The rain made different sounds here, softer, more distant, less invasive. She waited for scratching, for whispers, for the sound of small voices repeating her regrets back to her. But there was only rain. Weeks passed, then months. Mara found a new job, made a few careful friends, began therapy with a woman who didn't push too hard but also didn't let her hide. She started writing again. Not the desperate midnight letters she'd never send, but actual writing. Stories, essays, things meant to be read. She thought about the attic sometimes, about the nests and the sparrows and sparrow hush, about that moment when she'd stood in the darkness holding a hospital bracelet and chosen silence over confession, about how the rule had demanded she take only one thing and forgive it, but forgiveness had turned out to be more complicated than a single moment of release. Forgiveness was ongoing, daily, choosing again and again not to rehearse the past, not to replay the conversations, not to feed the hook in her chest with fresh pain. It got easier, not quickly, not in a straight line, but gradually, incrementally, she found herself less haunted, less defined by the gallery of shame she'd been carrying. The scraps and fragments of failed relationships and missed opportunities and moments of cowardice still existed. They'd always exist, but they'd lost their power to paralyze her. 6 months after leaving the row house, Mara received a message from an unknown number. It came late at night, arriving with the characteristic buzz of her phone on the nightstand. She almost ignored it, spam probably, or a wrong number. But something made her pick up the phone and read. The message was simple. Did you hear them too? No context, no name, just those 4 words. Mara stared at the screen, her heart rate picking up. She typed, "Who is this?" The response came quickly. "I live in your old apartment, the row house on Fletcher Street. I found your number on some mail that got forwarded here by mistake. I know this is weird, but I had to ask. Did you hear them too? The scratching, the birds?" Mara's hands were shaking. She sat up in bed, fully awake now, The phone screen bright in the darkness. She should delete this. Message. Block the number. Pretend she'd never seen it. What could she possibly say? How could she explain? But she found herself typing anyway. Yes. 3 dots appeared immediately, indicating the other person was writing. They disappeared, reappeared, disappeared again. Finally, I went up there, into the attic. I saw the nests. They have my things. Things I threw away. Things I burned. How is this possible? Mara closed her eyes. She could picture it so clearly. This stranger standing in that same attic, surrounded by those same rows of nests, watched by those same silent sparrows, feeling that same crushing pressure of Sparrow Hush's attention. Don't say it, Mara typed. Whatever words are in your throat right now, whatever apology or confession or explanation, don't speak it out loud, they're listening. A long pause, then, I already did. I said I was sorry. I said I never meant to hurt anyone, and now I can hear it. Through the vents, every time it rains, my own voice, but not my voice. Hundreds of them, saying it back to me, over and over. Mara's chest tightened. She could imagine it, lying in bed during a storm, hearing those small voices filtering through the walls, whispering the same sentence in endless repetition. I never meant to hurt anyone. I never meant to hurt anyone. I never meant to hurt anyone. I'm so sorry, Mara wrote, and meant it. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if it can be fixed. What did you do? When you were up there? Mara thought about lying, about saying she'd run, that she'd never climbed into the attic, that she'd moved out before discovering what lived above her. But this stranger deserved the truth, deserved to know there had been another way. I took one thing, Mara wrote, just one, and I forgave it silently. Didn't speak the forgiveness, didn't apologize out loud, just released it. In my head, in my heart, and then I left. Does it work? Does the forgiveness stick? It's not a single thing, Mara wrote carefully. It's ongoing. Every day I choose it again. Some days are harder than others, but yes, it works. Or at least, it's working. Another long pause. The 3 dots appeared and disappeared several times. Finally, I can't unhear them. They're in the walls now. Every storm, every rain. My own regret spoken back to me forever. Mara didn't know what to say. There was no comfort she could offer, no solution she could provide. The stranger had fed the sparrows, had given voice to their regret, and now it would echo. I'm moving out, the message continued. Broke my lease. I can't stay here, can't listen to them anymore. That's probably for the best, Mara wrote. But will they follow me? Is this thing, Sparrow Hush, is it bound to the attic, or to me? Mara considered the question. She didn't know the answer. Not really. But she offered what felt true based on her own experience. I think it's bound to the place, to the physical space where the nests are, but the words you gave them, those might follow, not the birds themselves, but the memory of them, the knowledge that you spoke your regret out loud and it was preserved. So I'll always hear it. Maybe, or maybe you'll learn to forgive yourself in spite of it. Maybe the external voices will matter less when the internal one gets quieter. No response for several minutes, then, thank you for answering. I know this is insane. I know how it sounds. But thank you for not pretending you don't know what I'm talking about. Good luck, Mara wrote. I mean it. You too. The conversation ended. Mara set her phone down and lay back against her pillows, staring at the ceiling. Her own ceiling. Clean, unmarked, with nothing above it but roof and sky. She thought about the stranger in her old apartment, packing boxes right now probably, desperate to escape the whispered chorus of their own shame. She thought about all the other row houses in the city, in the country, in the world. How many had attics like that? How many held nests and sparrows and the patient witnessing presence of Sparrow Hush? How many people had climbed into darkness and found their discarded regrets waiting for them? And how many had spoken the words, given voice to their shame, fed the birds that would then sing it back eternally? Mara reached for the hospital bracelet on her nightstand. She held it in the darkness, feeling its weight, remembering that night in the attic when she'd chosen it from among all the artifacts of her past. It had been the right choice, not because the bracelet mattered less than the other items, but because it represented a moment when she'd survived despite herself, a moment that deserved forgiveness more than punishment. She put the bracelet back and closed her eyes. Outside, the night was clear. No rain, no storms, just ordinary darkness and ordinary quiet. But Mara knew, would always know, what lived in the spaces above and between, what waited in the attics and walls and forgotten corners, collecting scraps, teaching birds, listening for the moment when regret became spoken and could therefore be repeated. She knew, and knowing made her more careful with her words, made her think twice before speaking apologies into the void, made her understand that some things were better held in silence, forgiven privately, released without witness. The sparrows might be listening, Sparrow Hush might be waiting. But Mara had learned the rule, had learned that surviving, even messily, was enough, had learned that you could carry your past without letting it speak through you. She slept, and above the ceiling nothing stirred, nothing watched, nothing waited, just plaster and wood and empty space and ordinary silence, for now. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets that turned the old neighbourhood into a maze of black mirrors, every brick wall slick and shining, every gutter singing its own metallic song. The streets emptied early on nights like this, when the cold settled into your bones before you even stepped outside, when sensible people stayed home and listened to the rain drum against their windows like it was asking to be let in. But Maya wasn't sensible tonight. She'd been walking for hours, her coat soaked through, her shoes squelching with every step, her hair plastered to her face in dark ropes that dripped steadily onto her shoulders. She didn't know what she was looking for. That was the problem. Or maybe it was the solution. Her apartment had felt too small, too full of the same four walls that had witnessed every breakdown, every sleepless night. Every morning she dragged herself to the bathroom mirror and couldn't recognise the face looking back. The city at night, even drowning in rain, felt bigger than her thoughts, felt like it might swallow her up in a way that was almost comforting. The bathhouse appeared at the end of a street she didn't remember turning onto. She'd walked this neighbourhood before, or thought she had, but the building seemed to materialise out of the rain like it had been waiting for her to look in the right direction. It was old, older than the modern storefronts and renovated apartments that surrounded it, a squat brick structure with a green-tiled roof that sagged in the middle. The windows were fogged, glowing with a soft, buttery light that seemed to pulse faintly, like something breathing. Steam rose from a vent on the roof in thick white columns that the rain couldn't quite dissolve, twisting up into the dark sky. The doors were chained. Heavy links of rust-spotted metal wound through the handles and secured with a padlock that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. But there was something wrong about the chains. They were looped carefully, almost decoratively, like they were meant to suggest closure rather than enforce it. And the light behind those fogged windows was too steady, too warm, too alive for a building that was supposed to be abandoned. Maya found herself walking closer. The rain was loud enough to drown out the sound of her footsteps, loud enough that she felt invisible, like the city had forgotten she existed. The side of the building had a narrow alley, barely wide enough for one person, and she followed it without thinking, her hand trailing along the wet brick. At the back she found a door, not broken, not forced open, just ajar, half open, like someone had stepped outside for a smoke and never bothered coming back in. The wood was swollen with moisture, the frame warped with age, and when she pushed it, it gave with barely a whisper of resistance. The warmth hit her immediately. Not the aggressive heat of a furnace or the dry blast of a space heater, but something softer, more enveloping, like stepping into a room where someone had just finished baking bread. The air was humid and thick, carrying the smell of old soap, that industrial lye scent that reminded her of laundromats and public pools, mixed with something sweeter. Candle wax, she thought. The warm, fatty smell of candles that had been burning for hours. She stepped inside and the door swung shut behind her, with a soft click that felt too deliberate to be the wind. The hallway stretched ahead, lined with white tiles that had yellowed with age, grout dark with decades of accumulated moisture. The ceiling lights were old incandescent bulbs, the kind that gave off a yellowish glow, and several of them flickered irregularly, making shadows jump and settle like living things. Her footsteps echoed, sharp, wet sounds that seemed to travel further than they should, bouncing off tiles and disappearing into rooms she couldn't see. The building felt like it was listening. Maya had read about the bathhouse once, years ago, in a collection of local urban legends she'd found at a used bookstore. The entry had been brief, almost dismissive, tucked between stories about phantom hitchhikers and cursed bridges. The bathhouse that remembers, it had been called. A place where people went to wash away their sins, their secrets, their shame. Where the tiles absorbed everything that spiraled down the drains. Confessions whispered in steam. Tears mixed with shower water. The phantom ache of scrubbing yourself raw trying to feel clean. The legend said that on certain nights, when the rain was heavy and the city was quiet, something moved through the old bathhouse. Something that looked like a person made of melted candle wax, tall and smiling, dripping as it walked. Something called Talogrin. The book had described what was found afterward in vague, careful language. Mirrors that wouldn't clear no matter how much you wiped them. Drains clogged with pale, waxy lumps that didn't smell like anything organic. Rooms that stayed warm even when all the heat was turned off. A sweet, sick warmth that clung to your skin like oil. The bathhouse had been closed for years, the entry said. Not because it was structurally unsound or because of any official violations, but because it offered a comfort that cost too much of you. Maya had laughed when she read it. Urban legends were always like that. Half-baked metaphors wrapped in spooky imagery, designed to give you a little thrill and nothing more. But standing here now, in the humid warmth of the hallway, she wasn't laughing. The building felt too alive, too intentional, like it had been waiting. She walked deeper. The hallway opened into a larger room and she caught her breath. It was the main bathing area, a space that must have been beautiful once. The floor was covered in pale blue tiles arranged in geometric patterns, and a large pool dominated the centre of the room, its surface perfectly still despite the steam that rolled off it in slow, thick waves. The walls were lined with individual shower stalls, their curtains long since rotted away, leaving only the metal rings hanging like broken teeth. Benches ran along one wall, dark wood warped with moisture, and above them hung a series of mirrors, all fogged to opacity. The lights here were the same yellowish bulbs, but they seemed dimmer, softer, giving everything a greasy, aged quality. It made the room look like an old photograph, like something preserved in amber. The steam moved strangely, not dissipating but gathering, collecting in the corners and around the mirrors like it was drawn to reflective surfaces. Maya could hear water running somewhere, a faint, steady trickle that sounded too purposeful to be a leak. She walked to the edge of the pool and looked down. The water was clear, or at least it seemed to be beneath the steam, reflecting the butter-yellow lights in wobbly circles. It should have been cold, stagnant, probably full of algae and God knew what else, but when she crouched and dipped her fingers in, it was warm, not hot but body temperature, almost indistinguishable from her own skin. The sensation made her stomach turn. Water shouldn't be this temperature in an abandoned building. Water shouldn't be this clean. She stood quickly, wiping her hand on her wet coat, and that's when she noticed the mirrors. They were starting to clear. Not all at once, but in patches, irregular circles spreading across the fogged glass like someone was wiping them from the other side. Through the clear spots she could see her reflection, soaked, bedraggled, eyes too wide. But the reflection was wrong. Not drastically, not in a way that made her scream and run, but in tiny, unsettling ways. It lagged. When she moved her hand, the reflection moved a half-second later, like it was copying her instead of mirroring her. When she blinked, the reflection held its eyes open just a fraction longer before closing them. The steam thickened, it rolled off the pool, in waves now gathering height, and Maya watched as it began to form shapes. At first they were abstract, columns and swirls that could have been anything. But then they started to resolve into something more specific. Faces. Blurred at first, like photographs taken out of focus, but growing clearer with each passing second. She recognized them. Not all of them, but enough. Her mother's face, twisted with disappointment. Her ex-boyfriend's sneer. The girl from high school who'd laughed when Maya had been too afraid to change in the locker room, who'd asked in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear if Maya was worried people would see her scars. The air tasted metallic beneath the sweetness of the wax, like she was breathing in old pennies. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs, and she took a step back, then another, but the steam followed. It didn't rush toward her like something aggressive. It drifted, patient and inevitable, carrying those half-formed faces with it. She could hear something now beneath the sound of running water. Whispers. Not words exactly, but the suggestion of them. Syllables that broke apart before they could form meaning, like someone trying to speak through a mouthful of water. She needed to leave. That was clear, obvious, the only sensible thought in her head. But her body wasn't listening. Her legs felt heavy, rooted to the wet tile floor, and the warmth of the room had seeped into her skin, making her muscles loose and unresponsive. She looked down at her hands and saw they were shaking, trembling so hard she had to clench them into fists to make it stop. The reflection in the mirror clenched its fist too, but slower, like it was savouring the motion. One of the shower faucets turned on by itself. The sound of water hitting tile was sharp and sudden, making Maya flinch. Then another faucet and another, until half the showers were running, steam billowing out in thick clouds that merged with the steam from the pool. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Maya realised with a sick jolt that they weren't random. They were her voice. Dozens of versions of her voice, speaking fragments of thoughts she'd had in moments she tried not to remember. Apologies she'd rehearsed but never said. Promises she'd made to herself and broken. The words she'd screamed into her pillow at 3 a.m. when the weight of existing felt like it would crush her. She stumbled toward one of the benches and sat down hard, her legs finally giving out. The wood was warm, almost hot, and through her soaked jeans she could feel it radiating heat like something alive. She closed her eyes, trying to breathe, trying to think, but the whispers followed her into the darkness behind her eyelids. They were getting clearer now, forming sentences, and she heard herself say things she'd never spoken aloud. Confessions about the nights she'd stood in her own bathroom with a razor in her hand, not quite brave enough to use it, but not quite brave enough to put it away either. Admissions about the disgust she felt looking at her own body, the way she'd scrub her skin in the shower until it was raw and red, hoping that if she could just get clean enough she might feel like a person worth saving. When she opened her eyes, he was there. Not suddenly. Not with a flourish or a sound. Talogrin simply was, standing at the far end of the pool where the steam was thickest, as if the fog had decided to become a person. He was tall, taller than anyone she'd ever seen, and his proportions were wrong in ways that made her head hurt to process. His limbs were too long, his torso too narrow, his head tilted at an angle that should have broken his neck. But the worst part was his smile. It was wide and generous and fixed, carved into his face like something permanent, and it didn't match his eyes. His eyes were dark and deep and patient, watching her with an intensity that felt like being weighed. His skin, if it could be called skin, had the texture and colour of candle wax, pale yellowish-white with a translucent quality that made it seem like there might be something moving underneath, and he was dripping, constantly dripping. Thick rivulets of wax ran down his arms, his chest pooling at his feet and spreading across the tile in slow, viscous puddles. The smell of warm wax intensified until it was almost overwhelming, sweet and fatty and nauseating. Maya tried to stand and found she couldn't. Not because something was holding her down, but because her body had decided, somewhere deep in its animal brain, that standing would be a mistake, that drawing attention to herself would be a mistake. Talogrin didn't move toward her. He didn't need to. The steam did it for him, carrying his presence across the room, making the air thick with the weight of his attention. The mirrors fogged again, all at once, condensation blooming across the glass too fast to be natural. Maya watched as droplets formed and ran down the surface, but they weren't running like water should. They were too slow, too thick, leaving trails that looked like wax. One of the drops hit the edge of the mirror frame and hung there, trembling, and as she watched it began to shape itself. The wax gathered and formed, pulling itself into a crude approximation of an organ, a heart. She could see the chambers, the vessels rendered in yellowy white wax that gleamed in the buttery light. And then it beat. Once. A single, convulsive pulse that made the whole mass shudder before it slumped and began to drip again. Maya's breath came in short, sharp gasps. The room felt smaller now, the walls closer, like the building was contracting around her. She could feel her own heartbeat pounding in her ears, could feel the pulse in her neck and wrists and behind her eyes. The steam faces crowded closer. pressing in from all sides, and she recognised more of them now. Every person who'd ever made her feel like she wasn't enough. Every moment she'd looked in the mirror and hated what she saw. Every time she'd scrubbed herself in the shower and wished she could scrub deep enough to remove the parts of herself that felt wrong, that felt broken, that felt like they needed to be punished. The urge came suddenly and with terrible force. She wanted to wash, needed to wash, to get into that warm water and scrub until her skin was raw, until all the accumulated shame and disgust spiraled down the drain with the soap and the dirt. Her hands moved without her permission, reaching for the buttons of her coat, and she was halfway through shrugging it off before she realised what she was doing and froze. No, this is what it wants. The thought came from somewhere deep, some part of her that was still rational, still fighting. The bathhouse wanted her desperation. It fed on the moment when you couldn't stand yourself anymore, when you'd do anything to feel clean, to feel new, to rinse away the past like it was something that could be washed down a drain. And once you gave in to that, once you started scrubbing with that manic, desperate energy, it had you. But God, she wanted it. The wanting was physical, visceral, making her hands ache and her skin crawl. She could already imagine how good it would feel to sink into that warm water, to reach for the soap she could see sitting in a dish by the pool's edge, to scrub and scrub until she couldn't feel anything anymore. Talogrin's smile widened, or maybe it had always been that wide and she just hadn't noticed. He tilted his head the other direction, joints moving with a wet, waxy sound, and raised one hand. His fingers were too long, too thin, and they dripped constantly, wax running down his palm and spattering on the tile. He wasn't gesturing at her. He was gesturing at the pool, at the showers, at the promise of warmth and cleansing and relief. An invitation, patient, generous, waiting for her to accept. The mirror showed her reflection finally catching up, matching her movements, but the face looking back at her wasn't quite hers. The expression was too smooth, too calm, too much like resignation. And underneath the calm she could see the edge of a smile trying to form, pulling at the corners of her mouth even though she wasn't smiling, even though she felt like she might never smile again. The water in the pool began to cloud. Pale swirls appeared beneath the surface, unspooling like ribbon, and Maya watched as they drifted toward the drain in the centre. They looked like wax, melted and thin, carrying something in their translucence, shadows that might have been shapes, might have been nothing. The sweet smell intensified, and underneath it she caught something else, something organic and wrong, like meat left too long in the sun. She heard a drip, slow and heavy, nothing like water. It came from above, and when she looked up she saw wax hanging from the ceiling in long stalactites, yellowish-white and trembling. As she watched, one of them stretched, elongating like taffy, until it broke free and fell. It hit the tile beside her with a wet splat, and she saw, just for a second before it spread, that it held an impression. A face, pressed into the wax like a death mask, mouth open in an expression that could have been ecstasy or agony or both. Maya's throat burned. Words were building there, pressing against her teeth, desperate to get out. She wanted to beg, wanted to plead with the bathhouse, with Talogrin, with whatever presence saturated this place. Wanted to ask them to make her new, to wash away everything she'd ever done wrong, every mistake, every failure, every moment of weakness. Wanted to bargain, to promise anything, if they'd just take away the weight she'd been carrying for so long it felt like part of her skeleton. But somewhere in the back of her mind, buried under the desperation and the fear and the wanting, she remembered the rest of the legend. The rule that came with the bathhouse, the instruction that separated those who left from those who stayed. If the steam starts forming your own expression, you must turn the faucet fully cold and silently forgive your body for carrying the past. Cold water, silence, forgiveness. She looked at the nearest shower stall. The water was still running, steam billowing from it in thick clouds. She could see the faucet handle, chrome dulled with age, beaded with condensation. All she had to do was reach it, turn it, endure the shock of cold water, keep her mouth shut, find a way to forgive herself for being human, for being imperfect, for carrying scars both visible and not. It sounded impossible. Talogrin took a step closer, and the wet sound of his foot meeting the tile made Maya's stomach heave. He moved like something that was still learning how bodies worked, joints bending in ways that weren't quite right, weight distributing unevenly. More wax dripped from him, forming a trail across the floor, and where it landed the tiles, seemed to absorb it, darkening as if drinking it in. The steam faces pressed closer, and Maya could see her own expression forming among them now. Her face, over and over, wearing every moment of self-hatred she'd ever felt. Crying, screaming, numb, dead-eyed and hollow. She lunged for the shower. Her legs barely held her, weak and shaking, but she stumbled across the wet tile and grabbed the shower stall's frame to keep from falling. The water was hitting the floor with that sharp, hissing sound, and the steam rising from it was so thick she could barely see. Her hand found the faucet handle and gripped it, knuckles white. The metal was hot, not warm, not comfortable, hot enough that it hurt to touch, that her palm immediately started to protest. She could feel the heat radiating from the water too, could feel it in the steam that wrapped around her face like searching fingers. This was the test. The bathhouse was offering her what she wanted: warmth, comfort, the promise of being clean. All she had to do was step under the water, let it wash over her, start scrubbing, let the desperation take over, let herself beg out loud for the shame to rinse away. And if she did that, she knew, with absolute certainty, she would never leave. Maya twisted the handle, hard, all the way to the cold side, past the point where most people would stop until the mechanism couldn't turn anymore. The change was instant and brutal. The water went from scalding to ice cold in a heartbeat, and when she stepped under the stream it felt like being hit with a wall. Her breath stopped in her lungs, trapped by the shock of it. Her skin tightened, every muscle seizing, and the cold was so intense it burned. The steam collapsed. Not slowly, not gracefully, it fell apart in ragged sheets, the faces warping and losing definition, mouths opening in silent screams as they dissolved. Maya gasped, her body demanding air, demanding that she scream or cry or say something, anything, but she clamped, her teeth together so hard her jaw ached. The cold was everywhere, relentless, turning her fingers numb and making her bones ache. It was the opposite of the bathhouse's warmth, the opposite of the comfort it had offered, and that was the point. The bathhouse wanted her to want to be warm, wanted her to want to be clean, wanted her to beg for it. She wouldn't. The words were still there, building pressure behind her teeth. Make me new, wash me clean, take away everything that hurts. But she kept her mouth shut, kept breathing through her nose in sharp, painful gasps, kept standing under water so cold it felt like knives against her skin. Her body was screaming at her to move, to get out of the water, to do something to make the pain stop, but she stayed. In the mirror, the one she could just barely see through the dissipating steam, her reflection struggled. It still wore that half-formed smile, still held an expression that wasn't quite hers, and as she watched it fought to maintain the borrowed features. But the cold was making it harder. The reflection's smile flickered, wavered, and for just a second she saw something underneath. Something that might have been her actual face, terrified and determined and very much alive. Talogrin was closer now. She could see him through the falling water, his tall form wavering in her vision, his smile still fixed, but his eyes were changing. The patience was giving way to something else. Not anger, exactly, more like disappointment, like a parent watching a child refuse a gift that was meant for their own good. He raised his hand again, and this time wax dripped from his fingers in thick ropes, hitting the floor with sounds like wet meat. The cold was unbearable. Maya's lips were turning blue, her whole body shaking so hard she could barely stand, and her thoughts were starting to fragment. It would be so easy to turn the water back to warm, so easy to open her mouth and ask, just ask, for the past to be washed away. She'd been carrying it for so long, the weight of every mistake, every failure, every moment she'd looked at herself and felt nothing but disgust. It would feel so good to let it go, to be made new. But that was the lie, wasn't it? That was what the bathhouse sold, the idea that you could scrub away the past, that you could be remade into something clean and perfect and new, that your body was a crime scene that needed to be washed, a debt that needed to be paid, a thing that required punishment to become worthy. And if you believed that, if you let yourself believe that, The bathhouse would take everything you were and replace it with something that smiled when you didn't feel it, that moved when you weren't thinking about moving, that wore your face like a mask over something waxy and hollow. Maya's throat burned with unsaid words, but underneath the burn was something else, something small and stubborn that refused to break. She thought about forgiveness, not the kind you asked for, not the kind you earned, but the kind you gave yourself because you were tired of carrying the weight. Her body wasn't a crime scene. It was just a body, imperfect, scarred, carrying the evidence of survival. It had held her together through every bad night, every moment of pain, every time she'd wanted to give up. It deserved better than her hatred, better than her disgust, better than the endless scrubbing that never made her feel clean. The thought settled into her bones, cold and clear as the water still pouring over her. Silent forgiveness, for being imperfect, for being human, for carrying the past because that's what bodies do. They hold the evidence of where you've been so you can remember how far you've come. The steam was almost gone now. The faces had dissolved completely, leaving only ordinary humidity, and the butter yellow lights were brightening, shifting towards something cleaner, more normal. Maya's reflection in the mirror was finally moving. In sync with her, the borrowed smile fading, revealing her actual face. Pale, exhausted, terrified, but hers. Wholly and completely hers. Tallogrin's outline wavered. The wax that made up his form was thinning, becoming translucent, and through it she could see the tile wall behind him. His smile remained, but it was losing substance, becoming less like a feature and more like an afterimage. His eyes held hers for another moment, and she saw recognition there. Not defeat. The bathhouse had been doing this too long to be defeated, but acknowledgement. She'd held the ritual. She'd refused to beg. She'd chosen the pain of the cold over the comfort of dissolution. The water was starting to hurt less. Not because it was getting warmer, it was still ice cold, but because her body was adjusting, going numb in a way that felt almost merciful. Maya reached out with a shaking hand and turned the faucet off. The silence that followed was enormous, broken only by the drip of water from her, soaked clothes and the faint gurgle of drains swallowing the last of the water. Tallogrin was gone. Not dramatically, not with fanfare. He'd simply stopped being there. The wax that had formed his shape now just puddles on the tile floor, already starting to congeal and harden. The steam was ordinary steam, rising from the pool and dissipating naturally. The lights were normal incandescent bulbs, maybe a little yellow but nothing sinister. The whispers had stopped. Maya stood there, dripping and shaking for what felt like hours. Her clothes were soaked through with ice water. Her skin was so cold it hurt to move, and she could feel the beginning of what was probably going to be a nasty cold settling into her chest. But she was alive. She was herself. And when she looked in the mirror, the face that looked back was hers. No lag, no borrowed smile, just her own exhausted, victorious expression. She walked toward the door on legs that barely functioned, her teeth chattering so hard she bit her tongue and tasted blood. The hallway felt longer than it had on the way in, stretching out in front of her like it was reluctant to let her go. But she kept walking. The warmth of the building was fading with each step, becoming just residual heat instead of that alive, intentional warmth. By the time she reached the back door, she was walking through something that felt like an ordinary abandoned building. Damp, cold, empty. The door opened easily, and the rain hit her like a blessing. It was still cold, still harsh, but it was clean in a way the bathhouse had never been. Maya stepped out into the alley and kept walking, not looking back, her footsteps splashing through puddles that reflected the streetlights in fragmentary gold. The rain washed away the smell of wax that had clung to her clothes, sluiced away the last traces of warmth, left her gasping and shaking but alive, alive, alive. She made it 3 blocks before her legs gave out completely and she had to lean against a brick wall, sliding down until she was sitting in a puddle, rain pouring over her, chest heaving with sobs that were half laughter. She'd been so close to begging, to giving in, to letting the bathhouse remake her into something that smiled without meaning it. But she hadn't. She'd chosen the cold. She'd chosen the pain. She'd chosen to forgive herself, silently, for being the kind of person who carried scars. By the time she made it home, shivering, soaked, probably hypothermic, the sun was starting to rise. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the city was beginning to wake up around her. People emerging from their apartments with umbrellas and coffee cups, heading to jobs and lives that had nothing to do with haunted bathhouses and candlewax men. Maya let herself into her building, climbed the stairs to her apartment, and stood in front of her bathroom mirror. The same mirror she'd looked into yesterday morning, the morning before that, every morning for the past 3 years. The same face staring back, the same eyes, the same scars that made her want to look away. But something had shifted. Not in the mirror, in her. The disgust was still there, the shame, the weight of everything she'd been carrying. It hadn't vanished. The bathhouse hadn't washed it away, and her silent forgiveness hadn't magically cured her. But it felt smaller now, more manageable, like something she could carry instead of something that was crushing her. She ran a hot shower, normal hot, comfortable hot, nothing sinister, and stood under it until her core temperature came back to something approaching normal. The water ran clear down the drain, carrying nothing but soap and dirt and the ordinary grime of being alive. No wax, no whispers, no faces forming in the steam, just water, doing what water does. When she got out and dried off, she caught a faint smell, sweet and fatty like warm candle wax. It was in her hair, her skin, embedded so deep that soap couldn't quite touch it. Proof, she thought. Proof that she'd been there, that it had been real, that she'd come close enough to touch something that wanted to unmake her. She wore that smell for 3 days before it finally faded. Every time she caught it, turning her head suddenly, stepping out of the shower, lying in bed at night, her stomach would clench, and she'd remember Talogrin's patient smile, the steam faces pressing close, the weight of all those unsaid words burning in her throat. But she also remembered the cold, the choice to stand under water that hurt, to keep her mouth shut, to forgive herself, not because she'd earned it, but because she needed to survive. The bathhouse was still there, of course. She walked past it once, about a week later, partly to prove to herself that she could. The chains were still looped through the door handles, the windows still fogged, the rooftop vents still exhaling steam into the air, but the buttery light seemed dimmer, or maybe that was just daylight making everything look more ordinary. A couple of teenagers were standing across the street, phones out, probably planning to break in and film themselves exploring an abandoned building for social media clout. Maya almost warned them, almost told them about the rules, about the cold water and the silence and the forgiveness. But the words stuck in her throat. Would they even believe her? And if they did, would knowing the rules be enough? The bathhouse wanted desperation. It wanted the moment when you couldn't stand yourself anymore, when you'd do anything to feel new. Knowing the escape clause didn't matter if you still wanted what the bathhouse was offering. She walked away and left them to make their own choices. Over the following weeks, Maya started noticing things, small things. The way people scrubbed their hands in public bathrooms, the intensity in their eyes, like they were trying to remove something deeper than dirt. The woman at the gym who spent 45 minutes in the shower after every workout, skin red and raw when she finally emerged. The man she passed on the street who stopped at every reflective surface, windows, car mirrors, puddles, and stared at his own face like he was trying to find something he'd lost. They all carried it, that weight, that sense that if they could just get clean enough, be good enough, scrub hard enough, they might finally deserve to exist without the constant pressure of their own disgust. And maybe some of them had been to the bathhouse too. Maybe some of them had stood in front of Talogrin and begged to be made new. Maybe some of them were walking around with smiles that didn't match their eyes, moving through lives they no longer quite inhabited, wearing their faces like masks over something waxy and hollow. Or maybe they'd never been to the bathhouse at all, and they were just ordinary people carrying ordinary shame, doing the best they could with the weight they'd been given. Maybe the bathhouse wasn't special. Maybe it was just the physical manifestation of something that lived in everyone, the part that whispered, "You're not good enough, you're not clean enough, you need to be punished to be worthy." That thought was more terrifying than Talogrin had ever been. Maya started going to therapy, not because the bathhouse had magically cured her, or because her silent forgiveness had solved everything, but because she realized she couldn't carry the weight alone anymore. Her therapist was a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and an office that smelled like lavender, and in their first session Maya tried to explain what had happened without sounding completely insane. I've been struggling with, I guess you'd call it self-hatred, for a long time, and I had this moment recently where I realised I was treating my body like it was a crime scene, like I needed to scrub away evidence of everything I'd ever done wrong. The therapist nodded, writing something in her notebook. That's a very common feeling. A lot of people struggle with the idea that they need to earn the right to be treated with kindness, even by themselves. Can you tell me more about this moment? Maya opened her mouth to tell her about the bathhouse, about Talogrin, about standing under ice-cold water while steam faces pressed close, and she fought not to beg. But the words wouldn't come, not because she didn't want to share them, but because she realised they didn't matter. The specifics of where and how she'd learned the lesson were less important than the lesson itself. I realised that forgiveness isn't something you earn, she said instead. It's something you give yourself because you deserve to survive. The therapist smiled. That's good. That's really good. Let's build on that. It wasn't a cure. Therapy didn't wash away the shame or make the scars disappear, or turn Maya into someone who looked in the mirror and felt nothing but self-love. But it helped. Slowly, incrementally, session by session, she started to build a different relationship with herself. Not based on punishment and penance, but on survival and strength. Her body wasn't a crime scene. It was a record. Evidence of everything she'd lived through, everything she'd survived. The smell of wax never quite left her. It would appear at odd moments, when she was stressed, when she was standing in front of the mirror too long, when she caught herself scrubbing her hands with that particular desperate intensity. Just a whiff, sweet and fatty, reminding her how close she'd come. But instead of making her afraid, it started to make her grateful. She'd been in a place that offered to take away all her pain, all her shame, all the weight she'd been carrying, and she'd chosen to keep it, chosen to keep herself, imperfect and scarred and struggling, because being herself, even the broken, hurting parts, was better than being something that smiled without meaning it. 3 months after her visit to the bathhouse, Maya was walking home from a late shift when she saw the woman. She was standing in front of a darkened storefront staring at her reflection in the window, and something about her posture made Maya stop. The woman was young, maybe early 20s, wearing a rain jacket even though it was a clear night. Her face was beautiful in that Instagram-perfect way. Sharp cheekbones, full lips, flawless skin. But her expression was hollow, dead, and she was smiling. Not a genuine smile. Not the kind that reached your eyes or came from feeling something good. This was a fixed smile, carved and permanent, and it didn't waver even when the woman's eyes filled with tears. She stood there, smiling and crying, staring at her reflection like she was trying to find something she'd lost and would never get back. Maya walked over slowly, carefully, the way you might approach a spooked animal. "Are you okay?" The woman turned, and up close the smile was even more disturbing. It pulled at the corners of her mouth like something was holding it in place, like the muscles in her face had forgotten how to do anything else. Her eyes were empty, pupils blown wide, and when she spoke, her voice was soft and distant. "I'm new," she said. "I'm clean. I'm—" The smile flickered just for a second, and underneath it Maya saw pure terror. "I can't stop smiling. I asked to be made new, and now I can't stop smiling, and I can't... The smile locked back into place, cutting off her words, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Maya's stomach turned over. She knew with absolute certainty where this woman had been, what she'd asked for, what she'd been given in exchange. "The bathhouse," Maya said. It wasn't a question. The woman's eyes widened, and for a moment the smile wavered again, revealing the person underneath. Terrified, trapped, desperate. She managed to nod, a tiny movement that looked like it took all her strength. "You begged," Maya said. "You asked out loud to be washed new." Another nod, another tear. The smile stayed fixed, grotesque in its permanence. Maya wanted to help, wanted to grab the woman's shoulders and shake her, tell her there had to be a way to undo it, to break whatever bargain she'd made with the bathhouse. But she knew, deep in her bones, that there wasn't. The bathhouse kept what it was given. The woman had traded herself for the promise of being new, and the bathhouse had delivered exactly what it promised. She was new, clean, remade, and the person she'd been before was gone, replaced by something that smiled and smiled and smiled. "I'm sorry," Maya said, and meant it. The woman stared at her for a long moment, that terrible smile still fixed in place, tears still rolling down her cheeks. Then she turned and walked away, her movements too smooth, too fluid, like she was being operated by someone who'd learned how bodies worked from a manual. Maya watched her go and felt sick. That could have been her, should have been her. If she'd given in, if she'd opened her mouth and begged, she'd be the one walking away with a smile she couldn't control and a reflection that moved when she didn't think about moving. She went home and stood in her bathroom for a long time, looking at her face in the mirror. It was tired, scarred, imperfect in 100 small ways that used to make her want to look away. But it was hers. The smile was hers when she chose to smile. The frown was hers when she was sad. The blank, exhausted expression she wore most mornings was hers. All of it, good and bad, painful and beautiful, was hers. She turned on the shower, warm water, normal temperature, and stood under it until her muscles relaxed. No steam faces appeared. No whispers echoed off the tile. No sweet waxy smell filled the air. Just water and soap and the ordinary ritual of getting clean, the kind that didn't cost anything but time and effort. That night, she dreamed about the bathhouse. In the dream, she was back in the main bathing room, standing at the edge of the pool while steam rolled in thick white waves. But she wasn't alone. Dozens of people stood around the pool's edge, all wearing that same fixed smile, all moving with that same too smooth fluidity. They were watching the water, and as Maya looked down, she saw faces floating beneath the surface. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Every person who'd ever come to the bathhouse begging to be made new, their old selves preserved in the water like specimens in formaldehyde. Talogrin stood on the far side of the pool, tall and dripping, his smile as patient as ever. He looked at Maya and raised one hand, wax dripping from his fingers, and gestured at the water. An invitation. There's always room for one more. There's always the option to come back, to try again, to finally give in and let the weight be lifted. Maya woke up gasping, her sheets soaked with sweat, her heart hammering. The dream had felt too real, too immediate, and for a horrible moment she thought she could smell wax. But it was just her fear, her memory, playing tricks. The smell wasn't real. The bathhouse wasn't in her apartment. She was safe, except she wasn't. Not really. Because the bathhouse was always there, just a few blocks away, still exhaling steam into the night, still offering its terrible comfort to anyone desperate enough to walk through its doors. And Maya knew, with a certainty that made her chest ache, that she'd be tempted again. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month. But someday, when the weight got too heavy, and the disgust too overwhelming and the idea of scrubbing herself new became too appealing to resist, she'd think about going back. The difference was that now she knew the price. Now she knew what happened to people who begged. And more importantly, she knew the alternative. Cold water, silence, forgiveness, not earned, not requested, just given because surviving was hard enough without making it harder. She knew the rule, and knowing the rule meant she had a choice. That would have to be enough. Years passed. Maya built a life that wasn't perfect but was hers. Therapy sessions that slowly untangled the knots in her thinking, friendships that formed carefully and held strong, a job that didn't make her want to scrub herself raw at the end of each day. She still had bad nights, nights when she stood in the shower too long, scrubbing too hard, feeling the old disgust rise up like bile. But she'd learned to recognise those nights for what they were, and she'd learned the ritual that brought her back. Cold water, deep breaths, silent acknowledgement that her body was doing the best it could with what it had been given. She never went back to the bathhouse, never walked down that street again. But she heard stories, whispered legends that circulated through the city like a virus, picking up new details with each telling. The abandoned bathhouse where people went to wash away their sins, where something moved through the steam on rainy nights, where you could ask to be made new and the building would grant your wish, but the price was everything you were. Most people laughed when they heard the stories. Urban legends, they said, creepypasta for the Instagram generation. But Maya saw them sometimes, the ones who'd been there, the ones who'd made the bargain. They weren't hard to spot once you knew what to look for. that fixed smile that didn't match their eyes, that too smooth way of moving, that hollow quality like they were performing being human rather than being human. They were everywhere, more common than she'd expected, walking through the city with their permanent grins and their dead eyes. And sometimes, late at night when the rain was heavy and the city was quiet, Maya would smell wax. Not in her apartment, not on her clothes, but out there somewhere, carried on the wind. The bathhouse was still breathing, still waiting, still offering its terrible comfort to anyone desperate enough to accept it. She'd kept her promise to herself, the silent one she'd made under ice-cold water while steam faces pressed close. She forgave herself for being imperfect, for carrying scars, for struggling with the weight of existing. Not all at once, not completely, but a little bit each day. It was harder than begging would have been, harder than letting the bathhouse remake her into something that smiled without meaning it. But it was hers, and that made it worth the effort. On the 5-year anniversary of her visit to the bathhouse, Maya did something she'd been planning for months. She wrote down everything that had happened. The rain-soaked streets, the buttery lights, the steam faces, Tallogrin's patient smile, the moment of choosing cold water over warmth. She wrote about the woman she'd met afterward, still smiling her terrible smile. She wrote about the rule, the escape clause, the price of forgiveness. And when she was done, she printed it out and went to the local library. They had a community board there, covered in flyers for yoga classes and lost pets and apartments for rent. Maya pinned her story to the board, right in the centre where people couldn't miss it, and at the top she wrote in thick black marker, "If you're thinking about going to the bathhouse, read this first." She didn't know if it would help, didn't know if anyone would read it, or if reading it would make a difference when they were standing in that warm, steam-filled room with Tallogrin's patient smile and the promise of being made new. But she had to try, because the bathhouse was still there, still breathing, still waiting, and maybe, just maybe, someone would read her story and remember the rule when it mattered most. Cold water, silence, forgiveness. It wasn't a cure, it wasn't a guarantee, but it was a choice, and sometimes a choice was all you needed to survive. Maya walked home through streets that were dry for once. The city stretched out around her in all its imperfect, complicated glory. Her reflection in store windows walked beside her, matching her movements perfectly, wearing the expression she chose to wear. Not smiling, she wasn't feeling particularly happy, but not hollow either. Just tired, just human, just carrying the weight of being alive and doing the best she could with it. And that, she'd learned, was enough. The bathhouse still stands at the end of that narrow street, its windows fogged and glowing with buttery light, steam rising from the rooftop vent even on the coldest nights. The chains are still looped through the door handles, decorative rather than secure, and sometimes, when the rain is heavy and the city is quiet, people slip inside. Some come out, some don't, and some come out wearing smiles they can't control, moving through the world like puppets with invisible strings, searching for something they lost when they begged to be made new. But occasionally, just occasionally, someone comes out shivering and soaked, smelling of wax and victory, carrying the knowledge that they chose the cold, that they kept their mouth shut when every cell in their body wanted to beg, that they forgave themselves silently for being exactly what they were. Those are the ones who survive. Those are the ones who learn that being clean isn't about scrubbing away the past. It's about carrying it forward with as much grace as you can manage. That forgiveness isn't earned through punishment, but through the simple, stubborn act of refusing to give up on yourself. Maya thinks about them sometimes, those survivors. Wonders if they can still smell wax on nights when the wind blows just right. Wonders if they still have moments when they stand too long in the shower, scrubbing too hard, fighting the old familiar disgust. Wonders if they remember the rule and hold on to it like a lifeline. Cold water, silence, forgiveness. She hopes they do, because the bathhouse is patient. It's always there, always waiting, always ready to offer. It's terrible comfort. And the only way to survive it is to remember that you don't need to be remade. You just need to be forgiven. By yourself, for yourself, because you're worth the effort of surviving. The rain starts again on a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks after Maya posts her story at the library. She's at home, making dinner, when she hears the patter against her window and feels her stomach clench. Rain means steam. Steam means the bathhouse is breathing. She walks to her bathroom and stares at her reflection, half expecting to see that fixed smile trying to form, that lagging movement that means something is trying to copy her. But the reflection is just her reflection. Tired. A little sad. Carrying the weight of 5 years of choosing herself over the promise of being new. She turns on the tap, cold water first, then adjusting it to comfortable, and washes her hands. Normal soap, normal water, normal drains that carry nothing but dirt and skin cells and the ordinary, evidence of being alive. The smell of wax is gone, has been for years, but the memory remains sharp and clear, a reminder of what she almost lost. She dries her hands and goes back to her dinner, to her small apartment, to her imperfect life that belongs entirely to her. And in the bathhouse, steam continues to rise from water that should be cold but isn't. Tallogrin stands in the shadows, patient and eternal, his smile fixed and generous and terrible. He's waiting. He's always waiting. Because there will always be people who come seeking to be washed anew, who believe that punishment can make them worthy, who think that scrubbing hard enough will finally make them clean. And for most of them, the bathhouse will keep its promise. It will make them new. It will wash away everything they were and replace it with something that smiles without meaning it, that moves without thinking about moving, that wears their face like a mask over something waxy and hollow. But not everyone, not the ones who remember the rule, not the ones who choose cold water and silence and forgiveness, not the ones who realize in that crucial moment when everything hangs in the balance that being imperfect and scarred and struggling is better than being perfect and empty and lost. Those ones survive, and maybe, if they're strong enough and lucky enough, they learn to carry the weight of being alive without letting it crush them. They learn that forgiveness isn't something you earn through suffering, it's something you give yourself because you deserve to survive. The bathhouse keeps its secrets. The tiles remember everything that was ever washed away there. Sweat, tears, shame, and the waxy remains of people who beg to be made new. The steam rises every night, carrying whispers that might be wind or might be something else. The lights glow butter yellow behind fogged windows. And Tallogrin waits, patient and terrible and eternal, offering comfort that costs everything you are. But now, there's a story on a library bulletin board. A warning written by someone who survived. And maybe, just maybe, when the next desperate person stands in that steam-filled room, with Tallogrin's smile and the promise of being washed new, they'll remember what they read. They'll remember the rule. They'll choose cold water and silence and the hard, stubborn act of forgiving themselves, and they'll walk out of the bathhouse soaked and shivering and smelling of wax, but alive. Still themselves. Still imperfect. Still carrying the scars. But alive, 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 and that's all that matters. Because being clean isn't about removing the past, it's about carrying it forward with enough grace to survive, and forgiveness isn't something you earn by scrubbing yourself raw. It's something you give yourself silently, because you're worth the effort of being saved. The bathhouse knows this. Tallogrin knows this. But they'll never tell you. They'll just keep smiling their terrible smiles and offering their terrible comfort and waiting for you to beg. Don't beg. Choose the cold. Keep your mouth shut. Forgive yourself for being human. And walk away still wearing your own face, your own smile, your own imperfect, beautiful, struggling self. That's how you survive. That's how you win. That's how you prove that you don't need to be made new. You just need to accept what you already are. And in a city where rain falls heavy and bathhouses breathe steam into the night, that acceptance is the only thing that can save you. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets so thick Dana could barely see past the hood of her Honda. The wipers working double time and still losing the battle against the deluge. She'd been driving for 3 hours straight, her eyes burning, her back aching, her mind fogged with the kind of exhaustion that makes even familiar roads feel alien. The coast highway stretched ahead, slick and black, reflecting her headlights in wavering pools that looked more like oil than water. She should have stopped an hour ago, should have pulled into that rest stop near Millerton, grabbed coffee, maybe closed her eyes for 20 minutes. But the voice in her head, the one that sounded exactly like her ex-husband's, kept pushing. You're almost there. Don't be weak. You've driven in worse, except she hadn't. Not really. Not in rain that felt less like weather and more like the sky had developed a grudge. The radio had given up 5 miles back, dissolving into static that sounded uncomfortably like whispering. She'd turned it off and driven in silence, listening to the percussion of rain on metal, the rhythmic thump of the wipers, the hiss of tyres cutting through standing water. Every few minutes her phone would buzz in the cup holder. Probably Marcus again, wondering where she was, whether she'd left him yet another voicemail he wouldn't return. She didn't look, didn't care. The divorce had been finalised 6 months ago, and she was still checking her phone like a junkie, still hoping for some acknowledgement that their 8 years together had meant something. The coastal suburb emerged from the rain like a ghost town, familiar enough to make her relax slightly. She'd driven through here dozens of times on the way to her sister's place in Newport. Knew the streets, knew the turns, knew which intersections flooded first when the storms rolled in from the Pacific. The houses sat dark behind curtains of rain, their windows glowing faintly, warm squares of light that promised dry clothes, and hot food and soft beds. She felt a pang of envy so sharp it surprised her. Then she saw the underpass. It sat at the edge of the neighbourhood like a mouth waiting to swallow the road. Lower than everything around it, a concrete tunnel maybe 50 yards long that passed beneath the railroad tracks. She'd driven through it 100 times without thinking, barely noticing the way it dipped down and came back up, a minor geographic hiccup in an otherwise flat stretch of highway. But tonight, in the rain, it looked different. Wrong. The orange barricades stood at angles across the entrance, their reflective stripes catching her headlights and throwing the light back at her in aggressive flashes. Behind them, yellow warning signs proclaimed road closed and severe flooding and do not enter, in letters big enough to read through the downpour. Dana slowed, her foot easing off the gas, and peered through the windshield at the underpass. Water had pooled at the entrance, maybe 6 inches. Deep, maybe more. Hard to tell through the rain. But she could see pavement beyond it, could see the road rising up on the other side of the tunnel, and her tired brain made the calculation automatically. The water wasn't that deep. The Honda sat high enough. She'd be through in 30 seconds, maybe less, and then it was just 10 more miles to her sister's house, to a guest bed and a locked door and 12 hours of sleep that might finally quiet the noise in her head. She looked at the barricades again, looked at the rain hammering down around her, looked at her phone, still dark and silent in the cup holder. Fuck it! She steered around the barricades, feeling the Honda's tyres bump over the curb and back onto asphalt. The warning signs slid past her window, their messages blurring into irrelevance. She'd driven through worse. She was fine. Everything was fine. The car dipped downward into the underpass, and immediately the rain changed pitch, becoming a hollow drumming that echoed, off concrete walls. Her headlights cut through the darkness, reflecting off water that covered the road in a black mirror. Not 6 inches, more like a foot, maybe deeper. The Honda's tyres hit the flood with a sound like tearing fabric, and water sprayed up around the wheel wells in white fans. Dana's heart kicked in her chest. She pressed the accelerator, feeling the engine respond, feeling the car push forward through the water. It was fine. She was almost through. The other side of the underpass was right there, maybe 40 yards ahead, the road rising up into rain and streetlights and safety. The engine coughed. It was a sound she'd never heard the Honda make before, a wet, strangled noise that came from deep in the machinery, as if something had gotten into the cylinders that didn't belong there. The car lurched, slowed, and Dana's foot went flat to the floor. "Come on," she said. "Come on, don't—" The engine coughed again, harder this time, and the dashboard lights flickered. The car rolled forward another few feet on momentum alone, then stopped. Just stopped. Dead in the middle of the underpass, surrounded by black water that reflected her headlights in trembling doubles. Dana turned the key. Nothing. Turned it again. The starter made a grinding noise that sounded like grinding teeth, then went silent. The dashboard lights flickered, died, came back to life in a weak, sputtering glow. She could feel her pulse in her throat now, her hands slick with sweat on the steering wheel. "Okay," she said to the empty car. "Okay, it's fine, it's flooded, it'll dry out, just wait a few minutes and try again." But even as she said it, she could feel the water rising. Not fast, but steady, inexorable, climbing the door panel in a slow, patient line. It was already above the bottom of the window, and she could hear it now, a soft lapping sound that reminded her of lakes at night, of dark water moving in ways that had nothing to do with wind. She tried the ignition again. The dashboard lights flickered in response, brightening and dimming, and for a moment she thought the engine might catch, but it didn't. The lights just kept flickering, settling into a rhythm that felt wrong, felt deliberate, felt like something was trying to communicate in Morse code she couldn't read. That's when she heard the whistle. 3 notes, faint but clear, cutting through the sound of rain on metal like a knife through cloth. They were musical, almost pleasant, rising and falling in a pattern that reminded her of train whistles, of distant signals calling across dark prairies. But there were no trains here. The tracks above the underpass had been abandoned for years, grown over with blackberries and Scotch broom. Dana's breath caught. She looked around the car's interior, trying to find the source of the sound. The radio was off. Her phone was silent. There was nothing else in the car that could make that noise. The whistle came again. 3 notes, identical to the first, drifting through the underpass like smoke. And this time the dashboard lights blinked in time with it. On with the first note, off with the second, on with the third, then darkness, then the weak flicker resumed, waiting. "What the fuck?" Dana whispered. The water was higher now. She could feel it against the door, a cold pressure that made the Honda shift slightly on its suspension. She tried the ignition again, knowing it was useless, knowing the engine was dead but needing to do something with her hands. The key turned. The starter ground. The dashboard lights flickered their strange rhythm, and the whistle answered. It was closer this time, much closer, as if it had moved from the far end of the underpass to somewhere just outside the car. The 3 notes hung in the air, and Dana felt her skin prickle with goosebumps that had nothing to do with the cold. She looked through the rain-smeared windshield, trying to see anything in the darkness beyond. Her headlights, but there was only water and concrete and the faint glow of streetlights that seemed too far away to be real. Then, in the rearview mirror, she saw headlights. The relief was so intense it made her dizzy. Someone else. Another driver. Someone who could help. Someone who had a phone that worked, or a truck with a tow cable, or just a presence. Another human being who could confirm that this was just car trouble. Just bad luck. Just a stupid decision to drive through a flooded underpass that would make a good story later. Dana twisted in her seat, looking back through the rear window. The rain made it hard to see, turning the glass into a waterfall, but she could make out the glow of headlights behind her, getting brighter, getting closer. They were moving through the water, pushing toward her, and she felt her throat tighten with gratitude so sharp it hurt. She raised her hand to wave, to signal, to show that she needed help. Then she looked in the side mirror. There was no car. The space behind her was empty, just darkness and water and the faint outline of the underpass entrance maybe 20 yards back. No headlights. No vehicle. Nothing. Dana whipped around to look through the rear window again. The headlights were still there, still approaching, still getting brighter. But when she looked in the mirror, there was nothing. When she looked through the window, there they were. 2 perfectly round circles of light, moving across the surface of the floodwater like spotlights on a stage. They weren't coming from a car. They were in the water, reflections with no source, moving independently, gliding closer with a smoothness that made her stomach drop. The whistle came again, 3 notes, and this time Dana heard it clearly, not from outside the car, but from everywhere at once, from the water and the walls and the air itself. The dashboard lights responded, blinking their rhythm, and the reflected headlights in the floodwater brightened as if someone had turned up a dimmer switch. Dana's hands found the door handle. She needed to get out, needed to wade through the water to the other side of the underpass, needed to get away from the car and whatever was happening to it. The water was maybe 2 feet deep now, maybe a little more, but she could walk through it. She could. Movement in her peripheral vision froze her. There was someone standing in the water. Not in the car, not behind it, but ahead and to the left, beneath a streetlight that shouldn't be able to cast light this far into the underpass. The figure was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, wearing a long raincoat that hung to mid-calf, dark fabric that didn't move despite the rain hammering down. Its shoulders were square, its posture perfectly still, and where its face should be there was only light, dripping, sliding light that poured down from the street lamp above, as if the glow itself had become liquid and was melting across features Dana couldn't see. The figure. didn't move, didn't wave, didn't call out. It just stood there in water that should have been deep enough to reach its knees, and slowly, deliberately, it turned its shoulders. Not its head, just its shoulders, in a direction that angled away from the Honda toward the right wall of the underpass, toward a space between concrete pillars that looked darker than the rest of the tunnel. An exit. It was indicating an exit, a way out through the flood. Dana's lungs seized. Her mouth opened to shout, "Who are you? What do you want? Help me!" And the whistle came again, 3 notes that seemed to curve through the air toward her open mouth like hooks. She slammed her jaw shut so hard her teeth clicked. The figure in the raincoat didn't move. The light kept sliding down where its face should be, liquid and wrong, and Dana realized with a horror that made her bladder clench that it was waiting. Waiting for her to make a sound. Waiting for her to call out, to honk the horn, to scream into the storm and demand an answer. Waiting for her to give it permission. Her grandmother's voice surfaced in her memory, sharp and clear despite the years since she'd heard it. They'd been driving to the coast, Dana maybe 10 years old, and her grandmother had pointed to an underpass just like this one. "If you ever get stuck in a flood," she'd said, "and you hear whistling, 3 notes, always 3, you turn your engine off and you put your hands on the wheel and you don't make a sound. You understand? Not a sound. Because it listens for desperation the way water listens for gravity. And if you give it your voice, it'll use it to lead you somewhere you can't come back from." Dana had laughed, asked if it was a ghost story. Her grandmother hadn't laughed back. "It's not a ghost," she'd said. "It's older than ghosts. It's what happens when water gets so deep it learns to want things." The whistle came again, closer, insistent, and the dashboard lights blinked their rhythm like a heartbeat. That wasn't hers. The figure in the raincoat remained motionless, its shoulders still turned toward the dark space between the pillars, and Dana could feel the pull of it. The terrible logic that said someone was there, someone was offering help, someone was showing her the way out, and all she had to do was wade toward it and follow. Her hands were shaking. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. The urge to honk the horn was overwhelming, a physical need that made her fingers twitch toward the steering wheel center. She wanted to shout, wanted to make noise, wanted to fill the terrible silence with proof that she was still alive, still human, still capable of making the world respond to her will. But her grandmother's voice was louder, not a sound. Dana reached forward with trembling hands and turned the key in the ignition all the way back, past off, pulling it out completely even though the engine was already dead. The act felt important somehow, deliberate, a choice rather than a mechanical failure. She placed both hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2, fingers wrapped around the rubber, knuckles white. Then she closed her mouth, forced her breathing to slow, and accepted the truth. She was not crossing tonight. Not through the flood, not through the underpass, not past the figure in the raincoat with its face made of sliding light. She was staying here, in the car, in the rising water, and she was going to wait for help that came from somewhere real. Daylight, rescue services, her sister finally noticing she hadn't arrived and calling someone. She was not going to shout, was not going to honk, was not going to bargain with the storm. The silence that followed felt like jumping off a cliff. For a long moment, nothing changed. The rain kept hammering the roof. The water kept rising, now maybe 3 feet deep, high enough that Dana could feel the Honda starting to float slightly, its tyres losing contact with the road. The dashboard lights kept flickering, and the whistle kept drifting through the underpass, 3 notes that sounded hungry, that sounded like they were searching for an opening. Then slowly the rhythm of the dashboard lights changed. Instead of the deliberate blink, blink, blink that matched the whistle, they started to flicker randomly, weak, human, ordinary. The kind of flicker that came from a dying battery and wet electrical systems, not from something trying to communicate. Dana felt the difference in her chest, like pressure releasing. The whistle came again, but this time it was farther away. Not closer, farther. The 3 notes stretched thin, losing definition, becoming part of the rain's white noise instead of cutting through it, and the reflected headlights in the floodwater, the ones with no source, began to dim, their perfect circles smearing and breaking apart into ordinary light scatter, into the kind of reflection street lamps made on wet pavement. Dana kept her hands on the wheel, kept her, mouth shut, kept breathing slow and steady even though her heart was trying to punch through her ribs. The figure in the raincoat started to lose its edges. It happened gradually, like watching fog dissipate, the dark shape of the coat becoming less defined, the square shoulders blurring, the dripping light where its face should be spreading and thinning until it was just glare, just street lamp glow reflecting off rain. Dana watched it dissolve, unable to look away, and the strangest thing was how natural it seemed, as if the figure had never been solid to begin with, had always been made of light and water and expectation, and without her voice to give it shape it simply couldn't hold form. The space between the concrete pillars, the dark exit it had been indicating, remained. But now Dana could see it for what it was. Just shadow, just the underpass's far wall where the streetlights didn't reach. There was no passage, no way out, just concrete and flood and the kind of darkness. That meant depth, meant water deep enough to hide things, to drown things, to keep them. She stayed still, hands on the wheel, engine off, silent. The water continued to rise for another 10 minutes, reaching the bottom of the window, then stopping. Not receding, just stopping, as if it had reached some predetermined level and decided that was enough. Dana could hear it lapping against the car, a soft, almost gentle sound that made her think of bedtime stories, of her mother's voice reading about boats on calm seas. But this wasn't calm. This was patient. This was water that knew how to wait. Hours passed. Dana didn't move. Her muscles ached from holding the same position. Her bladder screamed for relief. Her throat was so dry it felt like sandpaper, but she didn't move. Didn't make a sound. Just kept her hands on the wheel and watched the rain slowly diminish from apocalyptic downpour to heavy shower to steady drizzle. The whistle didn't come back. When the first grey light of dawn started to filter through the underpass, Dana finally allowed herself to blink, to shift slightly in her seat, to acknowledge that she'd made it through the night. The water level had dropped maybe 6 inches, enough that the Honda's tyres were touching pavement again, enough that she could see the road beneath the surface. She heard voices then, real voices, human voices, calling from the entrance of the underpass. Rescue workers in orange vests wading through the receding flood with ropes and flashlights and radios crackling with traffic. One of them reached her car and tapped on the window, his face concerned but professional. "You okay in there?" he shouted through the glass. Dana tried to answer, realised her voice had locked up from disuse and just nodded. The rescue worker gave her a thumbs up and attached a cable to her front bumper, and within 20 minutes they'd pulled the Honda out of the underpass and up onto dry pavement. The engine was totaled, they told her, completely flooded. She was lucky the water hadn't gotten higher, lucky she'd stayed with the vehicle, lucky she hadn't tried to wade out on her own. Lucky. Dana sat in the back of an ambulance while a paramedic checked her vitals and asked questions she answered mechanically. Yes, she was okay. No, she wasn't hurt. Yes, she'd like them to call her sister. No, she didn't need to go to the hospital. The paramedic wrapped a blanket around her shoulders and handed her a bottle of water, and Dana drank it in 3 long gulps that hurt going down. Her sister arrived an hour later, face pale with worry, and wrapped Dana in a hug that lasted so long it started to feel uncomfortable. On the drive to her sister's house, Dana tried to explain what had happened. The stool, the rising water, the whistle. But the words came out wrong, came out sounding like exhaustion and stress, and maybe a minor concussion. Her sister just nodded and squeezed her hand and said she'd been so scared when Dana hadn't shown up, had called the police at midnight, had barely slept. Dana didn't mention the figure in the raincoat, didn't mention the reflected headlights with no source, didn't mention the way the dashboard lights had blinked in rhythm with 3 notes that shouldn't exist. She took a shower at her sister's house that lasted 40 minutes, standing under water so hot it turned her skin pink, scrubbing herself with soap that smelled like lavender and mint, trying to wash away the memory of floodwater lapping against the car door. When she finally got out, wrapped in a borrowed robe, her sister had made coffee and toast and was sitting at the kitchen table with a look that said she wanted to talk. "The news is saying that underpass floods every winter," her sister said carefully. "They're talking about finally getting it fixed, putting in better drainage or maybe just closing it permanently." Dana wrapped her hands around the coffee mug, feeling its warmth seep into her palms. Good. They interviewed some locals, one of them this old guy. He said there's a legend about that underpass. Her sister paused, watching Dana's face. He said people hear whistling sometimes, when the water gets deep enough. 3 notes, like a train signal. Dana's coffee mug trembled slightly. She set it down. He said his grandmother used to tell him that if you hear the whistle, you have to turn your engine off and put your hands on the wheel and not make any noise. No honking, no shouting, nothing. You just have to wait it out in silence. "What's it supposed to be?" Dana asked, her voice rough. "The thing that whistles." Her sister shrugged, looking uncomfortable. He called it whistle-wade. Said it's not a ghost exactly, more like something the floodwater makes. Something that knows how to sound like help when it isn't. He said it listens for desperation and uses it to lead people into the deepest water. Makes them think they're finding a way out when really they're just walking toward drowning. Dana thought about the dark space between the concrete pillars, about the figure in the raincoat turning its shoulders to indicate direction, about how badly she'd wanted to wade toward it, to follow, to trust that someone was showing her the way to safety. The old guy said something else too, her sister continued quietly. He said his grandmother told him that whistle-wade can't hold form without a voice answering it. That's why you have to stay silent, because if you shout, if you honk, if you make any noise that comes from fear or desperation, it uses that noise to build itself a body, uses your voice to make itself real enough to lead you somewhere you can't come back from. They sat in silence for a long moment, the kitchen warm and bright and safe, the rain outside reduced to a gentle patter against the windows. Dana picked up her coffee again and took a sip, letting the heat and caffeine ground her in the present. "Well," she said finally, "I didn't make any noise." Her sister smiled, relief clear on her face. "Good, that's good. You must have remembered Grandma's story." Dana nodded, but she was thinking about something else, about the strangest part of the whole night, the detail that bothered her more than the whistle or the figure or the reflected headlights. It was how badly the underpass had wanted sound, how she'd felt the hunger of it, the way it had pulled at her throat, had made her fingers twitch toward the horn, had filled her with an overwhelming need to make noise, to prove she was alive, to demand the world acknowledge her presence, and how silence had felt like a locked door, like something solid between her and whatever had been waiting in that water, like the only barrier that mattered. She didn't tell her sister that part, didn't tell her about the weight of that silence, or how it had felt like sacrifice, or how some part of her was still sitting in that flooded Honda with her hands on the wheel, refusing to speak, refusing to give the water what it wanted. Instead, she finished her coffee and let her sister fuss over her, making her eat toast she didn't want, insisting she take a nap in the guest room, promising to help her deal with insurance and car rentals and all the mundane disasters that came from driving through a flood. Dana went through the motions, grateful for normalcy, grateful for daylight, grateful for her sister's presence. But that night, lying in the guest bed with the lights off and the house quiet around her, she heard it again. Faint, distant, 3 notes drifting through the darkness like a signal from somewhere far away. Dana's breath stopped. She sat up in bed, listening so hard her ears rang, trying to determine if the sound was real or just memory, just trauma echoing in her head. The notes came again, barely audible, rising and falling in that same pattern, and her first thought was that it was impossible. She was miles from the underpass, safe in her sister's house. The storm had passed and the floods were receding, and she was fine, she was safe, she'd made it out. Then she realized the sound was coming from outside, from the street. Dana got out of bed and moved to the window, her bare feet silent on the carpet. She pulled the curtain back just enough to see out, and her stomach dropped. The street was flooded. Not as deep as the underpass, maybe only a few inches, but enough to cover the asphalt, enough to reflect the streetlights in wavering doubles. And in that reflection, maybe 20 yards from her sister's house, 2 headlights moved slowly through the water with no car to cast them. The whistle came again. 3 notes, clear and close and patient. Dana's hand went to the window latch, her fingers wrapping around it, and she felt the pull, the terrible urge to open the window, to lean out, to call to those impossible headlights and ask what they wanted, who was there, what they were looking for in the flooded suburban street at 3 a.m. Then she thought about the underpass, about her hands on the wheel, about silence as a locked door. She let go of the latch, stepped back from the window, closed the curtain, climbed back into bed and pulled the covers up to her chin, and lay there in the darkness with her mouth shut and her breathing slow and her ears full of 3 notes that repeated and slowly. finally faded away. In the morning, the street was dry. Her sister made breakfast and chattered about the weather clearing up, about how nice it would be to have some sunshine, about how they could go get Dana's things from her ruined car and maybe do some shopping, make a day of it. Dana nodded and smiled and ate scrambled eggs that tasted like cardboard, and she didn't mention the flooded street or the reflected headlights or the whistle that had found her even here, even miles from the underpass. Because she was starting to understand something that made her hands shake when she thought about it too hard. The whistle didn't come from a place. It came from water. Any water. Flood water, rainwater, water that pooled in streets and gutters and low places where light reflected strangely, and the boundary between surface and depth became uncertain. Whistlewade wasn't trapped in the underpass. The underpass was just where people heard it most often, where the conditions were right, where water gathered deep enough to hide something, to give it shape, to let it listen for the sound of desperation and use that sound to build itself a temporary body. But it could be anywhere. It could be everywhere. Anywhere water collected and someone was afraid and alone and desperate enough to make noise in the darkness. Dana started checking weather reports obsessively, started avoiding roads that might flood, started taking the long way around anything that looked like it might fill with water during a storm. Her sister noticed, made gentle comments about trauma and maybe seeing a therapist, and Dana agreed to everything while privately vowing never to drive through standing water again, never to trust a route just because it was familiar, never to assume she knew better than the warning signs. She got a new car, used, practical, with high clearance, and she kept the emergency kit in the trunk with flares and a reflective blanket and a charged battery pack for her phone. She told herself it was sensible preparation, the kind of thing everyone should do, nothing to do with 3 notes drifting through a flooded underpass or a figure in a raincoat with a face made of dripping light. But she also started researching. Not online at first. The internet was full of ghost stories and urban legends and creepypasta that all blurred together into meaningless noise. Instead, she went to the library in the coastal town nearest the underpass, asked the librarian about local history, about floods, about stories that people told. The librarian was an older woman with grey hair and reading glasses on a chain, and when Dana mentioned Whistlewade, her expression changed, became guarded, careful. "You heard it," she said. Not a question. Dana nodded. The librarian studied her for a long moment, then gestured for Dana to follow. She led her to a back room full of filing cabinets and boxes of old newspapers, pulled out a folder labelled Flood Incidents 1960-2023, and spread the contents across a table. "Every winter we get storms," she said, "and every winter some people don't make it. Most of them drown the normal way. Cars swept off roads, people trying to walk through water that's deeper and faster than they think. But some of them," she tapped a stack of newspaper clippings, "some of them drown in places where they shouldn't. In water that's not deep enough to be dangerous, in calm pools where the current isn't strong, and they're always found with expressions that the reports describe as peaceful, or accepting, or willing." Dana picked up the top. Clipping. It was from 1987, about a woman who drowned in 18 inches of water in the underpass. Her body found standing upright, her hands at her sides, her face turned toward a space between concrete pillars where there was nothing but a blank wall. "They followed it," the librarian said quietly. "They heard the whistle, and they got out of their cars and they waded toward what they thought was help, and they drowned, still thinking they were being rescued." "But I didn't," Dana said. "I heard it, and I stayed in my car, and I didn't make any noise, and it went away." "You knew the rule?" The librarian pulled out another folder, this one much older, the papers inside brown with age. "The indigenous people who lived here before settlers came, they had a name for it. Not Whistlewade, that's what the railroad workers called it later, because the sound reminded them of train signals. The original name translates to something like the voice that water makes when it wants to be answered. They believed that floodwater could develop a kind of intent, a hunger for human sound, and that if you gave it your voice, if you fed it your fear or your desperation or your calls for help, it would use that to pull you deeper, to lead you into drowning while making you think you were finding safety." Dana thought about the dashboard lights blinking in rhythm with the whistle, about how it had felt like a conversation she was being invited to join. "The rule about staying silent," she said. "How many people know it?" The librarian's expression was grim. Not enough. Used to be. Everyone who lived on the coast knew it. It was common knowledge, passed down from parents to children, like knowing not to swim right after eating or how to spot a rip current. But people forgot, or they decided it was superstition, or they never learned it in the first place because they moved here from somewhere else. She gestured to the stack of newspaper clippings, and every year we lose more. Dana spent 3 hours in that back room, reading through decades of flood deaths, looking for patterns. What she found made her stomach turn. The deaths clustered around the underpass, but not exclusively. They happened in flooded streets, in drainage ditches, in culverts, and low-lying parking lots. They happened to people who'd been seen talking to themselves before they walked into the water, or who'd been heard honking their horns, or who'd called out for help even though help was already on the way. One report from 2003 included a quote from a witness who'd seen a woman wade into floodwater that was only knee-deep, following what she claimed was a person in a raincoat who was showing her the way to dry ground. The witness had shouted at her to stop, to come back, but the woman had kept walking until the water was over her head, and even then she'd kept walking, arms outstretched, reaching for something the witness couldn't see. They'd found her body wedged between two concrete pillars in a space that was completely submerged, drowned in water that shouldn't have been deep enough to kill her. "What is it?" Dana asked the librarian when she was done reading. "Really? Not the legend, not the indigenous name. What is Whistlewade, actually?" The librarian was quiet for a long time, staring at the folders spread across the table. "I don't know," she said finally. "I don't think anyone knows. Maybe it's exactly what the old stories say. Some kind of spirit or entity that lives in floodwater and hunts for voices. Maybe it's something about the acoustics of certain spaces, the way water distorts sound and creates auditory illusions that make people hear what they want to hear. Maybe it's mass hysteria or trauma response or a dozen people having the same hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion." She looked up at Dana, and her eyes were tired. "But I've lived here for 40 years, and I've seen too many people drown in impossible ways to think it's entirely explainable. And I've heard the whistle myself, twice, during bad storms when I was driving home and got caught in high water. Both times I did what my mother taught me. Turned off the engine, hands on the wheel, complete silence. And both times the whistle went away and I lived through it." "So you believe?" Dana said. "I believe in not taking chances," the librarian replied. "I believe in respecting things I don't understand. And I believe in telling people the rule when they're willing to listen, because even if it's just superstition, even if there's nothing actually in the water, staying silent and waiting for proper rescue is still the smart thing to do." Dana left the library with a printout of the rule: turn engine off, hands on wheel, complete silence, wait for daylight or proper rescue, folded in her pocket. She went back to her sister's house and told her she needed to go home, needed to get back to her apartment and her job and her normal life, needed to stop dwelling on one bad night in a flooded underpass. Her sister drove her to pick up the rental car, hugged her goodbye, made her promise to call when she got home. Dana promised, meant it. Drove north along the coast highway as the sun set, watching the ocean turn from grey to gold to deep purple, thinking about water and voices and the things that lived in the spaces between. She made it home without incident. Parked the rental in her apartment complex's garage, rode the elevator to the 3rd floor, unlocked her door and stepped into the familiar mess of her life. Dirty dishes in the sink, laundry piled on the couch, mail stacked on the counter, all the small disasters she'd been ignoring while she focused on the big one called divorce. She cleaned, did laundry, paid bills, went to work and smiled at her co-workers and answered their questions about her trip with vague pleasantries. Got through the days one at a time, not thinking about the underpass, not checking the weather reports, not flinching every time it rained. And for 3 weeks, it worked. 3 weeks of ordinary life, of routine, of pretending the night in the flooded Honda had been nothing more than a scary experience she'd survived and could now file away as a story to tell at parties. 3 weeks of feeling like maybe she'd overreacted. Maybe it had all been exhaustion and stress and her imagination running wild in the dark. Then the storms came back. Not as bad as before, but bad enough. Heavy rain that started in the afternoon and didn't let up, that turned the streets into rivers and made the evening commute a nightmare. Dana left work late, tired from a long day, and got onto the highway heading north toward her apartment. Traffic was heavy, slow, everyone driving too cautiously, brake lights flaring red in the downpour. She was maybe 2 miles from her exit when she heard it. 3 notes, faint but clear, cutting through the sound of rain and windshield wipers and the radio playing some forgettable pop song. Dana's hands tightened on the wheel. She turned the radio off, listening hard, trying to convince herself she'd imagined it. The whistle came again, closer. Dana looked around frantically. She was on the highway, surrounded by other cars in the middle of moving traffic. There was no standing water here, no pools or floods, just rain on asphalt and the spray from passing vehicles. The whistle couldn't be here. It didn't make sense. But there it was again. 3 notes. And this time, her dashboard lights flickered in response. Dana's heart hammered. She checked her mirrors, saw nothing but other cars, nothing unusual. But the whistle kept coming, kept getting closer, and she could feel something wrong with the air inside her car. A dampness that had nothing to do with humidity. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature. She took her foot off the gas, letting the car slow, trying to figure out what to do. She couldn't stop here, not in the middle of the highway. Couldn't pull over without causing an accident. Couldn't follow the rule because she wasn't stuck, wasn't stranded, was surrounded by moving traffic and functioning engine and streetlights and all the normal things that should make her safe. The whistle came again, and this time Dana realized it was coming from the air vents. She reached forward with shaking hands and turned off the climate control. The air vents went silent. But the whistle didn't stop. It just changed direction, now coming from the speakers, 3 notes playing through the car's sound system. Even though the radio was off, the volume knob turned all the way down. In her rearview mirror, the headlights of the car behind her started to blur, to separate from the vehicle, to slide across the rain-slick road as if they were reflections with no source. Dana jerked the wheel right, cutting across 2 lanes of traffic, ignoring the honking horns and angry shouts. She took the next exit too fast, her tyres, hydroplaning slightly before catching traction, and pulled into the parking lot of a closed gas station. Slammed the car into park, turned off the engine, pulled the key out of the ignition. The whistle stopped. Dana sat in the sudden silence, breathing hard, waiting for it to come back. The rain hammered the roof. The dashboard was dark. The reflected headlights in her mirrors were just headlights again, attached to cars driving past on the highway, normal and mundane and explicable. She stayed there for 20 minutes, hands on the wheel, not making a sound, until she was sure it was really gone. Then she restarted the car and drove the rest of the way home with every window cracked open, with the radio silent, with her attention divided between the road and her mirrors, watching for movement that didn't match the traffic around her. She made it to her apartment without hearing the whistle again. Parked in the garage, rode the elevator, locked her door behind her and leaned against. Yet feeling her legs shake with delayed adrenaline, it had followed her. Not just to her sister's house, but all the way home, all the way to her ordinary life. It wasn't trapped in the underpass, it wasn't even limited to standing water. It could be in rain, in air, in the water vapour that condensed on windows and mirrors, in any space where water existed and someone was afraid enough to listen for it. Dana pulled out her phone and called her sister. Got voicemail. Left a message asking her to call back, kept her voice steady even though her hands were shaking. Then she went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. Avoided looking at the mirror because she could see moisture condensing on its surface, and that was close enough to water that she didn't want to risk it. Didn't want to give Whistlewade any openings. Her phone rang, her sister calling back. "Hey," Dana said. "Sorry to bother you, I heard it again, the whistle. I was driving home from work and it was in my car somehow, coming through the vents and the speakers, and I had to pull over and—" "Dana," her sister said gently, "I think maybe you should talk to someone, a therapist, because this is starting to sound like—" "It's real," Dana interrupted. "I'm not making it up, I'm not imagining it, it's actually happening. The dashboard lights blink when it whistles, the headlights in my mirrors move without cars. I saw it in the street outside your house that night. Remember I told you?" "You didn't tell me that," her sister said carefully. "You said you'd had trouble sleeping, but you didn't mention seeing anything." Dana's stomach dropped. Had she not told her? She'd been so sure she'd mentioned it, but maybe she hadn't. Maybe she'd been too afraid her sister would think she was losing it. "It's been 3 weeks, her sister continued. 3 weeks since the underpass, and you're still hearing things, still seeing things. That's trauma, Dana. That's your brain trying to process a scary experience. It's not actually there." Dana opened her mouth to argue. to insist, to make her sister understand. But the words died in her throat because she could hear it again. Faint, distant, 3 notes drifting through her apartment like smoke. She hung up without saying goodbye, pressed her phone against her chest and listened to the whistle move through her home, testing spaces, checking rooms, as if it was searching for her. It came from the bathroom, from the kitchen sink, from anywhere there was plumbing, anywhere water could hide in pipes and drains and traps. Dana grabbed her keys and left, didn't bother with a coat or shoes, just went out into the hallway in bare feet and locked the door behind her. The whistle followed, echoing in the stairwell, bouncing off tile walls. She took the stairs instead of the elevator, couldn't bear the thought of being trapped in that small metal box with the whistle, and burst out into the parking garage. The rain was coming down, harder now, and the garage was flooding. Not deep, just a few inches, but enough to cover the concrete floor in a black mirror that reflected the fluorescent lights in wobbling doubles. Dana stopped at the edge of the water, her bare feet on the threshold between dry and wet, and stared at her reflection. It looked wrong, not distorted or monstrous, just wrong. The reflected Dana was standing in water that came up to her ankles, even though the real water was only an inch deep, and behind the reflection, barely visible in the wavering surface, there was a tall figure in a raincoat, shoulders squared, face obscured by light that dripped down like liquid glare. Dana stepped back from the water's edge. The whistle came again, 3 notes that sounded almost disappointed, and her reflection's mouth moved even though Dana's lips stayed closed. She ran. Not to her car. She couldn't drive through this, couldn't risk being trapped in a vehicle again. But to the garage's pedestrian exit, up, the stairs to street level. The rain hit her like a wall, cold and heavy, soaking through her clothes in seconds. She kept running anyway, down the sidewalk, past other apartment buildings and closed shops, looking for somewhere dry, somewhere the water couldn't reach. But there was no such place. The rain was everywhere, filling gutters, pooling in low spots, turning the whole city into an interconnected network of potential listening posts. Dana could feel it watching her, could feel the weight of its attention every time she splashed through a puddle, every time rainwater ran down her face. She ducked under an awning outside a coffee shop, pressing herself against the door, trying to catch her breath. Her feet were bleeding from running barefoot on concrete, her clothes were plastered to her skin, and she was shaking so hard her teeth chattered. Across the street a storm drain gurgled and whistled. 3 notes, clear and close and patient. Dana closed her eyes and forced herself to think, to remember what the librarian had said, what the rule was supposed to accomplish. Stay silent. Don't give it your voice. Don't let it use your desperation to build itself a body. She'd been making noise, running, breathing hard, probably whimpering without realizing it. Giving Whistlewade exactly what it wanted. Sound, motion, proof of fear. She needed to stop. Needed to be still and quiet and let it lose interest. But how could she be still when every puddle held a reflection that looked wrong, when every drain carried 3 notes that wanted her to answer, when the rain itself felt like it was trying to speak her name? Dana opened her eyes and looked around. The street was empty. Everyone with any sense staying indoors during the storm. The coffee shop behind her was closed, dark. Across the street, a hotel's neon sign flickered in the rain, and Dana realized with a surge of desperate hope that she could go there, could get a room, could lock herself in a bathroom with no windows and no drains and wait out the storm in a space where water couldn't accumulate, couldn't listen. She pushed off from the awning and ran again, splashing across the street, her feet screaming protest. The hotel's automatic doors opened with a cheerful chime, and she stumbled into the lobby, dripping and shaking and probably looking completely insane. The night clerk stared at her with wide eyes. "Ma'am, are you—" "I need a room," Dana gasped. "Please, top floor if you have it. I can pay. I just need somewhere dry." The clerk's expression shifted from alarm to professional concern. "Of course. Let me just—" He started typing on his computer, kept glancing at Dana like he was trying to decide if he should call security or an ambulance. "Can I see some ID?" Dana patted her pockets, realized with a sinking feeling that she'd left her wallet in her apartment when she'd fled. "I don't have it. I left my apartment in a hurry. I heard something and I just ran. Please, I can call someone to verify. I can—" The clerk held up a hand. It's okay. The storm's bad tonight, I get it. Let me see what I can do. He made a phone call to someone, explained the situation in a low voice Dana couldn't quite hear. After a few minutes, he hung up and gave her an apologetic smile. My manager says we can put you in a room for tonight. You can sort out payment in the morning. Room 612, top floor like you asked. Dana could have kissed him. Thank you. Thank you so much. He handed her a key card and pointed to the elevators. There's a courtesy robe in the closet, and I can have someone bring up towels and maybe some dry clothes if you want. You look about my sister's size. Dana nodded, too grateful to speak, and headed for the elevators. The lobby was blessedly quiet. No whistle, no 3 notes, just the normal sounds of a hotel at night. Distant conversation, the hum of air conditioning, her own wet footsteps on tile. The elevator arrived, with a soft ding. Dana stepped inside, pressed the button for the 6th floor, and watched the doors slide closed. As the elevator started to rise, she caught sight of her reflection in the polished metal doors. Behind her, in the reflection, a tall figure in a raincoat stood in the corner of the elevator. Dana whirled around. The elevator was empty except for her. She turned back to the doors. The reflection showed the figure clearly, shoulders squared, face dripping with light that slid down like water. The elevator's speaker crackled. 3 notes played through it, distorted by static but unmistakable. Dana lunged for the button panel and slammed her hand against door open. The elevator slowed, stopped at the 2nd floor, and the doors slid apart. She threw herself out into the hallway, not caring which floor she was on, just needing to get out of that small metal box. The hallway was long and empty, lit by sconces that cast pools of warm light on beige carpet. Room doors lined, both sides, numbered plaques glinting. Dana stood in the middle of the hallway, breathing hard, trying to figure out what to do next. The elevator doors closed behind her. She heard it descend, the motor whining softly. Then, from somewhere in the walls, she heard water running through pipes, and with it, 3 notes that echoed in the plumbing, moving through the hotel's circulatory system like blood through veins. Dana started walking, checking room numbers. 201, 202, 203. She was only on the 2nd floor. The keycard in her hand said 612. Could she take the stairs? Could she risk the enclosed stairwell with its concrete walls that would make the whistle echo, amplify, surround her? A door opened ahead of her, and an elderly man stepped out into the hallway, wearing a hotel bathrobe and carrying an ice bucket. He saw Dana and stopped, taking in her soaked clothes and bleeding feet and wild expression. "Are you all right, miss?" Dana opened her mouth to answer and felt the whistle, rising in her throat, 3 notes that wanted to escape, wanted to be voiced. She clamped her jaw shut so hard her teeth ached. The man's expression shifted to alarm. "Miss, do you need help? Should I call?" Dana shook her head frantically, backing away. She couldn't speak, couldn't risk it. The whistle was waiting in her lungs like water in a reservoir, and if she opened her mouth it would pour out and Whistlewade would use it. Would use her own voice to give itself shape, would turn her into the very thing that was hunting her. She turned and ran for the stairwell, yanking open the door and taking the stairs 2 at a time. The elderly man called after her, confused and worried, but Dana didn't stop. She climbed through 2 floors of echoing concrete, the whistle following in the pipes that ran up the walls, 3 notes bouncing off hard surfaces until it sounded like there were dozens of them. A chorus, a symphony of Whistlewade. She burst out onto the 4th floor, then kept climbing. 5th floor, 6th floor. The stairwell door for the 6th floor was locked from this side. Fire code violation, some distant part of her brain noted, so she went up 1 more flight to the 7th and tried that door. It opened. The 7th floor hallway was identical to the 2nd, beige carpet, warm lighting, numbered doors. Dana staggered out of the stairwell and leaned against the wall, her chest heaving, her vision swimming with exhaustion. The keycard said 612. This was the 7th floor. She was in the wrong place. But she couldn't go back in the stairwell, couldn't take the elevator, couldn't stand in the hallway listening to the whistle move through the walls. She needed to get inside a room. Any room, somewhere with a door she could lock. She tried her keycard on the nearest door. 701. It didn't work. Tried the next one. 702. Nothing. She moved down the hallway, trying every door, and on the 5th try the lock clicked and the door swung open. The room was dark, unoccupied, the bed made with crisp white linens. Dana stumbled inside and locked the door behind her, threw the deadbolt, latched the security chain. Then she sank down onto the floor with her back against the door and finally let herself cry. The sobs came in great heaving gasps, silent except for the air moving in and out of her lungs. No sound, no voice, just tears and shaking and the overwhelming exhaustion of being afraid for so long. The whistle didn't come. The room was quiet except for the rain pattering against the window. Ordinary rain, nothing haunted about it. Dana cried until she had nothing left, then pulled herself up and went into the bathroom to assess the damage. Her feet were a mess, cuts and scrapes from running on concrete starting to bruise. Her clothes were soaked and torn. Her face was pale, eyes red, hair plastered to her head in wet tangles. She looked like someone who'd barely survived something terrible, which she supposed was accurate. She stripped off her wet clothes and wrapped herself in the hotel bathrobe the night clerk had mentioned, then hobbled back to the bed and climbed under the covers. The sheets were cool and dry and smelled like detergent, and for the first time in hours Dana felt something close to safe. She lay there in the dark, listening to the rain, and tried to make sense of what was happening. Whistlewade had followed her from the underpass to her sister's house to her own apartment to this hotel. It wasn't limited by distance or location. It went wherever water could reach, wherever rain fell or pipes ran or drains opened to the deep, and it was getting more persistent, more aggressive. The first time, in the underpass, it had accepted her silence and faded away. But tonight it had followed her through her apartment, through the streets, into the hotel elevator. It wasn't giving up as easily. It was testing her, pushing harder, trying to provoke a response. Why? Dana thought about what the librarian had said, about how Whistlewade couldn't hold form without a voice answering it, about how it needed someone to speak, to shout, to make noise in the water so it could use that sound to build itself a temporary body. But what if it wasn't temporary anymore? What if each time someone gave it their voice, it became more solid, more real, more able to persist beyond a single drowning? What if decades of people shouting into floodwater, honking horns in desperation, calling for help that never came? What if all that sound had accumulated had given Whistlewade enough substance to hunt actively instead of just waiting for victims to come to it? The thought made Dana's skin crawl. She pulled the blanket higher, wishing she had her phone so she could call someone, talk to someone, hear another human voice confirm that she wasn't crazy. But her phone was back in her apartment. Along with her wallet and her keys and everything else that mattered, she was alone in a strange hotel, room with nothing but a bathrobe and her own stubborn refusal to make the sound that Whistlewade wanted. Sleep seemed impossible, but eventually exhaustion dragged her under. She dreamed of rain, of floods, of standing in water that rose higher and higher, while 3 notes played through the air like a siren song. In the dream she opened her mouth to scream and water poured in, filled her lungs, drowned her from the inside out. She woke gasping, tangled in sheets, her heart hammering. The room was still dark. The clock on the nightstand said 4:47 a.m. The rain had stopped. Dana got out of bed and went to the window, pulled the curtain back slightly. The city spread out below, wet streets reflecting lights in perfect stillness. No rain, no flood, no whistle carrying through the air. Maybe it was over. Maybe Whistlewade needed active rainfall to sustain itself, needed moving water to hunt through. Maybe the storm ending meant she was safe. Dana let herself believe it for exactly 3 seconds. Then she heard the bathroom faucet turn on. She froze, listening to water pour into the sink in a steady stream. She hadn't turned it on, hadn't been in the bathroom since she'd changed out of her wet clothes. The faucet was turning itself on. 3 notes drifted out of the bathroom, carried on the sound of running water. Dana backed away from the bathroom door, her mind racing. She was 7 floors up. She couldn't jump, couldn't run. Her feet were too damaged, and where would she go? Couldn't call for help because that would mean making noise, and noise was exactly what Whistlewade wanted. The water in the bathroom sink overflowed. She could hear it spilling onto the floor, spreading, seeking, and with it came the sound of something moving, something that made wet footsteps on tile, something that was using the water to give itself shape. Dana looked at the room's door, locked, chained, bolted, but between her and that door was the bathroom and whatever was coming out of it. She had 2 choices. Try to run past the bathroom to the door, or stay where she was and hope that silence would still protect her. The bathroom door swung open slowly, water pouring out in a spreading pool, and in the doorway, backlit by fluorescent light, stood the figure in the raincoat. It was more solid now than it had been in the underpass. Dana could see details, the texture of the fabric, the way water dripped from the hem and sleeves, the shape of shoulders and arms, and a head that turned slowly toward her. Where its face should be, light still poured down in sliding streams. But underneath the light, Dana could almost see features trying to form, a mouth opening and closing in time with the 3-note whistle. The figure took a step forward. Water splashed around its feet, its visible feet, not just a reflection, but actual limbs moving through actual space. It was real. Whistlewade had become real enough to walk, to hunt, to close the distance between them. Dana pressed, herself against the wall, her hands flat against the wallpaper, her mouth clamped shut. Don't speak. Don't scream. Don't give it anything. The figure took another step, then another. It moved with an odd fluidity, as if it wasn't quite sure how joints were supposed to work, as if it was remembering how to be human from watching other people drown. The whistle came again, and this time Dana could see it emerge from the figure's mouth. Actual sound waves that rippled through the air like heat shimmer, like distortion, like something wrong with reality itself. It was close enough now that Dana could smell it. Not decay or rot, but something worse. The smell of deep water, of places where light didn't reach, of drowning and acceptance and the cold logic of gravity pulling bodies down. The figure raised one arm, slowly, and pointed. Not at Dana. Past her. Toward the window. Dana's eyes flicked to the window, then back to the figure. What was it showing her? What exit was it pretending to offer this time? The figure's arm moved, gesturing more insistently. The window. Jump. Escape the room by going through the glass and falling 7 stories to the wet street below. That was the lure. That was the lie Whistlewade was selling. That the window was a way out. That falling was better than staying. That death by impact was somehow preferable to whatever the figure in the raincoat wanted to do. Dana shook her head. A small movement, barely visible, but the figure noticed. Its head tilted, light pouring down where its eyes should be, and the whistle changed tone, became questioning, became confused, as if it couldn't understand why the lure wasn't working, why Dana wasn't opening the window and climbing out. The figure took another step forward. It was close enough now that Dana could see water streaming off its raincoat, puddling on the carpet. Close enough that she could see its hand reaching out, fingers extended, trying to touch her face. She closed her eyes, turned her, face away, kept her mouth shut. The figure's hand stopped inches from her cheek. Dana could feel it there, could feel the cold radiating from it, could feel the wet texture of whatever it was made of. But it didn't touch her, just hovered, waiting, as if it needed permission, as if it couldn't quite bridge the final gap without her voice giving it that last bit of reality. Dana stood perfectly still, barely breathing, feeling the minutes stretch into hours. Her legs ached from standing, her feet throbbed, her lungs screamed for a full breath, but she didn't move, didn't speak, didn't give Whistlewade what it wanted. Slowly, incrementally, the figure began to lose definition, its edges blurred, its hand pulled back. The light that made its face dimmed and spread, becoming less focused, less purposeful, and the water that had poured from the bathroom started to recede, flowing backward, returning to pipes and drains as if someone had reversed time. The whistle came one more time, 3, notes that sounded almost sad, almost disappointed. Then it faded, thinned, dissolved into the ambient sounds of a hotel at night. Footsteps in other rooms, ice machines cycling, the distant hum of ventilation. The figure became translucent, became suggestion, became nothing. Dana opened her eyes. The bathroom was empty, the floor was dry, the faucet was off. There was no water, no figure, no proof that anything had happened except the terror still coursing through her veins and the ache in her jaw from holding it shut for so long. She sank down to the floor, her back against the wall, and waited for morning. When grey light finally started to filter through the window, Dana got up, put her torn and partially dried clothes back on over the bathrobe and left the room. She took the stairs down to the lobby, ignoring the pain in her feet, and found the night clerk still on duty, looking tired but professional. "I need to check out," she said. Her voice came out rough, unused. He looked at her with concern but didn't comment on her appearance. "Of course. Did you have a good stay?" Dana almost laughed. "No, but I'm alive, so that's something." She gave him her information, promised to email ID and payment details later, and accepted the bag of toiletries and spare clothes he'd assembled for her at some point during the night. Then she walked out into the cool morning air and stood on the sidewalk, breathing in the smell of wet pavement and exhaust and city, feeling the sun on her face even though clouds still covered most of the sky. The storm was over, the rain had stopped, and Whistlewade, for now, had retreated back to wherever it lived between drownings. Dana went back to her apartment, changed clothes properly, bandaged her feet, made coffee and sat at her kitchen table staring at nothing, trying to figure out what to do next. She couldn't keep running, couldn't keep fleeing every time it rained, every time she heard water running through pipes. Whistlewade had proven it could find her anywhere, could use any water to reach her, could build itself a body solid enough to walk and point and try to lure her to her death. But it hadn't succeeded. 3 times now, the underpass, her apartment, the hotel, she'd heard the whistle and stayed silent, and 3 times Whistlewade had failed to drown her. Maybe that meant something. Maybe there were limits to what it could do, even as it became more persistent, more aggressive. Dana pulled out her laptop and started researching in earnest. Not just local flood deaths, but drowning patterns all along the coast. Reports of people hearing whistles, stories about figures in raincoats, legends about floodwater entities from other cultures, other countries, other centuries. What she found was disturbing. Whistlewade wasn't unique. It had different names. The water bearer in Scotland, the rain shepherd in Japan, Aguan in parts of South America, but the pattern was always the same. 3 notes, a figure, in waterproof clothing. Victims found drowned in impossible circumstances, often with expressions of acceptance or peace. And always, the rule was the same. Stay silent, and it will pass. Make noise, and it will take you. Dana spent 3 days reading everything she could find, cross-referencing stories, looking for exceptions or variations. She found only one, a report from Norway about a woman who'd survived an encounter with something called the Vangast, by not just staying silent but by singing to herself in her mind. The theory was that if Whistlewade hunted for external voices, for sounds in the water that it could use, then filling your head with internal sound might protect you, might give you something to focus on that wasn't the terror of waiting. Dana filed that information away, not sure if it would help but willing to try anything. On the 4th day, it rained again. Dana stood at her apartment window and watched the storm roll in, dark clouds swallowing the sky, rain falling in sheets that turned streets into rivers. She should have felt afraid, should have been packing a bag, preparing to flee, looking for somewhere dry and high to hide. Instead, she felt angry. She was tired of running, tired of being afraid of water, of rain, of the most basic elements of the world she lived in, tired of letting Whistlewade dictate where she could go, when she could drive, how she could live her life. She'd followed the rule, had stayed silent every time, had survived every encounter, and she was done letting it have power over her. Dana grabbed her keys and her phone, put on her raincoat, the irony wasn't lost on her, and headed down to her car. She was going back to the underpass, going to face the place where this had started, going to prove to herself that Whistlewade was just water and sound and fear was something she could choose not to feel. The drive took an hour through heavy traffic and heavier rain. Dana kept the radio off, listening to the percussion of water on metal, the thump of wipers, the hiss of tyres. She didn't hear the whistle, not yet. Maybe it was waiting for her. Maybe it remembered her from the first encounter, the one who'd gotten away. The underpass came into view, orange barricades still in place, warning signs still proclaiming the danger of flooding. Dana pulled over to the shoulder 100 yards before the entrance and sat in her car. Watching rain pool at the lowest point of the tunnel, she could turn around, could go home, could accept that this was irrational, that deliberately confronting a thing that wanted to drown her was maybe the stupidest decision she'd ever made. But she thought about the figure in the hotel room, about how it had pointed at the window, about how it had wanted her to jump, about how it had been so close to touching her face and had stopped, unable to cross that final threshold without her permission. Whistlewade was powerful, but it wasn't all powerful. It had limits, rules, and Dana was done letting those rules trap her. She started the car and drove toward the underpass, steered around the barricades, felt the car dip downward into darkness and water. This time she knew what was coming, was prepared for it, had her hands already positioned on the steering wheel and her mouth already closed. The engine coughed exactly where it had before. The car stalled in the same spot, surrounded by black water that reflected her headlights in trembling doubles. The dashboard lights flickered and settled into their rhythm, and the whistle came. 3 notes, clear and close and hungry, but Dana was ready for them. She closed her eyes and started singing in her head, a song her mother had taught her, a lullaby about boats on calm water. She didn't voice it, didn't let any sound escape her lips, just ran the melody through her thoughts over and over, filling her mind with music that had nothing to do with drowning. The whistle came again, trying to find an opening, trying to match its pitch to her thoughts. But the lullaby was too simple, too repetitive, too full of her mother's voice for Whistlewade to imitate. Dana held onto it like a lifeline, letting the familiar tune crowd out the fear. In her peripheral vision, she saw the figure in the raincoat materialize in the water ahead, saw it turn toward her, light pouring down where its face should be. But this time Dana didn't look away. She looked directly at it, keeping her mouth shut, keeping the lullaby running through her head, and just watched. The figure took a step toward the car, then stopped. It tilted its head, as if listening, as if trying to hear something it expected but couldn't find. The whistle came again, 3 notes that sounded frustrated, that sounded like a question mark. Dana kept singing internally, kept her eyes on the figure, and slowly, deliberately, she shook her head. No, not this time, not ever. The figure's shoulders sagged. It was a strange, almost human gesture, and for a moment Dana wondered what Whistlewade actually was, whether it was truly malevolent or just following some instinct older than language, some pattern built into the relationship between water and fear, and the voices people make when they're dying. She felt a flicker of something that might have been pity. Then the figure raised both arms and spread them wide, and water began to rush into the underpass from both ends. Not slowly, not patiently, but in a flood that sounded like fury, like Whistlewade had decided that if it couldn't lure Dana out of the car, it would simply drown her inside it. The water level rose fast, past the doors, past the windows. The Honda started to float, to spin slightly in the current. Dana's internal lullaby faltered, her mother's voice drowned out by the roar of the flood and the spike of terror that came with feeling the car lift off the road. But she didn't scream, didn't honk the horn, didn't call for help. She just held her breath and kept her hands on the wheel and waited. The water rose to the roofline, started to seep in through the door seals, cold and insistent. The figure in the raincoat stood in front of the car, barely visible through water that was now churning with debris, branches, trash, things that had been pulled into the flood. It spread its arms wider, and the whistle became a howl, became the sound of every drowning person who'd ever called out in their final moments. Dana closed her eyes, thought about her mother, about her sister, about the librarian who'd shown her the folders and told her the rule, about everyone who'd stayed silent and survived, and everyone who'd shouted and been found drowned with peaceful expressions, thinking they were being rescued right up until the water filled their lungs. She thought, "I'm not giving you my voice." The car's interior was filling with water now, cold and rising. It reached her lap, her waist, her chest. Dana's lungs burned with the need to breathe, but she kept her mouth closed, kept her thoughts on the lullaby, kept her hands on the wheel. The water reached her chin, her nose, her eyes, and then, suddenly, it stopped. Not receded, just stopped rising, as if it had hit some invisible barrier. Dana opened her eyes underwater and saw the figure in the raincoat standing inches from the windshield, its arms still spread, its face, if it could be called a face, pressed against the glass. The light that dripped down from it had frozen mid-fall, suspended like tears that couldn't drop. The figure was trying to understand. Dana could see it in the way the light flickered, in the way its mouth moved behind the dripping glow. It had brought the flood, had filled the underpass, had put Dana in a position where drowning was the only option. But she still hadn't made a sound, and that, apparently, was something Whistlewade couldn't overcome. Without her voice, without her noise, without her terror given audible form, it couldn't cross the final threshold. It couldn't turn water into death. It could only wait and hope and try to provoke the response it needed. Dana stared at the figure through the water-filled car, her lungs screaming, her vision starting to tunnel. She had maybe 30 seconds of consciousness left, maybe less. The choice was simple: open her mouth and scream and give Whistlewade what it wanted, or hold her breath until she passed out and let the drowning take her anyway, except the water had stopped rising. The car wasn't sinking deeper. The current that had been spinning the Honda had gone still. Everything was frozen, waiting, paused on the edge of Dana's choice. And if Whistlewade needed her voice to complete the drowning, then maybe, just maybe, staying silent would force it to release her. Would make this whole situation unsustainable, would prove that even with all its power, even with the ability to flood an underpass in seconds, it still couldn't kill someone who refused to participate. Dana's vision went dark at the edges. Her chest convulsed, her body's autonomous systems trying to force her to breathe, but she held on, kept her mouth shut, kept her hands on the wheel, kept her silence like a locked door. The figure in the raincoat pulled back from the windshield, its arms lowered. The light that made its face began to dim, to lose cohesion, to drip away faster than before, and the water started to drain. Not slowly, not gradually. It poured out of the underpass like someone had pulled a plug, rushing away with a sound like a sigh, like disappointment, like acceptance. Within seconds the Honda was settling back onto the road, water streaming off its sides. Within a minute the underpass was empty except for puddles and debris. Dana's lungs finally unlocked. She gasped, coughed, vomited water that had started to seep into her throat. Her whole body shook with the aftermath of oxygen deprivation, her hands cramping on the steering wheel, her vision swimming back into focus. The figure in the raincoat stood in a puddle maybe 10 feet from the car. It looked smaller now, less defined, more like a shadow than a solid thing. The whistle came one more time, 3 notes that sounded tired, that sounded almost like farewell. Then it dissolved completely, not fading gradually but coming apart all at once, collapsing into water that splashed onto the road and flowed toward the nearest drain, where it disappeared with a soft gurgle that might have been sound or might have been Dana's imagination. She sat in the flooded car for a long time, shaking, breathing, crying quietly without making any other sound. When she finally felt stable enough to move, she tried the ignition. The engine turned over on the first try as if it had never been flooded, as if the water had been there and then not been there, and the Honda's mechanical systems had simply reset to whatever they'd been before. Dana put the car in gear and drove out of the underpass, past the barricades, back onto the highway. She made it maybe 2 miles before she had to pull over again, this time to vomit on the shoulder and shake until her muscles gave out from exhaustion. But she'd done it, had faced Whistlewade in its own territory, had stayed silent through the worst it could throw at her, and had survived. Had proven that the rule worked, that silence was protection, that even when drowning seemed inevitable, she could still choose not to give the water her voice. The knowledge felt like armour, like something she could carry forward, use, share with others who might need it. Dana drove home slowly, carefully, watching the rain taper off to drizzle, and then stop completely. The clouds broke apart, showing patches of blue sky, and sunlight slanted through in golden columns that made the wet world gleam. She thought about calling her sister, thought about going back to the library and telling the librarian what had happened, thought about writing it all down, creating her own folder to add to the collection of stories about people who'd heard the whistle and lived. But first she just wanted to get home, wanted to take a hot shower, wanted to sleep for 12 hours in a bed that wasn't filling with water, wanted to exist in normal space for a while, space where rain was just rain, and floods were just weather, and whistles were just sounds that meant nothing. She'd earned that much. When she pulled into her apartment complex's parking garage, Dana half expected to see water pooled on the concrete, to hear 3 notes echoing in the fluorescent lit space. But the garage was dry, ordinary, full of nothing but cars and oil stains and the normal sounds of an apartment building at the end of a storm. She parked, got out, walked to the elevator on shaking legs, rode up to her floor, unlocked her door and stepped inside, where everything was exactly as she'd left it. Dishes in the sink, laundry on the couch, mail on the counter. Dana dropped her, keys on the table, and stood in the middle of her living room, feeling the weight of the last few hours finally settle onto her shoulders. She'd done something incredibly stupid, had deliberately put herself in danger, had nearly died from her own stubbornness and pride. But she'd also proven something important. Whistlewade had limits, could be resisted, could be survived, and that knowledge, as terrifying as it had been to earn, meant she wasn't helpless, wasn't trapped, wasn't at the mercy of something that lived in floodwater and hunted for voices. She went to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was still damp, her clothes were still soaked, and her eyes were red from crying and coughing up water, but she was alive, was whole, had all her pieces intact. Dana started the shower and waited for the water to heat up, thinking about the conversation she'd need to have with her sister, the report she should probably file with local authorities, even though they'd never believe her, the way her life had become divided into before the underpass and after. Then she stepped under the hot water and let it wash away the smell of floodwater and fear, let it soak into her tired muscles, let it be just water, ordinary, mundane, controlled by faucets and pipes and human engineering, not haunted, not hungry, just H2O doing what H2O did. She stayed in the shower for a long time, and when she got out the apartment was quiet except for the ordinary sounds of evening, traffic outside, neighbours moving around, the hum of the refrigerator. No whistle, no 3 notes, no sense of something watching from the drains or listening from the pipes. Maybe Whistlewade had given up on her. Maybe by surviving its worst attempt, by refusing to drown even when surrounded by water with no apparent escape, she'd proven herself to be too much trouble, too resistant, too dangerous to hunt. Or maybe it was just waiting for the next storm, the next flood, the next moment when fear and exhaustion would make Dana forget the rule and open her mouth to scream. But she wouldn't. She knew that now with a certainty that went bone deep. No matter how scared she got, no matter how desperate the situation, she would never give Whistlewade her voice, would never feed it the sound it needed to build itself a body solid enough to drown her. She'd stay silent, would keep her hands on the wheel, would wait for proper rescue, for daylight, for the water to recede on its own terms, and she'd live. Dana made tea and sat by the window, watching the last of the clouds clear away and stars begin to appear. She thought about everyone who'd drowned in the underpass over the years, all the people who'd heard the whistle and answered it, who'd shouted or honked or begged for help, and had that sound used against them. She thought about how many of them might have survived if they'd just known the rule, if someone had told them, if the knowledge had been passed down instead of forgotten. She pulled out her laptop and started writing. Not a story, not an article, but a warning. A guide. Clear, simple instructions on what to do if you heard 3 notes whistling through floodwater. She wrote about her experiences, all of them, including the hotel and her apartment and the final confrontation in the underpass. She wrote about the librarian's folders and the drowning patterns and the legends from other countries that all said the same thing. Stay silent. It can't hurt you if you stay silent. When she was done, Dana posted the warning on every local forum she could find, every community board, every social media platform that served the coastal towns where Whistlewade hunted. She knew most people would dismiss it as creative writing or paranoid rambling, but maybe a few would read it and remember, and maybe when they heard 3 notes whistling through a flood, they'd know what to do. Maybe she'd save someone. Maybe her near-death experiences would mean something beyond just her own survival. The thought was comforting. Dana finished her tea and went to bed, leaving the bathroom door open and the nightlight on, small concessions to the fear that still lived in her chest. She pulled the covers up and closed her eyes and listened to the quiet sounds of her apartment, of her building, of the city settling into night. No whistle, no water, no 3 notes calling from somewhere dark and deep. Just silence, held like a promise. In the deepest part of the underpass, floodwater pooled in cracks and crevices waiting for the next storm. And somewhere beneath that water, patient and eternal, 3 notes waited for a voice to become a path, for desperation to become sound, for someone who didn't know the rule to open their mouth and scream. But not tonight. Tonight, the water was quiet, and Dana slept without dreams, safe in the knowledge that silence was a door she could lock, a barrier nothing could cross, a choice she would make again and, again, as many times as necessary for as long as Whistlewade hunted in the rain. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The drizzle had been falling for 3 days straight, not heavy enough to flood the gutters, but persistent enough to make the whole city feel like it was rotting from the outside in. Maya Reeves stood at the crosswalk on 5th and Morrison, umbrella tilted against the slant of rain, watching the signal count down from 18 seconds. Her shoes were already soaked through, cheap canvas that had given up pretending to be waterproof somewhere around hour 2 of her shift. The water had worked its way up through her socks, turning her feet into cold, pruned things that squelched with every step. She could feel blisters forming on her heels, the kind that would split open tomorrow and make walking agony. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight's problem was getting home without completely losing her shit. The umbrella was a piece of garbage she'd bought from a street vendor for $8, black nylon stretched over bent wire ribs that caught the wind wrong and threatened to flip, inside out every time a bus passed. One of the spokes was already broken, creating a sad little divot in the canopy where water collected and then spilled in a miniature waterfall directly onto her left shoulder. But it was better than nothing. Better than arriving home looking like a drowned cat. Better than giving her roommate Jess another reason to make that face. The one that said Maya couldn't get her shit together, couldn't even manage to check the weather before leaving for work. The light changed. Maya stepped off the curb, joining the sparse flow of late-night pedestrians making their miserable way through the rain. It was past 11, and the city had that hollow quality it only got on weeknights when everyone with sense was already home. The few people still out moved with purpose, heads down, nobody making eye contact. A guy in a Domino's jacket hustled past carrying a tower of pizza boxes under a plastic tarp. A woman in scrubs stood under the awning of a closed bodega, smoking fast and hard like she was trying to finish before her break ended. Maya walked, letting her mind go blank the way she'd learned to do during these late walks. Don't think about the bills. Don't think about the email from her student loan servicer. Don't think about how her mother hadn't returned her calls in 3 weeks. Don't think about the way her manager had looked at her today when she'd asked, again, about the schedule for next month, like Maya was some kind of nuisance for wanting to know if she'd have enough hours to make rent. Just walk. Just get home. Just make it to the apartment and the couch and the bottle of wine she'd been saving, and tomorrow would be tomorrow. The umbrella handle felt slightly damp in her grip, condensation or rain that had worked its way down the shaft. She adjusted her hold, wrapping her fingers tighter, and kept walking down Morrison, past the shuttered storefronts and the bars that were still open but winding down, their neon signs, bleeding colours into the wet pavement. A bass line thumped from somewhere, muffled by walls and rain. Someone laughed, high and sharp, the sound cut off by a slamming door. 3 blocks from her building, Maya noticed the weight. It wasn't much, just a subtle heaviness in the umbrella handle, like the cheap metal had somehow gotten waterlogged, which didn't make sense, but she was too tired to care. She switched hands, shaking out her right wrist, and the umbrella seemed to resist the movement for just a fraction of a second, as if it wanted to stay in her right hand. Which was stupid. Umbrellas didn't want things. She was tired, that was all. 12-hour shift on her feet, dealing with customers who treated her like furniture, and now this fucking rain that never stopped, never gave the city a chance to dry out and breathe. The fabric above her head looked darker too, now that she paid attention. Had it always been that shade of grey, she could have sworn it was black when she bought. It, solid black with no pattern, but now it had this bruised quality to it, like old dishwater or storm clouds that were trying to decide whether to open up completely. The streetlights looked colder, filtered through it, turning the orange sodium glow into something pale and sickly. Maya passed a bus stop, empty except for a puddle that had formed under the bench, reflecting the overhead light in a perfect circle. She glanced at it without thinking, just a flick of her eyes, and saw herself. The umbrella, her jacket, her face pale and tired. And behind her, matching her pace exactly, another silhouette. She stopped walking. The reflection stopped too, but the second silhouette, the one that couldn't possibly be there, it stopped a fraction of a second later, like an echo that was slightly out of sync. Maya turned around, heart suddenly hammering against her ribs. The sidewalk behind her was empty. Just wet concrete and the receding glow of the crosswalk signal she'd left behind. No, one was following her. No one was there. She looked back at the puddle. Both silhouettes were still present, hers and the other one, standing so close together they almost touched. The other one was taller, thinner, its head cocked at an angle that suggested listening. Or waiting. Jesus Christ, Maya muttered, and started walking again, faster now, the umbrella bouncing with her accelerated pace. Her reflection in the puddle slid away and vanished, taking the second silhouette with it. Just a trick of the light. Just her brain playing games because she was exhausted and wet and at the ragged end of her tolerance for this day, this week, this whole fucking year. But she couldn't shake the image. That second shape, too tall and too still, standing behind her like it had been following her for blocks and she'd only just now noticed. The city had stories about the rain. Maya had heard them the way everyone did, bits and pieces absorbed through osmosis from people who'd lived here longer, who treated the drizzle like a permanent fact of life rather than weather that would eventually clear. Don't open your umbrella indoors. That was the obvious one. The superstition everyone knew. Don't share an umbrella with a stranger unless they ask first. And the one that always made her roll her eyes, don't let your umbrella pull toward puddles, because that means something is trying to borrow your shelter. Urban legends. Bullshit people told each other to make the endless grey feel meaningful. Like their misery was part of some larger narrative instead of just bad weather and worse city planning. Maya didn't believe in that stuff. She believed in bus schedules and direct deposit, and the slow, grinding accumulation of small failures that made up her life. She believed in things she could touch, and things she could prove, and the umbrella in her hand was just a piece of $8 trash that was falling apart because everything cheap fell apart if you used it long enough. She turned onto her street, Belmont, where the buildings hunched closer together and the streetlights were farther apart, leaving gaps of shadow that the rain seemed to fill with extra darkness. Her building was 4 blocks down, a 6-story walk-up with a broken buzzer system and a landlord who only fixed things when legally required. Almost home, almost dry, almost able to stop moving and stop thinking and stop existing in public, where anyone could see how close she was to just sitting down on the wet pavement and giving up. The umbrella tugged toward a puddle. It was gentle, barely noticeable, just the slightest pull to the right as she passed a storm drain where water had pooled around a clogged grate. Maya tightened her grip automatically and the pull got stronger, more insistent. Not forcing, not yanking, but definitely there, definitely real. A sensation like when a magnet gets close to metal and you can feel that invisible want drawing them together. No, Maya said out loud to herself, to the umbrella, to the rain. Absolutely fucking not. She kept walking, holding the umbrella tighter, and the resistance grew. It felt like the canopy was catching wind, except there was no wind, just steady drizzle falling straight down. The fabric darkened another shade, going from bruised grey to something close to charcoal. Her arms started to ache from the tension of pulling against the umbrella's weird magnetic draw. Another puddle ahead, this one spread across half the sidewalk where a clogged drain had created a temporary pond. The umbrella pulled harder, angling toward it like a diving rod finding water. Maya's fingers cramped around the handle. The rain around her changed quality, becoming somehow quieter, as if the whole city had taken a breath and held it. Even the traffic sounds seemed muted, distant, like she was hearing them through cotton. She looked down at the puddle as she tried to walk past it, and the reflection showed her what she already knew was impossible. The second silhouette was there, taller now, more defined, its proportions wrong in a way that made her stomach clench. Too thin, too tall, arms too long, and it was holding something, an umbrella of its own, perfectly dry despite the rain, its canopy unnaturally smooth. Maya's own thoughts turned traitor. I can't handle this anymore. The words formed in her head, with the weight of truth, of something she'd been avoiding saying even to herself. The job, the apartment, the debt. The way her body felt like it was 50 instead of 28. The way every single day required more energy than she had, and tomorrow always demanded even more. The way she'd started having that thought, the bad one, the one she didn't let herself finish, when she was alone late at night, when the weight in her chest got heavy enough that breathing felt optional. I can't handle this anymore. The umbrella yanked toward the puddle, hard enough that Maya stumbled. The handle felt hot now despite the cold rain. almost feverish against her palm. In the puddle, the tall silhouette leaned forward, its eyeless face angled down toward her reflection, and Maya knew with absolute certainty that it was listening to her thoughts, hearing the desperation she tried so hard to keep locked down. Across the street, under the fizzing light of a dying street lamp, something moved. Maya's head snapped up. There, standing perfectly still in front of a closed laundromat, was a figure. Tall. So impossibly tall that it had to be standing on something, except it wasn't. Thin enough that it should have been grotesque, skeletal, but instead it just looked wrong, like someone had stretched a person's proportions in a program and hit save before checking if it looked human. It was holding an umbrella, and the umbrella was completely dry. No rain touched it. No water beaded on its dark surface. It existed in its own pocket of absence, a hole in the weather shaped like shelter. The figure's head turned toward Maya. Not quickly, not like it had just noticed her. Slowly, deliberately, the way you might turn to acknowledge someone you'd been waiting for. Maya's breath stopped in her throat. Her whole body went cold, colder than the rain could make her. A chill that started in her spine and radiated outward until her fingers tingled, and her vision started to grey at the edges. The umbrella in her hand pulled so hard toward the puddle that she had to brace her feet to keep from being dragged forward. She knew the rule. She'd heard it before, dismissed it, laughed at it even. But standing here with the rain falling and the umbrella trying to pull itself out of her hands, and that thing across the street watching her, with whatever it used instead of eyes, the rule came back with perfect clarity, like something her body had always known even when her brain refused to believe. If your umbrella pulls toward puddles like it's being called, you have to set it down, you have to step back, you have to accept, in complete silence, that you can't control everything tonight. You can't solve everything tonight. You have to let go of the small protection you've been clutching and stand in the rain and accept your own helplessness without begging for it to stop. And you absolutely cannot ask the rain to stop out loud. Maya's hands were shaking. Every instinct she had screamed at her to hold on tighter, to keep the umbrella, to not give up the one pathetic shield between her and the weather. $8. She'd paid $8 for this piece of shit, and it was hers, and she needed it. And fuck this rain, and fuck this city, and fuck whatever urban legend bullshit was trying to make her stand here like an idiot and get soaked. But the thing across the street took a step toward her. It moved wrong. Not like a person walking, but like a person-shaped thing that had studied walking and decided to approximate it. 1 foot forward, weight shift, other foot forward. Mechanically smooth. The dry umbrella moved with it, staying perfectly centered over its head, and Maya could see now that the canopy wasn't just dry. It was too perfect, too symmetrical, like something rendered in computer graphics rather than sewn from real fabric. The umbrella in her hand burned. The pull toward the puddle became a constant, aching pressure, and when Maya looked down she saw that the water in the puddle was moving, swirling slightly, like something underneath was stirring it. Her thoughts were screaming now, a panicked loop. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't handle any of this. Please make it stop. Please just make everything stop. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. I can't. Stop, Maya whispered. The word slipped out before she could catch it, barely audible, and the thing across the street stopped moving. It stood there, 1 foot slightly ahead of the other, frozen mid-step. The puddle at Maya's feet went perfectly still. The rain around her seemed to hold, itself in the air for just a moment, suspended, waiting. Maya's mind raced. Had she said it loud enough? Did whispers count? The rule was about begging out loud, about asking the rain to stop, and she'd definitely said the word stop, but she hadn't begged, she just... The thing across the street took another step. Closer now. Close enough that Maya could see it had no face, not really. Just a smooth surface where a face should be, with subtle indentations that might have been eyes once, or might have been holes that had been filled in. Its umbrella cast a circle of perfect dryness around it, and inside that circle, the air looked different, clearer somehow, like high definition compared to the grainy reality of the rain. Maya's fingers loosened on the umbrella handle. She didn't choose it, not consciously. Her body just decided, some animal part of her brain making an executive decision, while her rational mind was still trying to process what she was seeing. The umbrella pulled itself, free from her grip with a last gentle tug and tipped toward the puddle, falling in slow motion like it was underwater. It hit the pavement with a soft clatter. The canopy landed partly in the puddle, sending ripples across the surface. Maya stepped back, one step then two, until her back hit the brick wall of a building behind her. The rain touched her hair immediately, soaking through the hood of her jacket, finding her scalp running down behind her ears. It was shockingly cold. Real! Honest in a way the umbrella's shelter hadn't been. The thing across the street tilted its smooth head, watching, waiting. Maya pressed herself against the wall and did the only thing left to do. She closed her mouth, she closed her eyes, and in the space of her own skull, in the privacy of her own exhausted mind, she accepted it. She accepted that she couldn't stop the rain. She accepted that she couldn't make the bills disappear, or the job less soul-crushing, or her mother call her back, or her body feel young again. She accepted that tomorrow would come whether she was ready or not, and that she wouldn't be ready, and that she'd have to face it anyway. She accepted the weight in her chest and the thoughts she didn't want to have and the fear that this was all there was, this endless grey struggle against forces she couldn't control. She didn't try to fix it. She didn't try to solve it. She didn't promise herself it would get better, or make plans to change everything starting tomorrow. She just accepted it. For tonight. For right now. This is what it is, and I can't change it, and that's the truth. The rain fell on her head and shoulders. Her jacket was already soaked through. Water ran down her face, mixing with something warm that might have been tears, or might have been just the heat of her own skin meeting cold water. She kept her mouth closed. She didn't beg. She didn't ask. She just stood there and let the rain be exactly what it was. When Maya opened her eyes, the thing across the street was farther away. Not gone, but retreating, sliding backward without turning around, maintaining its vigil but no longer approaching. The dry umbrella moved with it, that perfect circle of absence receding down the block. The umbrella on the ground, her umbrella, had stopped pulling. It lay there in the puddle, half submerged, looking like the piece of junk it had always been. The water around it was still, just rain gathering in a low spot, nothing more. When Maya looked down at her reflection, she was alone. Just one silhouette, just her own tired face looking back. She could hear the city again. A car passed, tyres hissing through standing water. Someone shouted in the distance, laughter maybe, or anger, too far away to tell. A siren wailed 6 or 7 blocks over, rising and falling. The rain was just rain, steady and grey and cold, but not malevolent, not waiting. Just falling, because that's what rain did in this city, in this season, on this night. Maya pushed herself off the wall. She looked at the umbrella for a long moment, the bent spokes, the torn fabric, the water pooling in its collapsed canopy. Then she turned and walked away from it, leaving it there on the sidewalk like a piece of trash someone had dropped. Because that's what it was. Just trash. Just a thing she'd been holding on to because it made her feel like she had some control, some protection, some small shield against everything that was too big to stop. The rain soaked her completely within half a block. Her hair plastered to her skull, water running into her eyes, down her neck, finding every gap in her clothes. Her jacket became heavy with water, pulling at her shoulders. Her already wet shoes turned into miniature aquariums, water squishing up between her toes with every step. She was miserable, cold, drenched to the bone. But something in her chest had loosened. Some knot she'd been carrying, pulled so tight for so long that she'd forgotten it was there, had come undone. She felt lighter, colder, wetter, more physically uncomfortable than she'd been under the umbrella, but lighter, like she'd set down a weight she'd been carrying without realizing how heavy it was. Maya walked the last 3 blocks to her building in the open rain, and it was exactly as terrible as it seemed. There was no silver lining, no revelation that made it pleasant. The rain was cold, the night was dark, and she was soaking wet and exhausted. But she also wasn't fighting it anymore. She was just letting it happen, letting herself be wet and cold and small and helpless, under a sky that didn't care whether she made it home or not. When she reached her building, she stood under the broken awning for a moment, catching her breath. Water dripped from every part of her, forming a puddle around her shoes. She pulled out her keys, miraculously dry in an inside pocket, and looked back down the street. The thing was gone. The rain was just rain. The city was just a city. Maya climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, her shoes squelching obscenely with each step. leaving wet footprints on the stained carpet. She could hear Jess's TV through the door, some late-night talk show laugh track. When she unlocked the door and stepped inside, Jess looked up from the couch, took in Maya's completely drenched appearance and raised an eyebrow. "Rough night?" Jess asked. "Yeah," Maya said, peeling off her soaked jacket and hanging it on the hook by the door where it immediately started dripping onto the floor. Rough night. She waited for the comment about checking the weather, or the question about where her umbrella was, or any of the small judgments that usually made her feel like she was failing at basic adulting. But Jess just nodded and turned back to the TV. Maya went to the bathroom and stood under the shower for 15 minutes, letting hot water replace cold rain. Warming herself from the outside in, she thought about the umbrella lying in the puddle, 4 blocks away. She thought about the tall figure with its dry canopy and its patient waiting. She thought about the reflection that had watched her from the water, listening to her desperation like an invitation. And she thought about what she hadn't done. She hadn't begged. She hadn't asked the rain to stop. She had accepted her own helplessness and let go of the small protection she'd been clutching, and in doing so she'd released something. Not the rain, not the circumstances, but the bargain she'd been on the edge of making without even realizing it, the one where you trade a little piece of yourself for the promise of shelter that can't possibly keep its word. Maya dried off, put on clean pajamas, and fell into bed without bothering to drink the wine or decompress or do any of the things she'd promised herself all day. She was asleep before her head fully settled on the pillow, dragged down into darkness by exhaustion so complete it felt like a physical force. She didn't dream. Or if she did, she didn't remember. But somewhere in the city, 4 blocks away, an umbrella lay in a puddle, and somewhere nearby, something tall and thin stood under an awning, holding an umbrella that shed no water, waiting for someone else to walk past and think the thought that invited shelter. Because there were always more people in the rain, always more exhaustion, more desperation, more small protections people clutched while the weight in their chest grew heavier. The thing could wait. It had nothing but time, and the drizzle that never ended, and the perfect dry circle beneath its impossible umbrella. And somewhere in the city, someone else was walking home in the rain, thinking I can't handle this anymore, and their umbrella was starting to pull. Maya woke up at 6 a.m. to her phone alarm blaring, the sound drilling into her skull like a physical object. She slapped at it blindly, missed, knocked it off the nightstand and had to roll out of bed to silence it. Every muscle in her body ached. Her feet were worse. The blisters she'd felt forming last night had split open and then healed just enough to scab, which meant every step felt like walking on broken glass. She stood in the kitchen in her pyjamas, waiting for coffee to brew, staring at the rain-streaked window. It was still drizzling. Of course it was. The city looked exactly the same as it had last night. Grey, wet, indifferent. Traffic was building on the street below, early commuters heading to jobs they probably hated, all of them probably carrying umbrellas that worked better than hers had. Hers, the umbrella she'd left in a puddle. Maya felt a weird twist of guilt about it, which was stupid. It was an $8 piece of trash that had been falling apart anyway, but some part of her felt like she'd abandoned something, left a piece of herself lying on the street for anyone to find, or for no one to find. She didn't even know if it would still be there, or if a street sweeper had already collected it, or if some homeless person had grabbed it for whatever protection it could still provide. "You look like shit," Jess said, appearing in the kitchen doorway in her scrubs. She worked at the hospital, overnight shifts in the ER, which meant her day was ending just as Maya's was beginning. "Seriously, did you sleep at all?" 12 hours, Maya said, pouring coffee into a chipped mug. "Best sleep I've had in months, actually." Jess studied her with the particular attention of someone trained to spot when people were lying about being fine. "You seem different." "Different how?" "I don't know. Less..." Jess gestured vaguely at Maya's whole existence. "Wound up. You're usually vibrating by this point in the morning." Maya shrugged. She felt different, actually, now that Jess mentioned it. The usual anxiety that met her the moment she woke up. The immediate mental cataloguing of everything she had to do, everyone she was disappointing, every bill she couldn't pay, was still there, but quieter, like she was observing it from slightly farther away. Maybe I'm just too tired to be anxious. Uh-huh. Jess grabbed her own travel mug from the counter and headed for the door. "Well, whatever you did last night, It looks better on you than whatever you were doing before. See you tonight." The door closed. Maya was alone with her coffee and the rain and the strange loose feeling in her chest. She got dressed slowly, finding clean clothes that were only slightly wrinkled, and made herself eat something even though her stomach was still adjusting to being awake. Her phone showed 3 missed calls from her mother, all from yesterday. No messages. That meant it wasn't an emergency, just her mother going through whatever phase of their relationship cycle they were in, where she called repeatedly and then acted wounded when Maya didn't answer immediately. Maya stared at the missed calls for a long moment, feeling the old guilt start to well up, the obligation to call back, the certainty that not calling back made her a bad daughter. Then she set the phone down and finished her coffee. Her mother could wait. The world could wait. She needed to get to work without losing her mind, and that required all the energy she had. She put on her jacket, still damp from last night, hanging by the door where it had created a small puddle on the floor, and faced the problem of the umbrella. She didn't have another one. She'd been meaning to buy a better one for months, something sturdy with a proper handle, but it was one of those things that never made it to the top of the priority list. And now she'd have to walk to work in the rain with no protection at all, which would make her look pathetic and disorganised and exactly like the kind of person who couldn't get her shit together. Or she could just walk in the rain and not care what anyone thought about it. The idea felt radical. Like skipping a meal or leaving the house without her phone. But Maya found herself doing it anyway, opening the door and stepping out into the hallway and heading down the stairs without stopping to solve the umbrella problem. She'd get wet. So what? She'd been wet before. She'd been wet last night, soaked to the bone, and she'd survived it. She'd survived everything so far somehow, even when it felt impossible. The drizzle hit her the moment she stepped outside. Lighter than last night, barely more than mist, but still there, still constant. Maya walked down her block toward the bus stop, feeling the water settle on her hair, and nobody looked at her weird. Nobody seemed to notice or care that she didn't have an umbrella. Half the people on the street didn't have them either, just walking with their hoods up or their heads down, accepting the rain as the price of moving through the city. At the bus stop, she stood under the shelter next to a guy in a delivery uniform who was scrolling through his phone. The puddle from last night was still there, or a new one exactly like it, spreading across the cracked concrete. Maya glanced at it automatically, checking for second silhouettes, but saw only herself. Just her reflection, alone, looking tired but present. The bus came. She got on, found a seat near the back, and watched the city slide past the rain-streaked windows. It all looked the same as it always did. The same grey buildings, the same traffic, the same people hunched against the weather. But Maya felt like she was seeing it from a different angle. Like she'd taken one step to the side and everything had shifted slightly. Work was work. The coffee shop where she spent 40 hours a week grinding beans and steaming milk and smiling at people who treated her like furniture. Her manager Derek was in one of his moods, snapping at everyone, finding fault with everything, making it clear through body language and tone that they were all failing to meet his exacting standards. Maya had learned to just tune him out, to smile and nod and do exactly what she'd been doing before he started criticising it. Because Derek's moods weren't about anyone's actual performance. They were about Derek's divorce, or Derek's failed music career, or Derek's general disappointment with his own life being expressed sideways at people who couldn't fight back. Today, though, something was different. Derek started in on Maya about 10 minutes into her shift, something about how she was taking too long to clean the espresso machine between drinks, and Maya just looked at him. "I'll do it faster," she said. "That's not the point," Derek said, getting wound up the way he did when someone didn't engage with his drama. "The point is you need to be thinking about efficiency, about the customer experience, about—" "I'll do it faster," Maya repeated, and went back to cleaning the machine. Derek stood there for a moment, visibly confused about how to escalate when she wasn't giving him anything to escalate against. Then he huffed and walked away, and Maya's co-worker Lisa shot her a look that was half shock, half admiration. "What was that?" Lisa whispered when Derek was in the back office. "What was what?" "You just shut him down. I've never seen you do that before." Maya shrugged. "He wanted me to do it faster. I said I would. What else is there?" But she knew what Lisa meant. Usually Maya would have apologised or explained herself, or gotten defensive, or any of the other responses that would have fed Derek's need for drama. Today she just didn't. She accepted that he was being a dick, accepted that she couldn't change his mood, and decided not to participate in whatever emotional theatre he was trying to stage. It felt weird. Good weird, but weird. The shift crawled by with the usual parade of customers, the regulars who ordered the same thing every day and knew the staff by name, the tourists who couldn't decide what they wanted and held up the line, the business people who treated the coffee shop like an extension of their office and got angry when the Wi-Fi was slow. Maya made drinks, rang up orders, wiped down tables, and managed not to scream or cry or quit on the spot, which felt like a victory of sorts. Around 2 p.m, during a rare lull, Lisa leaned against the counter next to her and said, "So, what happened to you? What do you mean? You're different today. Calmer or something. Did you start medication?" Maya laughed, surprised. "No, I just had a weird night. Got caught in the rain without an umbrella. That's it? Getting wet made you, achieve enlightenment? I don't know. Maybe." Maya wiped down the steam wand, watching her reflection in the polished metal. "I just got tired of fighting things I can't control." Lisa nodded slowly. "That's very zen of you. Can you teach me? Because I'm about 2 more Derek tantrums away from shoving the espresso machine up his arse." They both laughed, and the moment passed. But Maya thought about it during the rest of her shift. This idea that she'd changed somehow. Had she? Or was it just that she was so exhausted that she'd stopped having the energy to fight invisible battles, and everyone was interpreting that as growth? By the time her shift ended at 7, the drizzle had turned into proper rain, coming down hard enough to overwhelm the gutters. Maya stood in the doorway of the coffee shop, looking out at it, and felt the familiar dread of the walk to the bus stop. She'd be soaked by the time she got there. Her shoes would fill with the water, her jacket would stop being any kind of protection and just become a heavy sodden weight. "You need an umbrella?" Lisa asked, coming up behind her with her bag. She was holding a compact blue umbrella, the kind that folded up small enough to fit in a purse. Maya almost said yes. Then she shook her head. "No, I'm good." "You sure? It's really coming down." "I'm sure." Lisa gave her a strange look, but didn't push it. They said goodbye, and Lisa headed, off under her compact blue umbrella, and Maya stepped out into the rain. It was cold. Shockingly cold after the warmth of the coffee shop. Within seconds, Maya's jacket was soaked through, and water was running into her eyes, blurring her vision. She walked quickly toward the bus stop 3 blocks away, head down, rain drumming on her skull. Other people hurried past under umbrellas or sprinted between awnings, everyone trying to minimize their exposure to the downpour. Maya just walked. She let the rain happen to her. She let herself be cold and wet and uncomfortable, and she noticed that it wasn't actually unbearable. It was unpleasant, yes. She'd rather be dry. But it wasn't the end of the world. It was just weather. Just water falling from the sky because atmospheric conditions had aligned in a particular way. It wasn't personal. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't a sign that her life was falling apart. It was just rain. At the bus stop, she stood under the shelter with a handful of other people, all of them looking miserable and drenched. A guy in a suit kept glancing at his watch and muttering about the bus schedule. A teenager with headphones was scrolling through their phone with wet fingers, occasionally wiping the screen on their equally wet jeans. An older woman sat on the bench staring straight ahead with the blank expression of someone who had completely checked out. Maya looked at the puddle forming at the edge of the shelter, where the roof's drip line created a constant curtain of falling water. Just a puddle. No second silhouette. No pull toward the water. No feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. The bus came. She got on, found a seat, and left a wet imprint on the plastic. The driver gave her a sympathetic look in the rearview mirror, the kind of look you give someone who's having a rough day. Maya tried to smile back, but wasn't sure it worked. She felt exhausted again. The brief energy from this morning completely burned through. Her body ached, her feet hurt, and she desperately wanted to be home and dry and unconscious. But the loose feeling in her chest was still there, that sense of having set down a weight. Even through the exhaustion and discomfort, she could feel it. Something had shifted. Something she'd been holding on to had been released, and its absence left space for something else. She didn't know what yet. Maybe nothing. Maybe just more exhaustion. More rain. More days exactly like this one. But maybe not. The bus rumbled through the wet streets, and Maya closed her eyes and tried not to think about anything at all. She was dreaming about the coffee shop, which happened sometimes when work stress bled into her subconscious. In the dream, she was trying to make a latte, but the espresso machine kept changing configuration, growing new buttons and levers that didn't do anything when she pressed them. Derek was shouting something she couldn't quite hear, his voice muffled like he was underwater. The customer at the counter was waiting with infinite patience, their face obscured, rain falling around them even though they were indoors. Maya looked down and realized she was standing in water. Not just a puddle, but deep water, up to her ankles and rising. The espresso machine was still running, hissing steam, but now the steam looked wrong. Too thick, too dark, more like smoke. The customer's obscured face tilted toward her, and she saw it wasn't obscured at all. It just didn't have features. Just smooth skin where eyes and nose and mouth should be. "Did you want your umbrella back?" the customer asked. And the voice came from somewhere else. Not from the featureless face, but from the air itself, from the water rising around her legs. Maya tried to answer, but found she couldn't speak. Her mouth wouldn't open. She looked at her hands, and they were gripping an umbrella handle. Not the cheap one she'd abandoned, but something else. Something that felt alive and warm, and wrong. The canopy above her was perfectly dry despite the rain falling inside the coffee shop, and when she looked up into it she saw stars. Not the night sky, just stars. Infinite points of light in a black void, and they were all looking at her. The water was up to her waist now. The customer with no face reached across the counter, their hand passing through the rising water like it wasn't there. "You borrowed it," the customer said. "You have to give it back." Maya tried to drop the umbrella, but her fingers wouldn't release. The handle had fused to her palm, or her palm had fused to it, she couldn't tell which. The stars in the canopy swirled, forming patterns that looked almost like eyes, hundreds of eyes, thousands, all watching her with something that wasn't quite interest and wasn't quite hunger, but lived somewhere in between. "I didn't borrow anything," Maya tried to say, but the words came out as bubbles, her mouth filling with water even though her head was above the surface. "I left it. I let it go." "No," the customer said, and their featureless face was very close now, leaning over the counter that was somehow also a puddle, somehow also the sidewalk where she'd abandoned the umbrella. "You took it back. You reached into the water and took it back, don't you remember?" And she did remember, suddenly, a memory that couldn't be real but felt absolutely true. Walking past that puddle again, seeing the umbrella still lying there days later, thinking how wasteful it was to leave something behind that could still be used. Reaching down into the water to retrieve it, the handle cool and familiar in her grip, the relief of having shelter again. Except she hadn't done that. She'd walked away. She'd left it there and never gone back, hadn't she? The water was up to her neck now, and the stars in the umbrella were spinning faster, creating a vortex that pulled at her vision. The customer with no face smiled even though they had no mouth, and somewhere far, away Maya could hear rain falling in a rhythm that sounded like words, like a voice saying over and over, "You asked it to stop. You asked it to stop. You asked it to stop." "I didn't," Maya said, and the water closed over her head. She woke up gasping, thrashing against her sheets, her heart hammering so hard she could feel it in her throat. The bedroom was dark except for the streetlight outside filtering through the curtains. Rain pattered against the window in a steady rhythm. Maya's pyjamas were soaked with sweat, clinging to her skin. Just a dream. Just her brain processing stress and the weird experience from last night. Nothing real. Nothing that meant anything. But she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd forgotten something important. Some detail from last night that her conscious mind had discarded, but her subconscious was trying to remind her about. Had she looked back at the umbrella after leaving it? Had she thought about going back for it? Maya rolled over and checked her phone. 2:47 a.m. Jess was still at work. The apartment was silent except for the rain and the ambient city noise that never quite stopped. She should go back to sleep. She had to work again tomorrow. Today, technically, since it was already Friday. Another shift of Derek's moods and demanding customers and standing on her destroyed feet until they went numb. But sleep felt impossible. Her mind was spinning, replaying the dream, examining every detail for meaning, the rising water, the featureless customer, the umbrella that wouldn't let go, and that rhythm in the rain. You asked it to stop. Had she? She'd said stop. She remembered that part, but she'd whispered it, barely audible, and the thing across the street had been watching but hadn't come closer. She'd set down the umbrella and accepted everything in silence and walked away, and the thing had retreated. That's what happened. That's what she remembered. But memory was tricky. Stress and exhaustion could warp it, make you second-guess what you knew to be true. And she'd been so tired last night, so completely at the end of her ability to cope, that maybe she'd said more than she thought. Maybe she'd begged. Maybe she'd asked the rain to stop out loud, really begged for it, and her brain had edited that part out because it was too embarrassing to remember. Maya sat up in bed, hugging her knees to her chest. The rain outside sounded normal, just rain. But she couldn't help listening for patterns in it, for rhythms that sounded like language, for that patient voice saying you borrowed it, you have to give it back. I didn't borrow anything, she said out loud to her empty bedroom. I left it there. I walked away. The rain didn't answer. Of course it didn't. Rain didn't talk. Umbrellas didn't pull toward puddles. Tall, thin figures with no faces didn't stand under streetlights offering shelter that came with hidden costs. None of that was real. It was just urban legends, just stories people told to make. The endless grey feel meaningful. Maya lay back down and stared at the ceiling. She needed to sleep. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw the stars in the umbrella's canopy, all of them watching her, and she heard the question, "Did you want your umbrella back?" Eventually, exhaustion won. She drifted back into uneasy sleep, and this time she didn't dream. Or if she did, the dreams were formless and left no trace behind. When her alarm went off at 6, she felt worse than she had before sleeping. Her whole body was heavy, like she'd been running all night instead of lying in bed. But she got up anyway, because that's what you did. You got up, you went to work, you did the things you had to do even when every cell in your body was screaming for rest. The rain was still falling. Maya looked out the window at the grey morning and felt a twist of actual dread in her stomach. She didn't want to go out in it, didn't want to walk to the bus stop, didn't want to stand in another puddle, didn't want to arrive at work soaked and uncomfortable for the 3rd day in a row. She needed an umbrella. The thought came automatically, and with it came a vivid memory of the umbrella lying in the puddle 4 blocks away. She'd left it on Belmont near the corner of 23rd. If she walked that way to the bus stop instead of her usual route, she'd pass right by it. She could see if it was still there. She could pick it up. It was hers after all. She'd paid for it. And even if it was broken, even if it was trash, it was still better than nothing. Maya froze with her hand on the closet door, reaching for clean clothes. Where had that thought come from? She didn't want the umbrella back. She'd left it deliberately. She'd set it down as part of the ritual, the rule, the thing you had to do to not accept the bargain. Taking it back would be what? Breaking the rule? But the rule wasn't real. It was just a story, just something people said. There was no magical consequence to picking up an umbrella you'd left behind. It was just an object, just a thing. But her hands were shaking as she pulled on jeans and a sweater, and the dream kept replaying. You borrowed it, you have to give it back. Except she hadn't borrowed anything. She'd left it. Which meant if she went back now and took it, then she would be borrowing it. Taking something that she'd already released. Something that wasn't hers anymore because she'd given it up. Except she hadn't given it up. She'd just left it on the sidewalk. It wasn't like she'd thrown it in the trash or donated it or formally surrendered ownership. It was still her umbrella, legally, technically. If she wanted to go back and get it, that was her right. Maya finished getting dressed and stood in the middle of her bedroom, torn. Part of her, the rational part, said she was being ridiculous. It was just an umbrella. Either go get it or don't, but stop treating it like a major decision. The other part, the part that had felt, that umbrella pull toward the puddle, that had seen the tall figure across the street with its dry canopy. That part was screaming at her to leave it alone, to buy a new umbrella literally anywhere else, to never go near that intersection again. She compromised. She'd take her usual route to the bus stop. She wouldn't detour past the umbrella. But if she happened to see it, if it was somehow on her normal path, then she'd reconsider. The logic was flawed, and she knew it. but it let her move forward, get her jacket, head out the door. She walked down the stairs and out into the rain, which immediately started soaking through her clothes. Without an umbrella, the walk to the bus stop was miserable. People with umbrellas gave her sympathetic looks or judgmental ones, and Maya felt increasingly stupid for not just going to a bodega and buying a new one. They were everywhere. $8, $10, you could find them at any corner store, but she didn't stop to buy one. She walked to the bus stop, getting progressively wetter, and tried not to think about the umbrella lying in the puddle 4 blocks in the other direction. The bus came. She got on. The driver, a different one than yesterday, didn't give her a sympathetic look, just took her fare with a blank expression of someone who'd seen every kind of human misery and had stopped registering it as notable. Maya sat in her wet seat and watched the city pass by and tried to focus on the day ahead, the shift to get through, the tasks to complete. But her mind kept drifting back to Belmont and 23rd, to the puddle, to the umbrella that might still be lying there, or might have been swept away by street cleaners, or might have been picked up by someone else who needed it more than she did, or might be waiting for her to come back for it. Work was worse than usual. Derek was in a foul mood from the moment Maya walked in, and he took it out on everyone. He criticised the way Lisa stacked cups, the way Maya cleaned, the espresso machine, the way their co-worker Marcus was too friendly with customers. Nothing they did was right. The shop felt suffocating, the air thick with Derek's anger and the humidity from all the wet customers coming in from the rain. Around noon, during a rush, Maya made a mistake. She grabbed the wrong milk, almond instead of oat, for a customer's latte, and didn't realise until after she'd already steamed it. The customer, a woman in expensive workout clothes, noticed immediately. "This isn't oat milk," she said, her voice sharp. "I'm so sorry," Maya said, already reaching for the cup to remake it. "I'll fix it right away. Do you know what happens if I drink almond milk? I'm allergic. You could have killed me." Maya doubted that was true. The woman hadn't actually drunk any of it, and if she was truly deathly allergic, she probably wouldn't have waited until Maya finished making the drink to mention it, but she kept her face neutral and apologetic. "Again, I'm so sorry. I'll remake it right now with oat milk." "I don't want it anymore," the woman said. "I've lost my appetite knowing how careless you people are." She demanded a refund. Derek, who'd been watching the whole interaction from the back, came over and gave it to her immediately, along with a profuse apology and a free drink coupon. After the woman left, he turned on Maya. "That's coming out of your paycheck," he said. "That's illegal," Maya said, before she could stop herself. "You can't dock my pay for a mistake." Derek's face went red. "What did you just say to me?" "I said that's illegal. You can write me up if you want, but you can't take it out of my paycheck. That's wage theft." She had no idea where the words were coming from. The old Maya would have apologised, would have offered to pay for it herself, would have done anything to defuse the situation. But something in her had shifted, and she couldn't find the energy to care about Derek's ego more than her own rights. "Get in." "The back," Derek said, his voice low and dangerous. "Now." Maya followed him into the storage room, her heart pounding but her face calm. He closed the door and turned on her, and she could see he was working himself up to either fire her or really lay into her. She wasn't sure which. "I don't know what's gotten into you this week," Derek started, "but this attitude is completely unacceptable. You've been—" "I made a mistake," Maya interrupted. "I grabbed the wrong milk. I apologised and offered to fix it. The customer didn't even drink any of it, so there was no danger. You can write me up if you think it's worth the paperwork, but you can't dock my pay. That's the law." Derek stared at her like she'd started speaking a foreign language. "Are you serious right now?" "Yes." "You're really going to stand there and argue with me about this?" "I'm not arguing. I'm stating facts. You can be mad about the mistake, that's fair, but you can't steal my wages." The word steal made Derek flinch. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Maya could see him trying to find a way to reassert control, to make this into something she'd regret. But she wasn't giving him anything to work with. She wasn't crying or yelling or getting defensive. She was just standing there, stating the obvious truth, and it was breaking whatever script he usually ran when he wanted to punish someone. "Get back to work," he finally said, his voice tight. "We'll talk about this later." "Okay," Maya said, and walked out of the storage room. Lisa and Marcus both stared at her as she returned to the counter, their eyes wide. Maya just shrugged and went back to making drinks. Her hands were shaking slightly. Confrontation like that always made her shake, even when she won, but she felt strangely good. Proud, almost. She'd stood up for herself. She hadn't let Derek intimidate her into accepting something that was wrong. The rest of the shift passed in tense silence. Derek stayed in the back. Office, mostly, emerging only to glare at everyone and make sure they knew he was upset. But he didn't say anything else about the paycheck, didn't write Maya up, didn't fire her. Just stewed in his own anger while everyone else did their jobs. When 7 p.m. finally came and Maya clocked out, she felt exhausted but also lighter than she had in months. Like she'd been carrying Derek's emotional weather as her own problem, and she'd just decided to let him hold his own storms. She walked out into the rain, still falling, always falling, and stood under the awning outside the shop for a moment, trying to decide something. Belmont and 23rd was only 6 blocks out of her way. She could walk past just to see, just to check if the umbrella was still there, not to take it, just to know. The rationalization was transparent even to herself, but Maya started walking anyway. 6 blocks out of her way meant 12 blocks total extra walking in the rain, but she'd already been soaked 3 times. This week, what was one more? Her feet hurt. Her shoulders ached from being tense all day, but she walked. The city in the rain looked different than it had the other night. More people were out, Friday evening energy bringing folks to bars and restaurants despite the weather. Music spilled from open doors. Groups of friends huddled under shared umbrellas, laughing, heading to whatever plans they'd made. Maya walked among them, alone and wet, invisible in the way service workers were always invisible, just another body taking up space in the world. She turned onto Belmont and felt her pulse quicken. 2 blocks to 23rd, 1 block. The intersection came into view, the same crosswalk where she'd stood 3 nights ago, the same puddles forming in the same low spots, and there, lying exactly where she'd left it, was the umbrella, soaked, crumpled. One spoke completely broken now, poking through the torn fabric. It looked even more pathetic than it had when she'd abandoned it, like it had, given up pretending to be functional and surrendered to being trash. No one had taken it. Why would they? It was obviously broken, obviously worthless. Maya stood on the opposite corner, looking at it across the intersection. The crosswalk signal was red. She had time to walk away, to take a different route, to pretend she'd never seen it. But she didn't walk away. She stood there, staring at the ruined umbrella, and felt something pulling at her. Not physically, not like before, but a psychological pull, a sense that there was unfinished business here, something she needed to resolve. The light changed. Maya crossed the street. Up close, the umbrella looked worse. The fabric was stained with street grime, torn in multiple places. The handle was cracked. When Maya nudged it with her foot, water sloshed out of the inverted canopy. It was genuinely destroyed, beyond any possible use. She should just leave it. Should let the street sweepers deal with it. Should walk away for a second. Time and mean it this time. Instead, Maya bent down and picked it up. The moment her fingers closed around the handle, everything changed. The rain stopped. Not gradually, not like a storm passing. It just stopped, mid-fall, drops freezing in mid-air like someone had hit pause on reality. Maya looked up and saw rain suspended above her. Thousands of individual droplets caught in the act of falling, creating a crystalline canopy of motionless water. The umbrella in her hand felt warm, then hot, then burning, but she couldn't let go. Her fingers had locked around the handle, fused there, and the broken spoke was straightening itself, the torn fabric knitting back together, the cracked handle smoothing out. The umbrella was repairing itself in her grip, becoming new again, becoming better than new. "No," Maya whispered. "No, I wasn't." Across the street, standing under the still fizzing streetlight, was the tall figure. It hadn't been there a second ago. It wasn't walking toward her. It was just suddenly present, like it had always been there, and she was only now able to see it. It was holding its impossibly dry umbrella, and it was waiting. Maya tried to drop the umbrella, but her hand wouldn't obey. The handle was part of her palm now, the boundary between her skin and its surface blurred into something organic and wrong. The fabric above her had finished repairing itself and now looked perfect. Too perfect. The seams too straight. The colour too uniform, like something rendered rather than made. The frozen rain began to fall again, but only outside the umbrella's circle of protection. Maya stood in perfect dryness, while around her the world returned to its steady drizzle, and overhead she could see stars through the canopy, even though it was evening in the city and the cloud cover should have made stars impossible. The stars were watching her. All of them. Every point of a light was an eye, and they were all looking down at her with patient, ancient interest. The tall figure took a step closer. Its featureless face tilted, and Maya heard a voice that came from the rain itself, from the pavement, from the umbrella fused to her hand. "You borrowed it. Now you have to give it back." "I didn't borrow it!" Maya tried to shout, but her voice came out thin and weak, swallowed by the rain sound. "I left it. I walked away." "You came back," the voice said, patient and certain. "You reached into the water and took it back. You said the word. You asked it to stop." "I whispered it. I barely said it. And I set down the umbrella. I did the ritual. But you came back. And when you came back, you asked again. You said stop." Had she? Maya tried to remember the last few minutes, tried to replay her actions from when she'd first seen the umbrella. She'd stood at the corner. She'd crossed the street. She'd looked at the umbrella and thought, what? What had she thought? Make this stop. Please, just make all of this stop. I can't do this anymore. Oh God. She'd thought it. Maybe said it under her breath. She'd asked the rain to stop, and now it had. And now she was holding an umbrella that wouldn't let go. And the stars were watching. And the tall figure was getting closer, and the figure was right in front of her now. Up close it was worse than she'd imagined. Tall enough that she had to crane her neck to look up at where its face should be. Thin enough that she could see the streetlight through it in places, like it wasn't entirely solid. It smelled like wet concrete and old metal and something else. Something organic and rotting that made her stomach turn. It raised its free hand, long fingers, too many joints, and pointed at the umbrella in Maya's grip. "You borrowed it," the voice said again, and this time Maya could tell it was coming from inside her own head, vibrating in her skull. "Now you give it back." "How?" Maya asked, tears starting to stream down her face. "How do I give it back?" The figure's hand moved to point at itself, at its chest where a heart should be if it was human, if it was alive. "You carry it," the voice said. "You carry the storm. You hold the shelter. You become what I am." Maya understood then. The umbrella she was holding wasn't shelter from the rain. It was the rain, concentrated, bound into a shape that looked like protection, but was actually just a different kind of drowning. And once you borrowed it, once you asked it to stop and accepted the shelter it offered, you had to carry it forever. You had to become the thing that waited at puddles, that listened for desperation, that offered the bargain to the next person who couldn't handle it anymore. "No," Maya said. "No, I won't. I refuse." The figure tilted its head the other way, almost curious. The stars in the umbrella's canopy swirled faster. "You already accepted," the voice said. "You took it. You asked. The bargain is complete." Maya looked at the umbrella fused to her hand, at the perfect dryness, surrounding her, at the stars that watched with inhuman patience. She thought about her dream, the water rising, the coffee shop flooding, the customer with no face asking for the umbrella back. Her subconscious had known, had tried to warn her. But she'd come anyway, had picked it up anyway, had completed whatever circuit the first night had started. Except. "I let it go the first time," Maya said, her voice steadier now even though her whole body was shaking. "I set it down. I walked away. I refused the bargain then. And then you came back. I came back, but I didn't beg. I didn't ask you for shelter. I just picked up something I thought was mine." The figure was silent. The rain around them fell in its steady rhythm, and Maya could hear it now. Not words exactly, but a pattern that suggested words, a cadence that felt like language even if the meaning was just out of reach. "I didn't ask you for anything," Maya said again. "I just picked up trash. My trash, if that counts. As accepting the bargain, then the rule is bullshit. Then you're just trapping people for existing, for making mistakes, for being tired and stupid and human." Still silence. The stars swirled. The rain fell. "Let me go," Maya said. "I'm not doing this. I'm not carrying your storm. I'm not becoming whatever you are. I refuse." "You cannot refuse what you've already accepted. Watch me." Maya closed her eyes. She thought about the first night, about setting down the umbrella and stepping back into the rain. About accepting what she couldn't control, the weather, the circumstances, the weight in her chest. She thought about the loose feeling that acceptance had created, the space it had opened up. and she realised the umbrella wasn't fused to her hand because of magic or because of the bargain. It was fused to her hand because she was holding on. She'd been holding on so tight for so long, gripping this useless piece of protection like it was the only thing between her and complete dissolution. And even now, even knowing what it was, even understanding the trap, she was still holding on because letting go felt impossible. Because letting go meant standing in the rain with no shelter at all. Because letting go meant accepting that she was helpless and small, and the universe didn't care whether she made it home or not. But she'd done it before. 3 nights ago she'd done it. She'd stood in the rain and accepted everything she couldn't control and survived it. She could do it again. Maya opened her eyes. She looked at the tall figure, at its featureless face, at the dry umbrella it held with its 2 long fingers. "I'm letting go now," she said. And she did. It hurt. Not physically, though there was a sensation like tearing tape off skin as the handle separated from her palm. But emotionally, psychologically, it hurt like nothing she'd ever felt. Like voluntarily stepping off a cliff. Like choosing to drown. Like accepting that she was going to fail and fall and break apart, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. The umbrella dropped from her hand and landed on the wet pavement with a sound like shattering glass. The perfect canopy collapsed, the stars winking out, the whole structure folding in on itself until it was just the broken trash umbrella it had been when she found it. The rain touched her shoulders. The tall figure stood there for a long moment, its head tilted at that listening angle. Then slowly it stepped backward. Not walking, just sliding back the way it had appeared, decreasing in size or distance until Maya couldn't tell which. The dry umbrella went with it, maintaining its perfect circle of absence, and then both figure and umbrella were gone. Not fading, not disappearing, just suddenly not there, like they'd been edited out of reality. The rain was just rain. Maya stood there, soaking wet, staring at the broken umbrella on the ground. Her palm hurt where it had been fused. When she looked at it, she could see a faint outline of the handle imprinted on her skin, like a brand or a scar. But the skin wasn't broken, just marked. A reminder. She stepped over the umbrella and started walking toward the bus stop. Every step felt like moving through concrete, exhaustion crashing over her now that the adrenaline was fading. But she kept walking, 1 foot in front of the other, rain soaking through her clothes for the 4th time this week. Behind her, the umbrella lay in the puddle, broken, abandoned, twice refused. And somewhere in the city, in the endless drizzle, something tall and thin stood under an awning and waited for the next person who couldn't handle it anymore. The next person who would reach for shelter without reading the price tag. The next person who would think, make it stop and mean it badly enough to invite what waited in the rain. But Maya kept walking, and the rain kept falling. And the stars, if they were ever really there at all, went back to hiding behind the clouds where they belonged. Maya didn't tell anyone about what happened. Who would believe her? Who would understand that she'd almost bargained herself into becoming something inhuman, something that stood in the rain forever offering poisoned shelter to people at their breaking point? It sounded insane even in her own head, and she'd lived through it. But the scar on her palm remained. Faint, only visible in certain light, but definitely there. The outline of an umbrella handle branded into her skin like a warning she carried with her everywhere. Work continued. Derek continued being Derek, but Maya found it easier to not engage with his moods, to just do her job and let his storms pass without taking them personally. Lisa noticed the change and commented on it occasionally, but Maya just shrugged it off. What was she supposed to say? That she'd learned to stop fighting things she couldn't control by almost becoming a rain monster? The drizzle continued too, day after day, week after week. The city never fully dried out. People walked around with umbrellas, complained about the weather, lived their lives in the persistent grey. And Maya walked among them, getting wet, accepting it, refusing to buy another umbrella even when Jess offered to lend her one. "I'm good," Maya would say. "I don't mind the rain." Which wasn't quite true. She did mind it. It was still cold and uncomfortable and inconvenient. But minding something and letting it control you were different things. The rain was just rain. It fell because atmospheric conditions aligned in a particular way. It wasn't personal. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't a test. It was just what happened when you lived in a city where the sky never quite cleared. About 2 weeks after the incident with the umbrella, the second incident, the one where she'd almost completed the bargain, Maya was walking home from a shift when she saw someone else standing at the corner of Belmont and 23rd, a guy, maybe her age, wearing a soaked hoodie and looking completely defeated. He was staring at something on the ground, and even from a distance Maya could tell what it was. The umbrella was still there, still broken, still lying in the same puddle where she'd left it. But now someone else was looking at it. Maya's stomach clenched. She watched the guy crouch down, reaching for the handle, and she knew she should stop him, should shout a warning, should run over and pull him away from it before his fingers made contact. But she didn't move. She stood on the opposite corner, frozen, watching him pick up the broken umbrella, watching him examine it, turn it over in his hands, watching him. He dropped it back in the puddle with a disgusted expression and walked away. Just like that. He picked it up, deemed it too broken to be worth taking, and left it there. The umbrella didn't pull, didn't repair itself, didn't trap him. Maya felt something release in her chest. The umbrella wasn't automatically cursed. It wasn't a guaranteed trap for anyone who touched it. The guy had looked at it, decided it was trash, and walked away without incident. Which meant what? That Maya had been special somehow? That her desperation had activated something in the umbrella that wasn't there for other people? Or that the whole thing had been in her head, a stress-induced hallucination that her exhausted brain had conjured to process everything she was going through? She didn't know. And standing there in the rain, watching the guy disappear around a corner, she realised she didn't need to know. The umbrella was just an umbrella. The tall figure was just an urban legend. The stars were just stars, and they didn't care about her one way or the other. What mattered was that she'd let go. She'd stood in the rain and accepted her own helplessness and survived it. Whether the supernatural part was real or not was almost beside the point. Maya walked home, past the umbrella without looking at it, and arrived at her building soaking wet and exhausted, and somehow okay with that. She climbed the stairs, let herself into the apartment, and found Jess on the couch watching TV. "Rough day?" Jess asked, taking in Maya's drenched appearance. "Not really," Maya said, "just wet." And it was true. It had just been a day, just work and rain and the long walk home, nothing catastrophic, nothing unbearable, just the ordinary weight of being alive in the world, and Maya had carried it without collapsing. She took a shower, made dinner, went to bed. The rain tapped against the window like it always did. The city hummed with its usual white noise, and Maya slept deeply, without dreams of umbrellas or rising water, or customers with no faces. In the morning she woke up to more rain. She got dressed, made coffee, headed out into the drizzle without an umbrella. At a bodega on the way to the bus stop, she saw a rack of cheap umbrellas by the door. The same kind she'd bought before, black nylon over wire frames, $8 each. Maya stood there for a moment considering. It would be practical to have one. It would make her life easier. And it was just an umbrella, just a tool, not a symbol of anything. But when she reached for one, her palm tingled where the scar was, and she withdrew her hand. Not yet. Maybe not ever. For now she'd rather be wet. She paid for her coffee and walked out into the rain, joining the flow of morning commuters, one more body trying to get through the day. The rain soaked her hair and ran down her face and made her jacket heavy. It was uncomfortable. It was inconvenient. It was fine. Maya walked to the bus stop, got on the bus, rode it to work. She made coffee drinks and dealt with customers and cleaned the espresso machine. Derek was in another mood, but Maya just nodded and kept working. Lisa asked if she was okay, and Maya said yes, and meant it. The day passed. The rain continued. Maya went home. And somewhere in the city, in an alley or under a bridge, or standing at a crosswalk waiting for the light to change, something tall and thin held an umbrella that shed no water. It watched the people passing by, listened to their thoughts, waited for someone to think the magic words that would invite it closer. "I can't handle this anymore." Someone would say it. Someone always did. The city was full of people at their breaking point, full of desperation and exhaustion, and the particular kind of tiredness that made bargains with impossible things seem reasonable. The thing could wait. It had nothing but time, and the rain that never ended, and the promise of shelter that was really just a different kind of drowning. But Maya walked past it without seeing it, or maybe it let her pass without being seen. Or maybe it had never been real at all and she'd just learned something about herself during a particularly bad week. It didn't matter which. What mattered was that she kept walking, and the rain kept falling, and she'd learned to carry one, without trying to stop the other. In the city that never fully dried, that was a kind of victory. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain had been falling for 3 days without stopping. Not the clean kind that washes things away, but the slow, persistent drizzle that seeps into everything and makes the world feel waterlogged and rotten. Marcus walked with his head down, hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets, watching his breath form small clouds that dissolved into the damp air. The park gate stood open like a black mouth, and he slipped through it without thinking, taking the shortcut he'd taken 100 times before when the apartment felt too small and his thoughts felt too loud. His shoes squelched against the pavement, each step releasing a faint suction sound that reminded him of pulling tape off skin. The path wound through the park like a dark vein, reflecting the amber streetlights in warped, elongated streaks that made the ground look liquid. Trees hung over him, their branches heavy with water, dripping steadily in an irregular rhythm that sounded almost like conversation. Start, pause, start, again. The air tasted of wet bark and something underneath it, something organic and old, like turned soil or mushrooms growing in dark places. Marcus kept his phone light low, just enough to see where his feet landed. He didn't want to see too much of the park at night. There was something about the way the darkness pooled between the trees, thick and substantial, that made his skin prickle. He told himself it was just the weather, just the late hour, just his brain being stupid again the way it had been for weeks now, circling back to that night, to that choice, to the moment when he'd said the wrong thing and watched everything collapse. He shouldn't have come to the park. He should have taken the long way, the lit streets with their closed shops and occasional passing cars. But something had pulled him here. Maybe the desire for solitude, maybe the need to punish himself with the cold and wet, maybe just habit. The park was never truly empty at night. He knew that from experience. But it felt empty enough. Felt like the kind of place where you could think without interruption, where you could let your regrets unwind like thread from a spool. The first bench he passed was covered in a skin of water that caught the light and made it look almost beautiful, like dark glass. He didn't sit. His legs carried him forward automatically, following the path deeper into the park, past the playground with its wet swings hanging motionless, past the fountain that had been drained for the season and now just collected rainwater in a shallow, dirty pool. His mind drifted back to her face, to the way she'd looked at him when he'd said it, to the crack in her voice when she'd told him to leave. "I wish," he started to say aloud, then stopped himself. The words felt dangerous here, felt like they might take root in the wet soil and grow into something he couldn't control. He swallowed them back down and kept walking. The path curved left around a cluster of oak. Trees, their trunks black and glossy with rain. Marcus's phone light swept across them, catching the texture of bark, the thin streams of water running down their surfaces. Something about the trees felt different tonight, more present somehow, as if they were paying attention. He shook his head, trying to clear the stupid thought. Trees didn't pay attention. Trees didn't care about late-night walkers and their broken relationships and their midnight regrets. He took another step, and his foot came down harder than he expected, sinking slightly into what should have been solid pavement. The sensation was wrong. Not a pothole, not a crack, but a giving way, like pressing into foam or wet clay. Marcus lifted his foot quickly and aimed his phone light at the ground behind him. The footprint was there, outlined perfectly in the pavement, and it was green. Not the green of paint or marker, but the green of living things, of moss and algae and new spring leaves. The print matched his shoe, exactly. Every groove of the sole, every worn spot, every detail captured in bright, impossible vegetation. It looked freshly grown, as if the moment his foot had lifted, something beneath the pavement had surged upward to fill the void, learning his shape and copying it perfectly. Marcus stared at it, his breath coming faster. The moss, if that's what it was, had a faint luminescence to it, catching what little light filtered through the rain and holding it in its fibres. It looked thick and healthy, too perfect for something that had supposedly just appeared. He crouched down, reaching out to touch it, then stopped with his fingers inches from the green surface. Something told him not to. Something old and instinctive said that touching it would be a mistake, would be giving permission for something he didn't understand. He stood up slowly, backing away from the print. His heart hammered against his ribs. Just moss, he told himself, just a weird coincidence. Maybe it had been there already, and he'd just noticed it now. Maybe the rain had made it grow faster. Maybe. He took another step backward and felt the same sensation, his foot sinking slightly into pavement that should have been solid, then lifting free with a small sucking sound. He spun around, swinging his phone light to where he'd just stepped. Another moss print identical to the first, glowing faintly in the darkness. "What the fuck?" Marcus whispered, and his voice sounded too loud in the quiet park, too sharp against the soft whisper of rain. He looked at the path ahead of him, then behind, trying to figure out which direction would get him out faster. The gate he'd entered through was back the way he'd come, past the 2 moss prints that marked his passage. Going forward would take him to the far exit, the one near the tennis courts. He chose forward. He didn't want to walk back over those prints, didn't want to see them again. Marcus moved quickly now, trying to keep his steps light, trying not to press too hard into the pavement. But each footfall felt heavier than it should, as if something was pulling at his shoes, encouraging him to plant his feet firmly, to leave clear impressions. He glanced back every few steps, unable to stop himself, and each time he saw new prints blooming behind him. Bright green moss shaped exactly like his soles, creating a trail that marked his path through the park like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale. No, not breadcrumbs, more like evidence, like the park was documenting his presence, recording his passage, keeping track of everywhere he stepped. The rain seemed to be falling softer now, or maybe he was just too focused on his feet to notice it. The sound of dripping leaves became more pronounced, individual drops landing with deliberate timing like a slow metronome. Drip, 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 counting something, measuring something. Marcus's breathing was ragged now, fog pouring from his mouth in quick bursts. The path ahead looked longer than he remembered, stretching out into darkness that seemed to deepen the farther he looked. The streetlights that should have been visible near the tennis courts weren't there, or weren't on, or were being swallowed by something that didn't want him to see them. He forced himself to look down at the pavement in front of him instead of behind. The surface was wrong. He could see it now, could see the hairline cracks that spiderwebbed across the asphalt. Too regular to be random, too deliberate to be natural. They looked like roots, like an underground network pushing up from below, testing the surface, looking for weakness. And in some of the cracks, he could see green, just the faintest hint of moss beginning to emerge. Another step. Heavier now, definitely heavier, as if his shoes had gained weight. He lifted his foot and heard a soft tearing sound, like tape peeling away from skin or roots pulling free from soil. The phone light trembled in his hand as he looked back. The newest moss print was different from the others. It was brighter, more detailed, and it seemed to be growing even as he watched, the moss spreading slightly beyond the outline of his shoe, reaching outward in tiny tendrils that crawled across the pavement. And beneath it, beneath the green surface, he could see movement, subtle, pulsing, like something breathing or something flowing. "Stop," Marcus said to himself, to the park, to whatever was doing this. "Stop, stop, stop." But it didn't stop. The moss prints behind him stretched back into the darkness, a green path that glowed faintly like bioluminescence, marking every step he'd taken since entering the park. And now that he looked at them all together, he could see a pattern, could see the way they curved and doubled back slightly, as if he hadn't been walking in a straight line at all, but had been gradually spiralling, making a slow circle without realizing it. Marcus's chest tightened. He knew about the stories everyone who lived near the park knew about them, the same way you knew about local restaurants and which streets flooded when it rained hard. The moss graft, they called it, though nobody seemed to know if that was a name or a description, or just something someone had made up late one night. People talked about green footprints appearing overnight, about paths that led nowhere, about a presence in the park that fed on regret the way plants fed on sunlight. He'd always thought it was bullshit, the kind of urban legend that teenagers told each other to make themselves feel brave when they cut through the park after dark. But now, standing in the rain with his own footprints glowing behind him like accusatory evidence, The stories felt different. They felt true in a way that made his skin crawl and his stomach drop. There was a rule, he remembered. Something about the footprints. Something you were supposed to do if you saw them. Touch a tree? No, that wasn't quite right. Touch a tree and... What? Say something? Don't say something. Marcus's mind raced, trying to grab hold of the memory, trying to pull it from the murky space where half-forgotten warnings lived. He'd heard it from someone at the bodega, or maybe from the older woman who walked a dog past his building every morning. Touch a tree and don't speak your regrets aloud. Or was it touch a tree and speak your regrets? No, definitely don't speak them. The park fed on them, grew them, turned them into something physical. He looked at the trees around him, their trunks dark and slick with rain. The nearest one was an oak, maybe 10 feet away, its branches hanging low enough to brush his head if he walked beneath them. Moss was already growing on its northern side, a natural patch that looked nothing like the perfect prints on the pavement. He could reach it in 3 steps, but 3 steps meant 3 more moss prints, 3 more pieces of evidence, 3 more markers of his passage, and each step felt heavier than the last, felt like he was sinking into something that didn't want to let him go. Marcus took a breath and made his decision. 3 quick steps, light as he could manage, feet barely touching the ground before lifting off again. 1, 2, 3. His hand shot out and pressed against the oak's trunk, palm flat against the wet bark, fingers splayed. The cold was immediate and shocking, shooting up his arm like electricity. But beneath the cold was something else. Texture, solidity, realness. The bark was rough under his palm, ridged with age, scattered with lichen and small insects and the accumulated life of decades. It felt more real than anything else in the park, more present, more solid, as if the tree was the only thing here that hadn't been touched by whatever made the moss grow. Marcus kept his hand pressed to the bark and closed his mouth firmly, teeth clicking together. The words rose up automatically, the way they had been rising for weeks, an endless loop of self-recrimination and regret. I wish I hadn't said it. I wish I could take it back. I wish she was still here. I wish I had been different, better, smarter. I wish. But he didn't say any of it. He held the words inside, feeling them pile up in his throat like stones, heavy and sharp-edged. His breath came through his nose in quick, shallow gasps. His free hand clenched into a fist at his side. Every muscle in his body wanted to speak, wanted to let the regret pour out, wanted to shape it into words and release it into the rain-soaked air. Don't speak longing aloud. That was the rule. Don't feed it words. Marcus's palm stayed pressed to the tree, and he forced himself to think instead of speak. He thought about that night, about the argument that had spiraled out of control, about the things he'd said that he couldn't unsay. He thought about her face, about the hurt in her eyes, about the way she'd wrapped her arms around herself like she was trying to hold herself together. He thought about all the chances he'd had to stop, to take a breath, to choose different words, and how he'd blown past every single one. And then, with his hand on the tree and his mouth shut and the moss prints glowing behind him, he tried to do what the rule required. He tried to forgive himself, not to forget, not to pretend it hadn't mattered, not to minimize the hurt he'd caused or wave it away with empty justifications, but to acknowledge that he had made a mistake, a real and painful mistake, and that carrying it around like a stone in his gut wasn't going to unmake it. The past had happened. The words had been said. The damage had been done. And he could either spend the rest of his life wishing it had gone differently, or he could accept that he was the kind of person who sometimes said terrible things, who sometimes hurt people he loved, who sometimes failed in the exact ways he'd promised himself he never would. It hurt worse than speaking the regret. It hurt like pressing on a bruise, like pulling a splinter, like cleaning out a wound. But as he held the thought, I forgive myself, I forgive myself, I forgive myself, something shifted. The weight in his chest lightened by a fraction. The heaviness in his feet eased slightly. The pressure that had been building since he'd entered the park seemed to release just a little, like air escaping from an overfilled balloon. Marcus opened his eyes. He hadn't realized he'd closed them, and looked back at the path behind him. The moss prints were still there, still glowing faintly in the darkness, but they looked different now. Duller, maybe. Less alive. The newest ones seemed to be settling into the pavement rather than growing from it, becoming just marks on the ground instead of living records of his regret. The sense of movement beneath the path had stopped. The feeling of something crawling under the surface, testing and pushing and reaching, it was gone. Or at least dormant. The park still felt wrong, still felt like a place that paid too much attention and remembered too much. But it no longer felt actively hostile. It felt like it was waiting, watching, giving him a chance to leave. Marcus lifted his hand from the tree trunk slowly. His palm was red from the pressure and cold, marked with the impression of bark. He flexed his fingers, getting blood flowing again, and took a careful step away from the tree. His foot landed normally, no sinking, no heaviness, no sucking sound when he lifted it. And when he looked back, there was no new moss print, just wet pavement reflecting the amber streetlights. He took another step. Normal. Another. Still normal. The path ahead looked clearer now, less like it was stretching into infinite darkness, more like it had an actual end point. He could see the far gate in the distance, could see the streetlights beyond it, could see the promise of normal streets and normal rain, and normal loneliness that didn't try to grow itself into the ground. Marcus walked, faster but not running, not panicking. Something told him that running would be a mistake, would be showing fear or desperation, would be feeding the park something it could use. He kept his steps measured and deliberate, his breathing as steady as he could manage, his eyes focused on the gate ahead. The moss prints behind him remained, but they were fading now, becoming less distinct, losing their luminescence. The green was turning grey, then brown, then just wet pavement again. By the time he was halfway to the gate, he couldn't see them anymore at all. They'd been absorbed back into the ground, or they'd never been real to begin with, or they'd served their purpose and been dismissed. The rain picked up slightly, returning to its earlier steady drizzle. The sound of it hitting leaves and pavement became the dominant noise again, drowning out the measured dripping that had sounded so deliberate before. Marcus's phone light swept across the path, showing nothing unusual, nothing green, nothing that suggested he'd just walked through something impossible. As he approached the gate, he let himself look to his left, toward a large puddle that had formed in a depression near the path. The surface was dark and rippled with rain, but for just a moment, in the phone light's reflection, he saw something else. A figure, green-tinged, human-shaped, standing exactly where he had stood when he'd pressed his hand to the tree. It was blurry around the edges, not quite solid, not quite real, like something that hadn't finished forming, like something that had started to grow but had been stopped before it completed. The figure didn't move. It just stood there in the puddle's reflection, a second Marcus that had almost been, watching as the real Marcus walked away. Marcus tore his eyes from the puddle and focused on the gate. 10 more steps. 5. 3. His hand closed around the cold metal bar, and he pushed through, leaving the park behind. The street outside was lit and wet and blessedly normal. A car drove past, tyres hissing on wet asphalt. Someone's television played loudly in a nearby apartment building. The world was still here, still ordinary, still functioning according to rules that made sense. Marcus kept walking, not looking back, not letting himself wonder what would have happened if he'd spoken his regrets aloud. He knew somewhere deep in his gut that the figure in the puddle had been his answer. That if he'd said, "I wish," if he'd fed the park his longing, if he'd given it permission to grow something from his regret, that figure would have finished forming, would have stood up, would have been him, but also not him, would have been a second version built from all the choices he wished he'd made, all the words he wished he'd said, all the ways he wished he'd been different. And it would have stayed in the park, walking his path over and over, speaking his regrets into the rain, feeding the moss that grew from guilt and watered by rainwater that tasted of tears. 3 blocks from the park, Marcus finally let himself stop. He stood under a bus shelter, catching his breath, letting his heart rate slow down. His clothes were soaked through, his shoes were ruined, and his hand still ached from pressing against the tree. But he was out. He was free. He had walked through something that wanted to keep him, and had found the way to let himself go. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A text message, the notification lighting up the screen. He pulled it out, expecting nothing important, expecting spam or a work email or some automated reminder. It was from her, from Sarah, from the woman he'd hurt, the woman he'd driven away, the woman whose absence had been eating him alive for weeks. The message was short, Are you okay? I had the weirdest feeling that you were in trouble." Marcus stared at the words, his throat tight. He started to type back, started to explain where he'd been and what had happened, then stopped. How? Could he possibly explain? How could he make her understand without sounding insane? Instead he typed, "I'm okay now. Can we talk? Not tonight, but soon. I have some things I need to say." He hit send before he could second guess it. Before he could let his fear turn into regret, turn into moss that grew in patterns shaped like his mistakes. The response came quickly. "Tomorrow, coffee, 2 p.m, the place on Madison." "I'll be there," Marcus typed back, and he meant it with everything he had. He put his phone away and started walking again, toward his apartment, toward dry clothes and hot coffee, and a sleepless night spent figuring out what to say. Behind him, blocks away, the park settled back into its usual routine of rain and trees and darkness. The paths were wet and empty. The benches collected water. The fountain stood silent. And beneath the soil, in the spaces between roots and rocks and buried things, something waited. It had almost had him, almost convinced him to speak his, longing aloud, almost gotten him to plant the words that would let it grow a second version, almost added another walker to its collection of people who circled endlessly through the green dark, rehearsing their regrets forever. But he had remembered the rule, had touched the tree, had forgiven himself silently, had chosen to leave instead of staying. The thing beneath the soil didn't mind. It was patient. It had been patient for decades, for generations, for as long as the park had existed and people had walked through it, carrying their guilts and shames and wishes. There would be others. There were always others. And eventually someone would forget the rule, or never learn it, or learn it too late. Eventually someone would whisper "I wish" into the rain-soaked air, and the moss would bloom, and a new gardener would tend to it, and the park would gain another green reflection that walked the paths forever, speaking longing into darkness. The thing beneath the soil could wait. In the drizzle, moss brightened quietly on certain paths, waiting for footsteps that pressed too hard and hearts that held too much weight. And somewhere under the soil, a gardener waited for 3 small words to plant a second you, to grow you again in green and regret, to keep you walking in circles while the world moved on without you. The rain continued to fall, soft and steady and patient as memory, and the park remembered everything. Marcus didn't sleep that night. He lay in his apartment with the window cracked open, listening to the rain drum against the fire escape, watching the ceiling and seeing green footprints every time he closed his eyes. His hand still ached where he'd pressed it against the oak tree, and when he looked at his palm in the bathroom light, he could swear he saw the faint impression of bark still marked into his skin, like a tattoo made of pressure and cold. He thought about the figure he'd seen in the puddle reflection, the green-tinged version of himself that had almost grown to completion. What would it have been like, he wondered, to be that thing? To be trapped in an endless loop of walking and regretting? To be a copy made of moss and longing? To exist only as a record of what someone wished they'd been? The thought made his skin crawl, but it also made him think about the other walkers the park might have kept over the years. How many people had spoken their regrets aloud? How many had fed the thing beneath the soil with their wishes and their guilt? How many green figures were walking the paths right now, visible only in reflections, speaking their "I wish" statements into the rain? Marcus sat up and reached for his laptop. If this was real, and his aching hand and racing heart insisted it was, then there had to be evidence. There had to be other stories, other encounters, other people who had walked through the park at night and seen their footprints turn green. He started with the neighbourhood forum, scrolling through months of posts about lost cats and noise complaints and recommendations for plumbers. Finally, buried in a thread from 3 months ago, he found something. Has anyone else noticed weird stuff in Millbrook Park at night? I was walking through around midnight last week and I swear the ground was glowing. Green patches everywhere like moss, but too bright to be normal. Probably just runoff from the water treatment plant or something, but it freaked me out. The responses were typical. Jokes about chemical spills, suggestions to call the parks department, a few people making fun of the poster for being scared of moss. But near the bottom of the thread, someone had written, "Don't walk there when it's raining. Don't walk there if you're carrying something heavy in your heart. And if you see your own footprints turn green, touch a tree and don't speak. Trust me. No explanation, no follow-up, just that warning, stark and specific, posted by someone whose username was a string of random letters and numbers. Marcus clicked on the profile, but it was empty. No other posts, no information, no history. Like someone had created an account just to leave that single warning and then disappeared. He kept searching, branching out to other forums, local history sites, newspaper archives. The Mossgraf name appeared occasionally, always in passing, always treated like a joke or a legend. But occasionally, buried in the comments or hidden in old forum threads, there were other warnings. My grandmother told me never to wish for anything in Millbrook Park. She said the ground listens and it doesn't give you what you want. It grows what you want it to be, and then it keeps it forever. I knew a guy who swore he saw his dead brother walking the park paths every night. Said it looked just like him, but green around the edges, and it was crying. He stopped going to the park after that. Moved out of the neighbourhood entirely. The moss remembers. If you walk there with regrets, it takes note. If you speak your regrets, it takes root. If you keep speaking, it takes you. Marcus closed the laptop and pressed his palms against his eyes, trying to think clearly. Part of him wanted to dismiss everything, to chalk it up to exhaustion and stress and rain-induced paranoia. But another part, the part that had felt the pavement sink beneath his feet, that had seen his footprints bloom with impossible moss, that had touched the tree and felt something shift in response, knew better. The park was real. The thing beneath it was real. The danger was real. And tomorrow, he had to meet Sarah and try to explain why he'd been such an arsehole without sounding like he'd lost his mind. He had to apologise, had to make amends, had to somehow convey that he understood what he'd done and that he was working on being better, all without mentioning that he'd nearly been trapped in a park by a thing that grew duplicates of people from their regrets. Marcus laughed, a short, sharp sound that bordered on hysteria. His life had gotten very weird very quickly. He got up and went to the kitchen, making coffee even though it was 3 a.m, and he should be trying to sleep. The apartment felt too small and too quiet, filled with all the furniture he and Sarah had picked out together, all the decorations that represented their shared taste, all the evidence of a life they'd been building before he'd torn it down with angry words and stubborn pride. The coffee maker gurgled and hissed, and Marcus found himself thinking about the tree again, about the moment when he'd pressed his palm to its bark and forced himself to forgive. It hadn't been easy. It hadn't been clean. But it had been necessary, and it had been real, and it had let him walk away. Maybe that was the key to tomorrow's conversation. Not trying to explain the impossible thing that had happened in the park, but trying to bring that same honesty, that same willingness to acknowledge his mistakes without drowning in them, to say I fucked up without adding but or however or any of the other words people use to soften their culpability, to accept responsibility without letting it crush him. He poured coffee into a mug that Sarah had bought him for his birthday. It said, "World's okayest boyfriend" in cheerful letters, and carried it back to his bedroom. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the city wet and quiet and reflective. Through his window he could see the faint glow of streetlights reflected in puddles, could see the dark shapes of buildings outlined against the slightly lighter sky. No green glow, no moss, no footprints leading nowhere. Marcus drank his coffee and waited for dawn, trying to figure out how to be the person he'd promised Sarah he could be, trying to forgive himself for not being that person already, trying not to wish for anything except the chance to do better next time. The coffee shop on Madison was crowded at 2 p.m, filled with students hunched over, laptops and freelancers having loud phone conversations and couples having quiet, intense discussions over cooling beverages. Marcus arrived 15 minutes early, claimed a table near the window and ordered a black coffee he didn't particularly want. His hands shook slightly as he lifted the cup, and he set it down quickly before he could spill it all over himself. Sarah arrived exactly on time, because she was always exactly on time, because she was the kind of person who respected other people's schedules and showed up when she said she would. She looked tired, Marcus thought, dark circles under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide, but she also looked determined, her jaw set, her shoulders squared. She was prepared for this conversation. She'd probably planned what she was going to say, probably rehearsed it, probably decided in advance how much she was willing to forgive and what her boundaries were. Marcus stood up as she approached, then sat down again quickly, unsure of the protocol. Should they hug? Shake hands? Just sit and talk like civilized people? Sarah made the decision for him, sliding into the chair across from him and setting her bag on the floor. "Hi," she said, and her voice was carefully neutral, giving nothing away. "Hi," Marcus said back. "Thanks for meeting me." "You said you had things you needed to say." Sarah folded her hands on the table, waiting. Marcus took a breath. This was it. This was the moment where he either said what needed to be said, or he fumbled it and made things worse, or he chickened out and let the relationship die completely. No pressure. "I fucked up," he started, and Sarah's eyebrows rose slightly. "Not, I made a mistake, or things got out of hand, or any of that. I fucked up. I said things I shouldn't have said. I let my anger control me, and I hurt you. On purpose. Because I was upset and I wanted to hurt you back. And that was shitty and cruel and wrong." Sarah's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes shifted. She was listening. "I can't take it back," Marcus continued. "I can't undo what I said or make it like it never happened. The words are out there, and they hurt you, and I did that. I'm responsible for that, and I'm sorry. Not sorry that you were hurt, but sorry that I hurt you. There's a difference." "There is," Sarah agreed quietly. "I've been thinking about why I did it," Marcus said, and his hand drifted unconsciously to his palm, to the place where bark had pressed into his skin. "And I think I've been carrying around a lot of stuff. Old stuff. From before us, from relationships that didn't work and jobs I hated and all the ways I felt like I was failing. And instead of dealing with it, I let it build up, and then when we argued, all that old shit came pouring out and I aimed it at you because you were there and I knew it would hurt and some part of me wanted to share the pain instead of carrying it alone." He stopped, waiting to see if Sarah would say something, but she just nodded, encouraging him to continue. "That's not an excuse," Marcus said quickly. "It's just an explanation of where I was, of why I let myself say those things. But it doesn't make it okay, and it doesn't mean you should forgive me, and it doesn't obligate you to do anything except understand that I'm aware of what I did, and I'm working on not doing it again." "How?" Sarah asked. "How are you working on it?" Marcus hesitated. He couldn't tell her about the park, about the moss, about the thing beneath the soil that fed on regrets. But he could tell her the truth underneath all that, the truth he'd learned while pressing his hand against wet bark and choosing to forgive himself instead of drowning in guilt. "I'm trying to be honest with myself," he said, "about who I am and what I'm capable of. Not pretending I'm better than I am, but also not pretending I'm worse. Just accepting that I'm a person who sometimes fucks up, who sometimes says cruel things, who sometimes lets fear turn into anger, turn into words I can't take back. And instead of wishing I was different, I'm trying to work with who I actually am and make better choices from there." Sarah was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Outside, the sun had broken through the clouds, sending sharp rectangles of light across the table between them. Dust motes danced in the beams, and Marcus watched them spiral and drift, thinking about how easy it would be to make a wrong move here, to say the wrong thing, to undo whatever progress he'd just made. "I appreciate you saying that," Sarah said finally. "I do, and I believe that you mean it. But Marcus—" She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Meaning it isn't enough. Understanding why you did it isn't enough. I need to know that you're actually changing, not just aware that you should change." "I know," Marcus said, "and I can't prove that to you in one conversation. I can't show you that I'm different just by sitting here and saying the right words. It's going to take time, and I'm not demanding, I'm asking if you'd be willing to give me that time, to let me show you instead of just tell you." Sarah looked at him, really looked at him, and Marcus made himself hold her gaze. He didn't look away, didn't flinch, didn't try to soften the moment with a smile or a joke. He just let her see him, tired, scared, trying, imperfect, real. "I'll think about it," Sarah said finally. "I'm not saying no, but I'm also not saying yes. I need time too. Time to figure out what I want, what I'm willing to risk, what my boundaries are. Can you give me that?" "Yes," Marcus said immediately. "Take all the time you need. I'll be here when you're ready. If you're ready. If you decide you're not, I'll accept that too." "Okay." Sarah picked up her coffee, took a small sip, made a face at how cold it had gotten. "Can I ask you something? Anything." "What changed? Between the night we fought and now? Because you seem different. Not completely different, but something shifted. What happened?" Marcus thought about the park, about the rain, about green footprints and impossible choices. He thought about the figure in the puddle, the version of himself that had almost grown from regret and longing. He thought about the moment when he'd chosen to forgive himself instead of feeding the moss with wishes. "I went for a walk," he said carefully, "late at night, in the rain. And I ended up somewhere that made me think about choices and consequences and what happens when you let your regrets control you. And I realised that I could either spend the rest of my life wishing I'd been different, or I could accept what happened and try to do better going forward. So I chose to do better. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was true enough." And Sarah seemed to accept it, nodding slowly, her fingers still tracing the rim of her cup. "That's good," she said. That's really good, Marcus." They talked for another hour, carefully navigating the space between them, testing boundaries, establishing what could be discussed and what needed more time. Sarah told him about her work, about a new project she was excited about her sister's upcoming wedding. Marcus told her about his job, about the apartment, about the weird neighbour who played saxophone at 2 a.m. They talked like people who were trying to remember how to be friends, how to exist in each other's presence without everything being about the hurt and the anger and the broken things between them. When they finally stood to leave, Sarah surprised him by pulling him into a brief hug. "Take care of yourself," she said into his shoulder, and Marcus felt something in his chest crack open, not breaking but loosening, making room for something other than guilt. "You too," he said, and meant it. He watched her walk away, watched her disappear into the afternoon crowd, and then he stood outside the coffee shop for a while, letting the weak winter sun warm his face. His hand still ached faintly where he'd pressed it against the tree, a reminder of the choice he'd made, the price he'd paid to walk away from the park's green embrace. It was worth it, he thought. Even if Sarah decided not to give him another chance, even if he ended up alone with his mistakes and his coffee mugs and his midnight regrets, it was worth it to have walked away, worth it to have chosen to leave instead of staying trapped in an endless loop of wishing and regretting and feeding the thing beneath the soil. Marcus started walking, not toward home but toward the park. He knew he should stay away, should never go back there, should let the moss and the rain and the thing that waited beneath the paths fade into memory. But something pulled at him, a need to see it in daylight, to confirm that it was real, to understand what he'd escaped from. The park looked different during the day. The trees were just trees, bare branches reaching toward an overcast sky, bark dark from recent rain, but not sinister, not watching. The paths were wet but normal, regular asphalt scattered with leaves and litter and the usual debris of urban green spaces. Joggers ran past him, dogs pulled their owners toward interesting smells, a group of kids kicked a soccer ball back and forth across the grass. Normal. Perfectly, completely normal. Marcus followed the path he'd walked the night before, retracing his steps, looking for the places where his footprints had bloomed with green moss. But there was nothing, just wet pavement, just ordinary ground, just a park doing park things in the middle of the day. He found the oak tree where he'd pressed his palm, and he touched it again, feeling the rough bark under his fingers. In daylight it was just a tree. Old, solid, unremarkable. No sense of cold electricity, no feeling of something shifting in response to his touch. Just bark and wood and the slow patience of growing things. But when Marcus looked down at the base of the tree, he saw something that made him pause. There was moss there, growing in a rough circle around the trunk, and in the moss were footprints. Not clear, not glowing, not perfectly detailed like the prints from last night, but visible nonetheless, scattered throughout the green patch like someone had been standing there, pacing, circling the tree over and over. Old footprints, Marcus realised. Not his. These belonged to someone else, someone who had stood at this tree and made their choice, touching bark and forgiving themselves and walking away, or not walking away, or walking away but returning again and again, unable to fully leave the place where they'd almost been trapped. How many people knew about the park's secret? How many had encountered the moss graft and lived to tell the tale? How many were still walking the paths at night, green-tinged and half-formed, speaking their regrets into the rain? Marcus pulled out his phone and took a picture of the footprints in the moss, evidence or documentation, or just something to remind himself that it had been real. Then he left the park, walking quickly toward home, trying not to think about what might be watching him from beneath the soil, trying not to wonder if the thing that waited in the darkness was disappointed or patient, or already moving on to its next potential victim. 3 days later, Marcus's apartment buzzer rang at 11 p.m. He was in bed, not sleeping but trying to, staring at his phone and debating whether to text Sarah or give her more space. The buzzer startled him badly enough that he dropped the phone on his face, swore, and stumbled to the intercom. "Hello? It's me?" Sarah's voice crackly through the old speaker. "Can I come up?" Marcus pressed the button to unlock the building door, his heart suddenly hammering. This was either very good or very bad, and he had no way of knowing which until she was standing in front of him. He unlocked his apartment door and waited in the hallway, watching the elevator numbers light up as it climbed to his floor. When Sarah stepped out, she was wet from rain. When had it started raining again? And her hair was plastered to her skull, and she looked exhausted and determined and beautiful in a way that made Marcus's throat tight. "I went to the park," she said without preamble. "Millbrook Park, tonight, in the rain, and I saw something." Marcus's blood went cold. "What did you see?" "Green footprints." Sarah pushed past him into the apartment, water dripping from her jacket onto his floor. "My own footprints, turning green as I walked. And I remembered something my mum told me once, about the park, about what happens when you walk there with regrets. And I remembered you saying you'd gone for a walk, that you'd ended up somewhere that made you think about choices, and I put it together." She turned to face him, her eyes bright and fierce. "That's what changed you, wasn't it? The park, the moss, the thing underneath. You encountered it, and it nearly kept you, and you found a way to leave. That's what made you different." Marcus nodded slowly, his mind racing. Did you touch a tree? Did you stay silent?" "I ran," Sarah admitted. "I fucking ran. I saw the footprints and I remembered the old warning, and I didn't wait around to see what would happen if I kept walking. I just got out as fast as I could." "That was smart," Marcus said, relief flooding through him. "That was really, really smart." "What is it?" Sarah asked. "What lives under that park?" Marcus gestured to the couch, and they both sat down, Sarah leaving a damp patch on the cushions. He told her everything, the walk in the rain, the sinking footsteps, the moss that bloomed in the shape of his regrets, the rule about touching trees and staying silent, the figure in the puddle that had almost finished forming. He told her about the research he'd done, the warnings he'd found, the stories of other people who had encountered the thing that grew from longing. Sarah listened without interrupting, her face going from sceptical to believing to horrified as he talked. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment, processing. "So if you'd spoken your regrets aloud," she said slowly, "it would have grown me again. A version of me made from all the things I wished I'd done differently. And that version would have stayed in the park forever, walking in circles, feeding the moss with guilt and regret. That's..." Sarah trailed off, unable to find words. "Fucked up," Marcus supplied. "Terrifying. Impossible. All of that." Sarah rubbed her eyes, smearing her mascara. "But also kind of, I don't know, fitting. Like, of course there's something out there that feeds on regrets. Of course there's a price for dwelling on the past. Of course there's a thing that wants to trap us in our own guilt." "It's a metaphor that got too literal," Marcus said. "A warning story that became real. Or maybe it was always real, and the stories grew up around it to try to protect people." "Did it work?" Sarah asked. "The forgiving yourself part? Or did you just survive because you happened to remember the rule?" Marcus thought about that. Really thought about it. "Both, I think. The rule kept me physically safe. It gave me a way to break the cycle, to stop making footprints. But the forgiveness, that's what let me leave emotionally. That's what stopped me from wanting to go back, from being drawn to the park like all those other people who keep returning. I could have survived and still been trapped by the guilt. But I forgave myself, so I got to be free." Sarah was crying now, tears running down her face to mix with the rainwater. "I don't know if I can do that," she whispered. "Forgive you. Forgive myself for staying as long as I did, for accepting things I shouldn't have accepted. I don't know if I'm strong enough." "You don't have to decide right now," Marcus said, gently. "You don't have to decide at all. But Sarah, listen to me. You got out of the park, you saw the danger and you ran. That takes strength. That takes self-preservation. That takes knowing your own boundaries and respecting them." "I was so scared," Sarah said. "I saw the footprints, and I just knew, Somehow I knew that if I kept walking, I'd never leave, that I'd turn into something green and transparent, walking the same path forever, saying I wish I'd left sooner, until the words lost all meaning. Marcus reached out slowly, telegraphing his intention, and Sarah let him take her hand. Her fingers were cold and wet, and he held them carefully, like something fragile and important. "You did leave," he said. "You left the park and you left me when I was hurting you, and you keep choosing to leave instead of staying trapped. That's not weakness. That's the opposite of weakness." They sat like that for a while, hands clasped, both of them processing what they'd encountered and what it meant. Outside, the rain continued to fall, steady and patient, and somewhere across the city, the park waited with its wet paths and watching trees, and the thing beneath the soil that fed on words like, "I wish." Eventually, Sarah pulled her hand away and stood up. "I should go. I need to think, process, figure out what this means." "Okay," Marcus said, standing too. "But Sarah, stay away from the park, especially at night, especially when it's raining, and especially if you're feeling guilty or regretful or like you want to punish yourself." "I will." Sarah grabbed her bag, headed for the door, then paused. "Marcus, what you did, walking away from it, choosing to forgive yourself instead of feeding it, that was brave. I want you to know that. Whatever happens between us, that was brave." Then she was gone, and Marcus was alone again with his damp couch and his racing thoughts, and the faint ache in his palm that wouldn't quite fade. He went to his laptop and opened a new document. He started typing, recording everything he knew about the park, about the moss graft, about the rules for survival, and the price of speaking longing aloud. It was a warning, or maybe an instruction manual, or maybe just an attempt to make sense of something that defied sense. When he finished, he posted it on every neighbourhood forum he could find, on every local community page, on every platform where people might see it and remember it, if they ever found themselves walking through Millbrook Park in the rain with regrets heavy in their hearts. The responses came quickly: mockery, dismissal, accusations of creative writing exercises. But scattered among the skeptics were other messages, quieter ones, sent privately. "Thank you for posting this. I thought I was losing my mind. My brother went missing near that park 3 years ago. No one ever found him. But sometimes I walk past at night and I swear I see someone who looks like him walking the paths. I used to walk there, when I was depressed. I never saw the moss, but I always felt like something was watching me, waiting for me to say the wrong thing. I stopped going after a while. Reading your post made me realise how close I came." Marcus read every message, responded to what he could, felt the weight of responsibility settle over him like a wet coat. He'd survived the park's attention, but others might not. Others might not know the rules, might not remember to touch trees and stay silent, might speak their regrets aloud and feed the thing that grew beneath the soil. But he'd done what he could. He'd shared the warning. The rest was up to people to heed it or ignore it, to respect the danger or walk into it blind. Over the next few weeks, Marcus fell into a new routine. He worked, he cooked, he cleaned his apartment. He texted Sarah occasionally, light messages, nothing heavy, just maintaining contact, and she texted back with the same careful neutrality. He went to therapy for the first time in his life, found a counsellor who didn't try to explain away his experience in the park, but instead helped him process the trauma of almost being trapped, almost being duplicated, almost becoming a thing of moss and regret. And he avoided Millbrook Park entirely, walking the long way to and from work, crossing the street when he passed the entrance gates, never letting himself be drawn back to the place where he'd nearly lost himself. But sometimes, late at night when the rain was falling and his apartment felt too quiet, Marcus would look at the photo on his phone, the one of the old footprints in the moss around the oak tree, and he would wonder about the person who had left them. Had they walked away successfully? Had they found peace after touching the tree and forgiving themselves? Or had they kept returning, unable to fully break free, leaving more and more prints in the moss until the moss consumed them entirely? He would never know. Some stories didn't have endings, just pauses, just moments of survival followed by more moments of trying not to need to survive again. Marcus saved the photo to his laptop, backed it up to the cloud, made sure it couldn't be lost. Evidence, documentation, proof that he wasn't crazy, that something real lurked beneath Millbrook Park's innocent surface. Maybe someday he'd need it. Maybe someday someone would ask him to prove that the danger was real, and he'd have this. A photograph of footprints growing in impossible moss left by someone who had stood where he had stood and made the same impossible choice. To walk away, to forgive, to live. It was 2 months later when Marcus got the call from Sarah asking to meet again. Same coffee shop, same time, same careful neutrality in her voice that gave nothing away. Marcus agreed immediately, then spent the next 3 days anxious and overthinking, trying to prepare for every possible outcome. When Sarah walked in, she looked different. Calmer maybe, more settled, like she'd come to some kind of decision and made peace with it. They ordered coffee, both black this time, neither of them pretending to want anything else, and sat down at a different table than last time, near the back instead of the window. "I've been thinking," Sarah said, and Marcus's heart clenched. "About what you said, about what happened, about the park and the moss and everything that comes after." "Okay," Marcus said carefully, and I realised something. Sarah wrapped her hands around her coffee cup using the warmth. "I've been carrying my own regrets. Not about you, or not just about you. About myself. About the ways I ignored warning signs because I wanted the relationship to work. About the times I should have spoken up and didn't. About how long it took me to leave even when I knew I should." Marcus started to speak, but Sarah held up a hand. "Let me finish. I've been walking around with all this guilt, all this, I should have been smarter, and I should have protected myself better. And it was making me miserable, making it hard to move forward, making it hard to trust myself." She paused, met his eyes. "So I went back to the park." "Sarah?" Marcus felt ice flood his veins. "Please tell me you didn't." "I did, but I did it right." Sarah smiled slightly sadly. "Daytime, not raining. I walked the same path I'd run from that night. Found the oak tree, your oak tree, I guess. Pressed my hand to it. And I forgave myself. For all the ways I thought I'd failed, all the ways I thought I should have been different. I forgave myself. And," Marcus hardly dared to breathe, "and it helped. Not completely, not like a magic spell or anything, but enough. Enough to let me see that I wasn't responsible for your choices, wasn't responsible for fixing you, wasn't obligated to stay in something that was hurting me. Enough to let me move forward." Marcus waited, his coffee cooling between his hands, his future hanging in the balance of whatever Sarah was about to say. Next. "I don't think we should get back together," Sarah said gently. "I don't think that's what either of us needs. We've both got too much work to do on ourselves, too much healing that has to happen individually before we could be healthy together. Does that make sense?" "Yes," Marcus said, and was surprised to realise he meant it. The answer hurt, but it was the right kind of hurt. Clean, honest, survivable. It makes sense. "But," Sarah continued, "I'd like to be friends. Actually friends, not just people who used to date and now awkwardly avoid each other. I think we could be good at that if we tried, if we're careful and honest and respect each other's boundaries." "I'd like that too," Marcus said, and the relief that flooded through him was almost physical. Not the relief of getting what he wanted, but the relief of getting something real, something true, something that wouldn't require him to pretend or perform or carry guilt like a stone in his gut. They talked for hours, after that, this time without careful neutrality, without rehearsed speeches. They talked like people who had survived something together, like soldiers who'd fought in the same war and could finally compare notes without fear of judgment. They talked about the park, about what it meant, about why the world might need places like that. Warnings made solid, consequences made visible, a thing that forced you to confront your own capacity for self-destruction. "Do you think it's evil?" Sarah asked at one point. "The thing under the park? Or is it just there, like a natural phenomenon?" "I don't know," Marcus admitted. "Maybe it's like a carnivorous plant. Not evil, just hungry, just existing the way it was designed to exist. Feeding on what sustains it. Regrets sustain it. Regrets and longing and the specific kind of pain that comes from wishing you could rewrite the past. That's what it eats. That's what makes the moss grow," Sarah shuddered. "It's a good thing most people don't know about it. Can you imagine if everyone knew there was a place where your regrets could literally trap you? People would either avoid it completely or flock to it on purpose, like moths to a flame." "Some people already do flock to it," Marcus said quietly. thinking about the messages he'd received after posting his warning. Some people want to be trapped, want to walk in circles forever, rehearsing their guilt, punishing themselves. The park gives them what they want. That's the worst part, Sarah said, that it's not forcing anyone, it's just offering, and some people take the offer. They left the coffee shop as friends, exchanging numbers again. They'd both deleted each other's contacts during the breakup, and promising to text casually, to meet for coffee occasionally, to be present in each other's lives without the weight of romantic expectation or the burden of past failures. Marcus walked home feeling lighter than he had in months. Not happy exactly, not celebratory, but settled, real. Like he was finally living in the present instead of trapped in an endless loop of what-ifs and should-haves. When he passed Millbrook Park's entrance gate, he glanced inside out of habit, just checking, just making sure nothing green and glowing was visible from the street. The park looked normal. Trees and paths and benches, all the ordinary components of urban green space. But Marcus knew better now, knew that beneath the ordinary surface something waited, something patient and hungry and utterly indifferent to human notions of good and evil. He kept walking, kept heading home, kept choosing to live forward instead of backward. Behind him, in the park's damp soil, in the spaces between roots and rocks and buried things, the thing that grew from regret settled back into its usual stillness. It had almost had them both, these two humans with their broken relationship and their heavy hearts. Had almost convinced them to speak their longing aloud, almost gotten them to plant the words that would let it grow second versions, almost added 2 more walkers to its collection. But they had remembered the rules, had touched trees, had forgiven themselves silently, had chosen to leave instead of staying. The thing didn't mind. It had been patient for decades, for generations, for as long as the park had existed. It could wait a little longer. There would be others. There were always others. And eventually someone would forget the rules, or never learn them, or learn them too late. Eventually someone would whisper "I wish" into the rain-soaked air, and the moss would bloom, bright and green and detailed, growing footprints that led nowhere, recording paths that circled endlessly, documenting every step of someone who couldn't let go. In the drizzle, on paths that never fully dried, the park remembered everything. The fights and the regrets, the choices and the consequences, the moments when people stood at crossroads and picked the wrong direction. It remembered, and it waited, and it grew. And somewhere beneath the soil a gardener tended to its green and growing things, patient as stone, hungry as time, ready to welcome anyone who spoke the words that would let them stay forever. 3 small words. I wish I... The park waited, the moss waited, and in the rain, footprints slowly faded from the pavement, erased by weather and time and the passage of walkers who kept moving forward, choosing to live with their mistakes instead of being trapped by them, most of the time. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.